This is in Derek and Costa from Elliot. You can find them over at Expo Row, by the way. They just called up and said, hey, DW2, Williams, Wells, throw in a Monday. We want to send some people to the online shopping experience in Elliot. We're going to throw in a $100 gift card, which is generous. So we can start second. Elliot, so they're getting that big time green experience. We are very grateful for LAL, man. They've always been a partnership with bike racing in all of California. So $100 merch free. We're going to be ringing bell when they come through. We'd like to bring up our top three in the category 5 men to the podium. Podium applause, Mr. Lee, Azik, and Prenez. To the podium, please. Lee, Azik, and Prenez. quick as he's making asphalt with 5 laps to go. With 5 laps to go. Merchandise train, merchandise, merchandise.
Yeah, straight right there where it says keep right, stay in the middle lane.
Seven riders in that breakaway. You're riding for 8 with 5 to go. You don't catch that break. 5 laps remaining.
Hey, and if there is there, see if anybody else wants it.
being LA Crit Cam drone will be capturing some amazing views from high above, directed and produced by Ray Mars. I like to say every tight finish, every tight squeeze, captured in Technicolor by LACrits.com.
Got eyes on Chris Hahn, also, Dave, that two-time National Criterium champion winner. He is a closer. So for him to also be caught off guard by Charlton, he's like, man, who was that guy? What just happened?
Yeah, he definitely spoiled the apple cart out of Long Beach, Michael Charlton, because that was heads of states in that 7-man break.
Yeah, no doubt. He had the hops. And speaking of hops, how about Worthy Brew, Bend, Oregon, August 10th. The big race up there, the Pac West, if you will. You guys got a great show coming on.
Yeah, that's going to be fantastic. August 10th. Come on up to Bend, Oregon for the Downtown Criterium, brought to you by Worthy Brewing Company. They've got 2 locations, one right off the Deschutes in downtown, and the other one on the east side. Be a good steward of the land. Come up to the Pacific Northwest, and like Burning Man, do not leave a trace. That goes for Costa Mesa as well. This is a beautiful land. Don't be a quitter. Don't litter. Stay fitter. I'm perfectly fine if you have some trash in your racing to chunk it my way. We'll throw it into a proper trash can. But yeah, Worthy Brewing Company since 2012. Roger Worthington having the vision to create his own Oregon-grown hops and opening up a solar-powered facility there in Bend, Oregon. Partnering up with Costa Mesa Grand Prix today. You can find his beer at grocery outlets near you here in California. Award-winning craft ales, pilsners, perfectly balanced. We'll be giving away 6-packs of Worthy beer for our top 3s throughout the day. Merchandise Preem right now. Merchandise Preem. 2 riders rolling. Merchandise Preem. Got a Go Fast rider. Joined by Stage 2 cyclery rider.
Checking it out, Dave. We got a Merchandise Preem on the line, and we are live on LACrits.com. Welcome, everybody, just now tuning in. As you're tuning in, you're going to find that we are on the men's category, 3-4, 30+, with 2 riders just slightly off the front with a little real estate on this Preem lap. We want to welcome you here in beautiful Orange County, Costa Mesa, for the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, brought to you by Audi Fletcher Jones. Worthy Brew beer out of Bend, Oregon. We have our friends from EXP Realty, Kathy Sanchez, here with us. Sand Sports are here. Freedom Coast, Better Bolts, Man, I got to get over to see the guys at Better Bolts. I actually need some bolts. I got some corrosion on my head stem. I've got my little K-edge that needs some little trick titanium type bolts. And they're here on display. Thank you guys for coming and bringing your hardware, if you will. Also, Working Dogs for Warriors are with us today in the expo row. The beneficiary of the 5K proceeds we had earlier this morning. 6:30 a.m., you wouldn't believe it, but we had a whole gaggle of foot racers out here taking on the course and then staying around and helping with some volunteer efforts. We appreciate all of our 5K Costa Mesa Grand Prix runners and walkers. Arc Restaurant just up the street here, just off of turn number 1. Thank you for your support. 2 locations, Costa Mesa and Newport. And here we are. We've got one rider. Looks like a stage 2 rider is going to be picking up the merchandise Prix. Easily cruising across the front there, taking that merchandise Prix of his rider. Enrique Gutierrez. Beautiful job, Enrique.
And so if you're joining us now, we are live on lacrits.com, broadcasting in Costa Mesa, California. This is the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, and great to be back to the Grand Prix in my hometown, Costa Mesa. We are about 26 minutes into a 45-minute race, 30-plus 3-4s out on course.
LAcrits.com. Dave, just going to run down a little bit about the schedule now that everybody's joining us live. We've had the Cat 5 race that went off earlier this morning. A sensational sprint. One guy breaking away with a huge win. Thomas Pernes really put on a Cat 2 sprint in that Cat 5. Then we had our women's 45, and we had our 35-plus 4-5. Chatar, she was your winner in the 4-5, and then Miss Jessica Garner was our first place finisher in the 45 plus here. Jess Arts. Jessica Garner. The way that's going to run down, though, now here we are in our, and then we have the Masters 55-60, excuse me. And here we find ourselves now live with our 30 plus 3-4. And then we'll be moving directly into our 35-40. The Cat 2-3 race follows that race. Then we have the 45 and 50 combined category. Then we're going to have a kids race. It's free. So everybody get your kids dialed up, bring them to the line, get them registered for the free kids race. That's going to happen around 1 o'clock. And then we move into the big show, the Pro Men, scheduled for 70 minutes at 1:30. We know that lacrits.com is going to be standing room only online. From the comfort of your couch or your garage, after your ride, your recovery, maybe my friends from the East Coast paying attention or watching. We know that they're going to be tuned in for that Pro Men's race, followed by our Pro Women shortly thereafter that 7-minute race. So welcome everybody to the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, in person, online, wherever you may be in the expo row. We've got plenty of great vendors here that would love to meet you. Come by, shake. I see some handshaking going on right now over at the Eliel tent. That looks like Derek and Oscar shaking hands. We had a Prix, a $100 Prix that they donated earlier, so probably the gentleman's picking up his $100 gift certificate. But we also have 2 food trucks here to serve you. We got Freedom Coast, Better Bolts. Our friends from Sand Sports are here. Please stop by, shake hands, make contact, little pat on the back, hand on the shoulder, little eye-to-eye contact. Great to have everybody here in beautiful Costa Mesa, California. We're just approximately about 8 miles from the back bay off of the Pacific Ocean. For those that are dialing in across the country, curious as to where Costa Mesa might be, just south of the city of Los Angeles. You're going to run out east and then come down south just a little bit on the 405. Maybe take the 55. It's going to put you right here in Orange County, Costa Mesa. It's a beautiful place. We see Ray Mars. If you're tuned in right now on LACrits.com, you're probably not seeing the full show. Ray's still getting all 8 cameras up and ready to go. So a lot. I see him rolling out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet of cable as we speak. So we promise the show's only going to get better. Merchandise Preem up for grabs. Merchandise Preem. 2 teammates right now. A perfect time to break away. Merchandise Preem. It's a Merchandise Preem. Raymond Rios from O-Prime cycling team. And it looked like that was Cesar Sanchez, his fellow teammate. So Rios and Sanchez currently with just a slight little separation from the field. Good time to be off the front. Go for the Merchandise Preem. Also a nice little treat here for our racers over in Expo Row. Dr. Tara. She's offering a recovery experience for our racers. It's a cupping technique that she's doing. You can visit Dr. Tara over there under the recovery tent. Mo Hawkins Food. Angeli's Coffee. Got Fabian and Kiera over there serving up the wonderful coffee this morning. Thank you so much. That was great. Drink up, hammer down, and dream on with Worthy Brew from Roger Worthington and Worthy Brewington Company up in Bend, Oregon. We couldn't be here today without, of course, their proud support. You see them all throughout the banners here today. Great Pilsner, IPA, Worthy Brew from the hops from great state of Oregon. We've remained primarily incident-free here today, too, which is great. Here we are, sprinting for the Merchandise Preems. My goodness, this is Gutierrez. Look at Enrique Gutierrez from Stage 2 Cycling, bringing it home. Gutierrez dominating that sprint. We saw Enrique coming out of that final corner there with a clear vision, clean air, and a fresh, and no wheels in front of him. And Enrique takes both of the product Preems today. Congratulations to him, making his Stage 2 teammates super proud. Stage 2 coming to you down from the Temecula Valley area. Stage 2 major contributor, putting on the wonderful Tour de Murrieta, a 2-day stage race, an omnium format where you earn points on day 1 in the criterium with sprint points involved, and then day 2 is our road race, about a 12-mile road race course. Ernie Sanchez, fellow brethren of race promoters of Alfie Sanchez, Ernie and his Stage 2 team do an amazing job down there. If you haven't been down there, we welcome you to come down next year. It's usually the first week of April. Racers, check it out. This just in, racers posted race results. get our podiums in position. Race results are now available on ontheday.net for the 55 and 60 category. Our friends that are tuned in LACrits.com that did not get to see that finish, what a remarkable finish it was. We had 9 riders in the breakaway. Pat Carroll absolutely doing business at the front of that peloton, that breakaway, really influencing the speed, doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Had a little uncooperation with the big orange rider, Andrew Knuckles. But it was a pretty healthy finishing sprint. But Charlton from Red Peloton, the Cat 2 rider, 7 to go. 7 laps to go, rider. 7. Seeing 7. Seeing 7. Seeing 7 on the lap cards. Really good, strong support riders from Big Orange. Michael Arlus from Big Orange. Nice 10th place finish, a top 10 in the 60-plus category. Also, Chris Spencer, another fine job from Big Orange, and the results are in for him in the 55 category. He and his partner there were doing all they could to keep that peloton at ease from their breakaway rider, Andrew Knuckles. Another fine job by Chris Spencer from Big Orange Cycling. Finishing in 10th spot in that 55 category was Sean Bagley, who ended up winning that field sprint from the peloton. Nice finish for Sean in 10th. Riders seeing 6 to go on the cards. Lap cards, take a look. There they are. 5 to go? Okay. Hey, everybody, check this out, too. Our friends from Mo Hawkins over in the food court. Mo Hawkins really did us a solid. Alfie Sanchez bringing up some burritos earlier. Those burritos, you need a shoulder strap to carry that thing home. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you taking care of us here at the announcer's booth. Encourage all of our racers, friends, families, supporters. Go check them out. Mo Hawkins. Couple of great food vendors over there to support the race. Thank you. All right, so now our riders are going to be seeing 4 to go. Okay. We'll call it 5 to go. 5 laps remaining in this 30 plus 3-4 category. ontheday.net live race results. We have completed our Category 5 race. We have completed our women's 4.5s. Our men's 55 and 60 category just finished up. And here we are, race number 4. No way he's off the front. Lap cards, 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 on the board, 5 on the board, 5 laps to go on the board. Yeah. First call for podiums. First call podiums, 60 and 55 plus categories. See Ronnie Toth over there getting a little Instagram famous. Was watching the Instagram. There's a rider, Dalton Thornberry, posted up a video. Had quite the content with Ronnie Toth included. Hey, look at this. We got a sighting of an Andrew Knuckles. Andrew Knuckles was up there at the front, pounding pavement in that breakaway. So, Knuckles, how was your race?
Hard. Very hard.
But you looked really good. Tell me about this board meeting that I saw. You know, there was a presentation up on the projector, this board meeting between you and Pat Carroll. What was that meeting like?
Pat was teaching me how to race.
Oh, man. Knuckles, you're a handful.
He knows how to race.
It's so great to
Listen to the old guys who know what they're doing.
Knuckles is always listening, but sometimes he's just not hearing everything.
Mr. Bare Knuckles, good to see you riding for Big Orange. Talking about meeting with the Professor Patrick Carroll of Go Fast. Go Fast has a race coming up August 18th. There at the Upland Memorial Park, a beautiful setting in a tree-lined course. August 18th, about a week after the Downtown Bend Criterium, returning back out on course right now with 4 laps to go. 4 to go, 4 to go. A bit strung out, faces of pain. Definitely a gorgeous day right here in Costa Mesa, California. A slice of paradise. Having a good time, and we declare to be yourself. Everyone else is already taken. Abundantly stoked to be here. I'm David Worthington. That's the big dog, David Wells. Thank you to Alfie Sanchez, the founder, the foundation, we like to call him. He has been busier than a hippie in an incense store, juggling chainsaws all week long. They bat down the hatches here last night. We had a good dinner over at the Arc Restaurant, one of our primary sponsors. Epicurean Delights available at Arc Restaurant, food and libations. Big shout out to Worthy Brewing Company for kind of connecting the dots between Southern California and Bend, Oregon, the Pacific Northwest. The Worthington family has roots, connections in Oregon. We were raised in Corvallis, Oregon, then down in Texas. Shout out to Lucas Bourgogne with Austin Outlaws. He won last night at the Chicago Grit, Lucas Bourgogne. And we also were born in Chico, California, so we have a beautiful triangle that we can support our friends in Texas, California, and Oregon. So growing up, our parents moved a lot. But that's okay. We always found them. And remember to visit Worthy Brewing Company in Bend, Oregon. 2 locations, one right on the Deschutes River. Speaking of Deschutes, we've got these riders shooting off the front right now with 3 laps to go. David Wells, 3 to go.
3 to go, and 5 riders, Dave, have found some real estate between themselves and the peloton. This appears to be the move of the race. This is the time that decisions have got to be made. Dave, you cannot let those 7 riders there, I think it was, for sure 5, maybe 6 I'm seeing now. They've got about a 10-second gap with 3 to go. That is a dangerous move. And you have definitely got to stay attentive here in these closing laps. Short race, fairly short race. Very dangerous move. With 3 to go, 6 riders with real estate. Speaking of real estate, our friend Kathy Sanchez from EXP Realty, taking care of all real estate needs here in Southern California, and proud supporter here of the Costa Mesa Grand Prix and 5K run walk, which in the 5K earlier that we had this morning, around 6:30 riders were starting to take to the runners were taking to the course, where all proceeds went to Working Dogs for Warriors. That's right, proceeds supporting that. They've got some dogs over there that you can go and spend some time with. Thank you, Working Dogs for Warriors, over here supporting the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. We're so proud of your efforts and all that you're doing to help our veterans. What a beautiful occasion that is, the Working Dogs for Warriors efforts. And when you're trying to put it all together, Better Bolts, the only way to do it. Better Bolts located over in Expo Row with their hardware on display. Here we are. There they are. 5 riders. 1, 2, 5 riders. One of the riders has been popped from that group. So now look at the cooperation right now with 2 laps to go. 5 riders in the paint, boxing out. Grab the rebound. Your 2 go fast riders are in this selection. Team tactics are on full display now with only 2 laps to go. And go fast. Oh, my goodness. Look at that. Mendoza, the sprinter, finds himself at the front of the peloton, nullifying their efforts. This is Advantage Go Fast Cycling. Rudy Muriera and Alex Rodriguez, 2 of those riders that are in great position in that breakaway, because Mendoza finds himself back with the peloton. We saw rider David Weinstein having an amazing effort at the Manhattan Beach Grand Prix last weekend, picking up 2nd place. He finds himself in that group of 5 and looking really, really strong. Weinstein, a very capable racer. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You're in good shape there, right? You didn't have to worry.
What's that?
You didn't have to worry too much, right?
Let's see if we can get some cooperation to the celebration at the podium. Majestic Cycling, if you can get that effort put together. The 55 and 60 riders are ready to go through podium celebrations. Alfie, Oscar, if you're working that cooperation, the riders are ready to get that done.
You have had a really good track record.
Yeah.
One time I went
Ringing the bell.
I actually remember
Say that again.
Where did they get the Prix for the 55-60 race?
I've got him here, but the lady that was doing the race in the burritos, she took a picture and took him over there.
Just had a brief word with Alan Flores, your winner today in the 60 plus. Good to see Al Flores from Newport Beach coming off a crash earlier with 1 lap to go. Back out on action with 1 lap to go. 1 to go with 1 lap to go. 2 Go Fast riders out of a half a six-pack. It looks like we've got 6 in there, and they are rolling, well organized with 1 lap to go. Give me a bell, David Weld. 1 to go. 1 to go. You're number 1. You are number 1 to go. 1 lap remaining. The eye in the sky don't lie, ladies and gentlemen. 8 cameras out on course, capturing the action, every tight squeeze, every flippant piece of attitude, captured by LACrits.com.
I could have swore I thought I saw a number 1 out there pinned up. My goodness, was that a number 1 or was that a man?
We saw from Patrick Bose, it's an endearing, complimentary hello, aloha, how you doing in Costa Mesa, California. We're having a good time, man. It is heating up out there. We've seen breakaways surviving so far, at least half of the races thus far.
Yeah.
Breakaways doing the dance.
Well, I think this is the time to talk about, in cycle and go fast riding, Dave. Pat Carroll coaching up his team. They've got 2 teammates in that breakaway, along with their sprinter at the front of the peloton of the chase group. So, I mean, as far as team tactics go in this 30-plus 3-4, they've got it dialed in. Pat Carroll and the Go Fast Riders on point.
Well, they ride together. They train together. They do simulated races, I believe, in Chino, all points in between, around about a 1 mile course here today. And also that's kind of their simulated race approach. It's good to have 1 miles, 4 corners. There's a headwind between turns 1 and 2 next to the OC Mix and Arc Restaurant. Slight tailwind between 3 and 4. And on 4, it is an honest 200-meter blast as they set up right now. A beautiful, gorgeous day here in Costa Mesa, California, located about 35 miles south of Los Angeles, about 90 miles north of San Diego.
First time standing on the pavement here in Costa Mesa. I got to tell you, the racers have got a great race course. And here they come, battling down the boulevard. The swords are out, and it's go fast cycling. Look at this sensational sprint. He's going to come up a little bit. Oh, it's right at the line.
Too close to call. A bike throw by Patrick English. Goodness gracious, that's going to film.
Richard is going to have his work cut out. Here we are. This is Enrique Gutierrez. Gutierrez, who had picked up 2 of those Primes. Gutierrez finds himself going across for winning the field sprint with Mendoza. Teammates to the potential winner. Mendoza second out of that field sprint.
Yeah, my gosh. We're going to have to suss it out. Definitely English with a battle. Definitely 7-9. I know.
So it could have been Rodriguez.
Right.
It wasn't Mendoza.
Must be Rodriguez.
So Rodriguez and
Patrick. Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our attention to the podium right now. This is your 60-plus podium. In 3rd place, the big man, Craig Miller. And in 2nd was Alan Flores. And on top of the box is Christopher Hot Rod Hahn. Now for our 55-plus podium. '55 podium. And a 55, and a 55, and a 56. And a 56, and a 57. And a 58, and a 58, and a 60.
And of course, Chris Hahn on that top step. Well earned, my man. Formerly on Labor Power. There's your top 3 today. A gorgeous, highly decorated top 3 right there. Smiles out. Remember, Chris Hahn is the Swiss Army knife of bike racing. He can win on a break. He can win on a hill, and he can come out of a bunch sprint. Job well done. Craig Miller in 3rd. Alan Flores 2nd. And Christopher Genghis Hahn taking the top step.
Looking for Carol Rogers and Carleton. Charlton.
Oh my goodness, so next on the schedule, this is going to be hotly contested, loaded with all-stars, 35 plus, racing for 45 minutes.
Looks like Ronnie Toth, one of those riders, 10 plus career wins dating all the way back to 2013. Back when Ronnie had a win at Valley of Fire in Overton, Nevada. He's a CBR winner. He's a multi-time Ontario winner. He's a San Luis Obispo road race winner. He's won the Spy Red Trolley Classic Criterium. And Ronnie, he's marching on with some solid performances here too in 2024 at Rosanna Ranch, bringing home a second in the 35 plus. Great job, Ronnie. And he was 5th at the LA Circuit race.
Yeah, Ronnie had a really good ride at Chuck Pontius in the Men Pro 1-2, battling with none other than Corey Lockwood. Carry water, chop wood. Lockwood will be racing today at the Pro Men 1-2. Watch out for Corey Lockwood. He put on a show at Pontius, but Ronnie Toth right in the mix. Well acclimated to the heat, living in Palm Springs.
So, Pat, we need Pat Carroll at the podium pronto because we got to get our Mr. Charlton at the podium before he takes off in this next race. So, Charlton and Caro. Pat Caro. Oh, there they are. Let's get them up there.
Oh, I didn't know.
All right, Pat Caro's on his way in that flashy jacaranda purple kit. The jacarandas are blooming, and the magnolias are the sizes of basketballs right now here in Southern California. No Texas bluebonnets to be seen, but it is a beautiful part of the season. It's around about 78 degrees. Eat your heart out. It is so good to be part of the paradise, a slice of paradise here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. And our field to the line. Good to see the illustrated man, Philip Tinsman, showing solidarity. I know you can fly all kinds of airlines today. There's a lot of options and choices. Thank you for choosing to fly Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Let's see if we can squeeze in our podium. Our top 3 in the 55 plus, Patrick Carroll taking 3rd step today. And 2nd place, Kenneth Rogers, the gambler, riding for Davis Finney Foundation. And our winner today doing the Charlton Hustle. Everybody give it up. Michael Charlton out of Long Beach, California. Congratulations to our top 3, 55 plus.
Racers, 35, 45 plus, 45 minutes. Lap cards will show us 7 to go. Pre-laps and at 5 to go. David Worthington, countdown.
Charlton out of Huntington Beach, come to the line. There he is. Job well done, my friend. On a half-lap flyer in homage to the Tour de France, which closes out today, not in Paris, but in Nice. We're going to do a bilingual top 3 countdown. Timer's ready. I think the riders are ready as well. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, c'est parti! Underway in the USA. Welcome everybody to the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Who's got that certain je ne sais quoi to get the job done? Who's got the hops? Worthy Brewing Company's got the hops. So these guys, star-studded field by all accounts, a highly competitive field, a 45-minute scheduled race.
How about this, Dave? Charlton just on the podium, winning that 55-plus category, pinned up and ready to go right here in the 35-45-plus. So from podium to pavement, here he is. I had him with 11 wins coming in today. Chalk that. 12 wins now. 12 wins on the resume at Folsom. He's a multi-time Red Kite winner. In 2024, he also won the Chico Downtown Criterium. He's got 17 top 10s here in 2024. This guy is on fire. Also in this, Matt Easter. Matt Easter was second here at Costa Mesa earlier this summer. Matt Easter, formerly of the squad race team. Multi-time winner at the Majestic Cycling Criteriums. He had a big day, too, at 2017 at Murrieta when he won the crit there on day number 1 of that 2-day Omnium. And how about Mike Heese? Mike Heese, this rider won the Keith Berger Criterium, which is in Hartford, Connecticut. So for all my Expo wheelmen and Connecticut Cycling Advancement Program folks that are watching the LA Crits live from the East Coast, we got Mike Heese here with us today in downtown, beautiful Costa Mesa, California, coming to us from the New England area, where Mike, he actually won the Beverly Grand Prix in Beverly, Massachusetts. Strong second place at the Lime Rock Raceway. And he was also a proud finisher of the Tour of Battenkill in upstate New York. Mike Heese, strong rider.
And we got Scott Redding cycling team. Now, if that's not Marcus Ochoa, there's Marcus Ochoa, who's wheel number 4 and 5. The Scott Redding cycling team queued up a perfect early move, and it's a bit of pretzel logic, but an attack actually can open the mind and body, an early attack. And it's definitely, like I said, pretzel logic, but at some point the math doesn't work out. Too many attacks, and if you don't have the watts to back it up, those repetitive cumulative effects will definitely dissolve the sugar in your legs. But this is a very good move from the Scott Redding cycling team using their numbers.
Dave, that's cool to mention them, too, because you got Charles Hogan, a former Evoque rider who's racing on the Scott Redding mounted bikes, and he and Marco Aroca. Now, those are two names that are very familiar with each other. Both of them, they were on the 2023 California Team Time Trial Championship together, talking about Charles Hogan and Mike Aroca, the rider that was just off the front there from Scott Redding. So these two riders now teamed up on the same squad and looking really Aroca, he's a 9-time winner. He won this year at Rosanna Ranch. He also won at CBR, and he got a third place, a bronze medal in the California State Championships at the road race here this year. So Aroca and Hogan on the Scott Redding cycling team.
Yeah, Marcos, proud coach as well. He's coached up that young lad, Diego Rangel, who's going to be racing the Cat 3s. He is a state champion, crowned 7 days ago at the Manhattan Beach Grand Prix. So Marcos Arocha is the coach of Diego Rangel, who will be racing here today. He always puts on a show in that splashy pink and white kit. Scott Redding cycling team. Scott Redding out of London, the Flying Brit, who's accustomed to going very fast on a motorcycle. I'm saying he goes about 200 miles an hour in super moto. Dave Wells, help me out. There's so many categories.
Sure.
It's supercross, motocross.
Sure. Yeah. Motorcycle, the discipline he races in is World Superbike. It's kind of a feeder program to MotoGP, if you will. So very, very noble category. Here we go. We're going to ring the bell for a Merchandise Preem.
Merchandise Preem on the line right now. Merchandise Preem. But if you're going Superbike and you're going close to $2 bills, and it's going to get right, and you're going to have some big round huevos, just like you have is required here as well, ladies and gentlemen. The speed is all relative when you're wearing pajamas coming through corners and building speeds upwards to 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, and Scott serves the pleasure of wearing a lot of protective gear when he's on his World Superbike Motorad BMW. but I got to tell you, he's in peril. We actually even heard him talking. I think he was chatting it up with Rasan Bahati at one time where they were talking about, the differences and how he processes data, so to speak. And, when you're going 200 miles an hour, there's a lot of different things happening. But Scott was going on to say basically that even in the bicycle race, there's even so much more to process because the danger factor is sometimes even a little higher in bicycle racing because you don't have the protective gear. And you also have so many different lines to take on a race course when you're racing a bicycle. Motorcycle racing, when you're outside of the racing line, it's not all that common. But as you know, Dave, in the bicycle racing community, man, you just never know when you can be 4, 5, 10 wide in a particular corner. And so it's kind of fun to listen to Scott talk about how he processes that information.
He's a legend. Talking about Scott Redding, who's loved the sport of cycling so much. He started a composite team, brought that team. They traveled to the Redlands Cycling Classic, and he is absolutely, there's a lot of riders in NASCAR and in Moto and Superbike. They all seem to have two-wheel training as cross-training. Scott Redding has fallen over the sport and has invested sweat equity and time and money to starting his own team. And he's definitely painted the pelotons here in Southern California. So if you're listening from across the sea, Scott Redding, good on you.
No doubt, Scott will be tuned into LACritsLive.com. Here comes for the merchandise screen. Look at Ronnie Toth. Ronnie Toth putting the beat down, taking the merchandise preem.
And there's Marcos Ochoa taking second on that preem. Scott Redding coming forward. That's Ronnie Toth in that splashy sunflower kit.
Was that a one in front?
Also good to see Eric Bierman in the house. Eric Bierman come out and support his race along with Eric Squires. The two Erics putting on a brilliant race called the Hardman Classic, a gravel race out of Anaheim, November 17th. Everybody mark your calendar. November 17th. Hardman Classic comes back to Anaheim.
Great to have an Eric Bierman sighting here in beautiful Orange County. No doubt he rode here to the race course. Good to see him on his bike smiling. I know he's had a little bit of a backache for a little while. Good to see he's starting to make some recovery from that. I'm sure he's anxious to get back out here and be racing with his fellow competitors. Eric Bierman, a multi-time winner in his own right, stage winner at the final San Dimas stage race when he won the TT going up the hill in the Masters category. I managed to squeak in there that final year of it, and I think Eric beat me by 7 days and 28 minutes on that TT.
Yeah, you talk about a beast, Eric Bierman. He's an all-arounder. He can race. He can win a crit, road race, and gravel. He's a prior winner of the Hardman Classic. And guess who won last year? Scott Redding took the Hardman Classic on the gravel. So pretty cool. We're connecting dots here from the Hardman Classic to the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. And don't forget Downtown Bend Criterium, August 10th. That is going to be bonkers up in Bend, Oregon. Presented by Worthy Brewing Company.
Looks like Scott McClave. Scott McClave, who's out here doing some racing today. He is a former Eldo race winner out of Long Beach there. Good to see Scott representing. And then also, here we go, there's Go Fast. And it looks like Scott Redding. 2 men in the break. Trying to make a break anyway. 2 men with real estate.
A giant pull right here. And Marcus Ochoa drilling it at the front. And this is a desperate moment, but the chase is on. I see an angry, hungry, frothy peloton. Now starting to go hot. It's a little sideways, though. Shoulders up. That is to the advantage of the survival of the break. If they can coalesce, you've got 2 riders alone and then 2 in no man's land.
That rider from Scott Redding, Dave, that you've been talking about, Oroka, the 9-time winner, the 2023 California State Team Time Trial Champion. He's also a winner at Rosanna Ranch and CBR. He's on form. This guy looks super fit. Definitely the more influential rider of that two-man cohesive cooperation there at the moment. Here we go. That brake's been brought back, and it's all points forward. Here comes the man, the sensation, Ronnie Toth. Ronnie Toth has now got the entire peloton in the box. Watching Ronnie pedal away, that is a dangerous move with Ronnie's fitness right now.
Big move right here. Well timed by Ronnie Toth in that splashy sunflower kit. He has got a strong move. Can he go Han Solo? And man, and the guy that we haven't called out much is Tinsman. He's coming off that second place at Manhattan Beach Grand Prix. Mark Tucker coming in third at the Grand Prix, and Aker coming in fourth in a 4-up sprint. We also saw Randall Coxworth win solo at Manhattan Beach last week. These riders getting ready for nationals. Tinsman kind of biding his time, but this is a very much a brazen, spirited attack by Ronnie Toth.
Dave, I'll just connect a couple dots here. You'll remember seeing Ronnie go by in TT form and on his TT bike, and we were talking about Eric Bierman about just a couple seconds ago. Remember Eric Bierman's Crit Cross event out there at Riverside at Adams Motorsports Park, where Ronnie actually competed on his TT bike in the Crit Cross event. So I'd say Ronnie's getting his money's worth out of this TT bike.
Ronnie he's a bit of a poet as well. He's an all-around cool dude. He talks about they're on it like a Shakespeare sonnet, right? Shakespeare, Willie the Shake, he also quoted to say, "Be yourself, because everybody else is already taken." Willie the Shake quotation here at Costa Mesa, California. Shake and bake.
Charlton also coming into this race really in good form after having just won that Masters category race. He finds himself in the peloton right now, trying to make some deals, perhaps with the Scott Redding race team at this moment. He definitely proved to have the fitness that it takes to win a race. Counting down. We're going to start ringing the bell for some merchandise premium for this rider off the front. Ronnie, you know him, Toth. Look at this guy. Put your hands together for this effort.
Merchandise premium, Ronnie, go get it. Here comes the chase right now, somewhat hungry, but he's got a full 3/4 stretch. Right about 20 seconds, here comes the chase. Merchandise premium. Merchandise premium up for grabs.
Two names to recognize there, Dave. You got Charlton at the front and Weinstein at the back. Now, Weinstein is in his third race of the day. This guy's a newer racer. We just saw him. Well, I saw him for the first time at Manhattan Beach Grand Prix last week where he got second. And Weinstein now hanging on to the back, holding on like the final belt loop in my belt.
Yeah, my goodness gracious. It is taut out there over here. And guess what? David Weinstein got third in that last race. Just got the results in a photo finish. We weren't sure. I kind of thought that checkered demon in the black and white might have got it right at the line. He did indeed. Patrick English just nipping out Alex Rodriguez. A-Rod coming up second, riding for Go Fast. Once again, rounding out top three in the 30+ 3-4, Weinstein, Rodriguez, and your winner today, Patrick English.
So I guess that kind of ups his stats because coming into today, Weinstein had 8 top 10s. And as I mentioned, he was second at Manhattan Beach. He won at the New Glarus Road Race, which is in New Glarus, Wisconsin. So all my fellow cheeseheads that are out there, hello for your man, Weinstein. This guy's on the gas. He also won the EnduraFest Criterium in Plymouth, Wisconsin. So way to go, way to represent the Cheese State. And man, my goodness, putting a clock on Ronnie, he had a nice 20-second gap for sure. See if we can put a clock on him. Ringing the bell for a merchandise preem.
Merchandise preem, Ronnie Toth making ribbons of the asphalt. He is on a bust out. He's still holding that three-quarter lap or three-quarter section between Sunflower and Cadillac and Scenic. He is absolutely going for it. Merchandise preem. Ronnie taking turn number 1 and our peloton right at start finish.
Another rider looking good and fresh out there, Dustin Benedict. Dustin riding in the black kit. He was a Laverne Grand Prix winner, Dave, back when we were announcing back there in 2021. He won the 50-plus that day. Dustin looking healthy and looking fast. He's had a 6th place at one of Alfie's Majestic Crits back in 2022. He was 8th at CBR. Very impressive riding by Dustin Benedict.
I heart Costa Mesa. She never disappoints. How cool. The race and the podium banners looking very splashy, festooned with Majestic Cycling and Worthy Brewing Company. Like I said, mark your calendars. At Downtown Bend Criterium returns August 10th. Headquarters at Worthy Brewing. And thank you to all our kind sponsors today. Talking about Audi Fletcher Jones, eXp Realty, Fitter for Fitness, and EGA Consultants. We're also proud to partner with Save Our Youth Team, a NPO charity empowering the youth of Newport Mesa since 1993. Since 1990, I am a resident and business owner in Costa Mesa, and I can attest, Costa Mesa has become a haven of coolness for entrepreneurs, retail, restaurants. Ronnie Toth picking up the merch. And here comes the chase. Orange County also presents the OC Mix at turn number 1 and 2. Juice bars, coffee bars, oyster bars, vintage wares, libations all on offer. Welcome to the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, presented by Majestic Cycling and by Worthy Brewing Company.
Big shout out to our friends that are here in Expo Row, Freedom Coast, Better Bolts, Sand Sports Brothers, proud organizers, promoter of the Sand Sports Show over at the Costa Mesa grounds. These guys are absolutely doing it out here, joining us for the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, cross-pollinating, if you will, from the desert to the pavement and everywhere in between. Sand Sports Brothers. Got to make sure you get out there to the Sand Sports Show. I believe that happens in August or September. We need to have one of the representatives come over and tell us a little bit about that show coming up, because it's definitely a must-see. I've been there a couple years in a row, and it's just crazy how cool that show has evolved and turned into a massive deal at the Costa Mesa Fairgrounds.
And the fairground going off right now, absolutely lit like this crit. Just opened yesterday, the OC Fair. They get millions of visitors coming to beautiful Costa Mesa, located right across from City Hall. Later today, we're going to have some of the dignitaries from the City Council of Costa Mesa. A lot of positive vibes here.
Dave, I got to tell you, I'm not really a OC guy, and I'm definitely haven't had a lot of experience to Costa Mesa other than going to the fair for a couple shows. But just my short time here this time, mark the calendar, I'm coming back. I absolutely love it here in Costa Mesa. What a quaint little town. It's got the big city offerings, but the small town feel. I just love everything that's going on here at Costa Mesa.
Established in 1953, population 112. 2 words, my friend, lima beans. We had lima beans. Here comes Philip Tinsman now. He's going to start to rock and shake. That is actually Easter. Oh, my, Matt, the Beast Easter. Now he's stamping his authority on this race in aid and abet of Mr. Philip Tinsman. That's a good move, and the timing is just about right. Like I said, these are all lima bean fields until Mr. Segerstrom said, we're going to build the mall. We're going to build a performing arts center. And boy, did they come indeed. They thought he was a maniac for trying to plant a mall in the middle of a bunch of lima beans. And goodness gracious, what a change. And now it is really a hotbed for the arts, for the Epicurean delights, entrepreneurs. It doubled in population. It went from 30,000 to 70,000, currently 112,000. Perfectly positioned, too, where it's accessed by the 405, the 55, the 105, do I hear the 110, 210, et cetera, et cetera. It's right here. And the coast is as short as 1 mile from here, 1 to 5 miles over the distance of Costa Mesa, so we do get that breeze. Welcome to the coastal Mesa, the city on the Mesa near the coast, Costa Mesa.
Makes sense. Thanks for spelling it out for me. I love it here, and we love that you're here with us for the race. And Easter, man, Easter was definitely dialed in, had the radar locked on Ronnie. And it looked like Ronnie was starting to kind of pedal some squares there, if you will. Not quite that same fluid pedaling stroke that he had earlier on. So things are starting to kind of wear down, if you will. But Easter, amazing career that he's had. This guy's had a very decorated racing career with lots of wins, racing on some great race teams with great teammates, making some major contributions. So good to see him being active and responsive to Ronnie's breakaway. Definitely brought the time gap down. Ronnie had built up to a 20-second time gap, but that thing has definitely been chiseled down. And ladies and gentlemen, we are all back together. So Easter, with the cooperation of the Scott Redding team and all, they have brought Ronnie back together. But it's Operation Critical. This is a critical moment in the race. Look for a counterattack right now. There's a Roca on the Scott team on the back of the group right now who took off on that earlier flyer. Would not be surprised if we didn't see a Charles Hogan counterattack here, making his effort to go off of the front. And Weinstein, who picked up that win just a few short minutes ago, 3rd race of the day, still hanging on tough at the back of that pack. Racing really strong and racing really hard. Superb effort out of that rider in his 3rd contention for the day.
Well, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. This is where the wick gets sticky. Not quite on lap cards, but it is forthcoming. And thank you so much. Yeah, it looks like it might be 7 to go when they come through. I'll get confirmation from the officials on that. A majestic day presented by Majestic Cycling and Worthy Brewing Company. It is a spectacular day. Thank you so much for supporting the return of the Costa Mesa Grand Prix.
Yeah, this is your 2nd effort back here at Costa Mesa. I was able to tune in, Dave, on lacrits.com live. At the earlier race when Bart Clifford had the medal for his daughter Elizabeth. You guys had a beautiful occasion here to kick off the Costa Mesa Grand Prix return, and it was a lot of fun to watch that from Atlanta, Georgia. Beautiful job by the entire race community of putting that on, and a continuation of that here today in Costa Mesa. Great job, Majestic Cycling, Alfie Sanchez, with Worthy Brew, from Bend, Oregon, along with Audi, Fletcher Jones, and Costa Mesa.
Certainly, Costa Mesa never disappoints. It's my hometown. You know, some guys come home from work and they sit on the couch. Other guys come home and they wash up and they go racing in the streets. Tonight, the summer is right. Racing in the streets of Costa Mesa, California. We're not giving up living. We are living life to the fullest here in Costa Mesa. Two riders now blasting off the front.
You're not going to believe it, Dave. That's Weinstein. Weinstein is one of those riders that just says, I have not had enough. And he's got his partner, Scott McClave. Scott McClave and Weinstein have gone bonkers on this peloton.
With 6 laps to go, with 6 laps remaining in this bike race, a moment of indecision in the chase. Ronnie Toth is going to try to check out. You talk about the cumulative effects of attacks and counterattacks. Ronnie Toth is emptying the chambers, trying to get across. Desperate moments here at the Grand Prix.
Talk about being in the zone, Dave. You know, when you know your fitness is when you're just in that spot where you just don't want to quit pedaling. And Weinstein, he's the guy that's doing that right now. 2 weekends in a row. Man, the guy is just absolutely crazy. I think the Energizer Bunny right now is blushing. This guy's got more gas in the tank than Chevron over at LAX. He's really doing it. And his rider that he's partnered up here with in this breakaway, Scott McClave, he had 2 wins in the 2021 season. He's an Eldo race winner, CBR race winner. Scott McClave, a definite formidable breakaway partner.
Wow, yeah, what a well-timed. I would say it's a measured effort because they came out, they essentially were kind of hiding, these 2 riders. McClave said, boom, on the back stretch. And then Ronnie now trying to get across. You can see on the pictures these 2 riders trying to get organized. And we are definitely pumped. We are fueled by high-octane good times.
How about Jess Art? Jessica Garner. You can find her on the Instagram. Jess Art's doing some really cool paintings. She's here with us today. Had a great race. I think Jessica either won or got second in her race today. Check out McClave and Weinstein. Put your hands together for this guy. Rider in the black kit on the front. 3rd race of the day. Weinstein doing it.
Wow, Weinstein and McClave putting their stamp on this bicycle race with 5 laps to go. If you're just joining us on LACrits.com, 5 to go in the 35 plus.
Marco's trying to do it. Charles Hogan's also monitoring Marco's move. So Aroka, he's trying to get some cooperation to go after those first two riders, Dave, that little chase group. But, man, I don't know. It's kind of late in the race to be making an effort like that now. This could be the race of Weinstein's career at this moment.
Weinstein off and underway. Reminds me of an expression by Albert Einstein. The difference between genius and stupidity. Genius has its limits. These guys are pushing the limits today. Weinstein and McClave. Wow, from left field downtown. Bill Walton said the bicycle is his church. Rest in peace, Bill Walton. It's about science. It's about technology. It's the most valuable thing in his life. Bill Walton, much love to you. Throw it down, big man.
This has been a very animated race, probably the most animated race we've seen of the day. There was really good cooperation, if you will, in that 55-60 category. We had a very designed breakaway that held and stuck. But today's race here, this 35-3-4, you've had a couple of solo efforts from Aroka and a teammate earlier in a breakaway. Then that was brought back. Ronnie Toth goes off solo. Now you've got 2 more riders away, new riders at the front. So very, very animated, very possessive of the win here at the Costa Mesa. These riders want to win here in the beautiful town of Costa Mesa.
And here they go, making turn number 4. These two riders well organized. Look at the symmetry. You can't even see rider number 2 head off because they are so tucked in that streamline right now. With 4 laps to go, Quattro in Costa Mesa, and they're holding that. If anything, they are increasing that time advantage.
Gone. Tower has cleared them for landing, Dave. They are already halfway.
Wow, we'll see, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I don't know.
Gone.
Well, do you pick the pack if it's 50, if it's over under 50-50? Do you pick the break or do you pick the pack with 4 laps to go? 4 to go. Put your crit coin down, everybody. Who are you going to go for? My crit coin goes for the break as well. But just to be adversarial, I don't know. That break looks pretty strong. I'm sorry. The chase is on. I see some anger, and I see Scott Reddy Cycling Team at the front.
Yeah, listen, it's Weinstein's race now. He and Scott McClave, they are working in full cooperation. They want to win here, and they have put the peloton in the box. It's all on notice. This peloton is racing for 3rd place as far as I'm concerned. This race is over unless there's some type of a mechanical or some unfortunate incident on course. But these two riders have absolutely done it in full cooperation with each other.
We shall see. The suspense is terrible. I hope it should last, to quote Willy Wonka.
You got to be asking yourself, if you watch this 3rd race of the day for David, is he going to have enough left in the tank to out-sprint McClave, a very crafty racer? One would say, logic would say, Weinstein has just got to be running out of juice. The battery's got to be low. But, man, the guy is on an endorphin high. He is racing sensationally here at Costa Mesa today.
Yeah, you know what they say about the journey. It is the juice. The path is littered with spare parts, with broken hearts, but it leads to creating heroes and champions with perseverance and perspiration and all the P's and passion. With 3 to go, I'm losing my mind with 2 riders. Here we go, Costa Mesa. Let's give them a round of applause with 3 laps to go. Can McClave and Weinstein hold off the Badgers?
Just for clarity, Weinstein on the black, McClave in the white-purple kit. Those two still full cooperation, but they are Gandhi. And the chase, here comes your chase. Scott Redding, this was like Charles Hogan and Aroka trying to just string it out, set themselves up for an opportunity for a field sprint for 3rd. That final step on the podium remains available.
That's right, with 3 laps remaining. And let me look at the eye in the sky. That could be, calculating a roughly 30 to 40 second time gap. We'll try to get a better control point on that as we are at start finish right now. I think I'm going to be pulled to the box for the category 2-3 race. I'm going to come back and forth, and so is David Wells. With this new technology, it certainly is a huge dilemma as to where we're going to be. I want to say Eric Bierman is in the house. Hey, Eric, say hello real quick to our audience.
Hey, everybody. That's my boy, Scott McClave in the break, one of the original racers of Crit Cross. Watch out for this old timer. He is flying.
Okay, so McClave is part of Crit Cross. That's good information. Where's McClave out of? You trained with him at Wednesday Worlds, I presume. He's got a pretty good finish.
He doesn't necessarily have a good finish, but he is a tractor, and he is very unassuming, and he can push that power. And I told him back here at turn 1 just now, start turning that screw on Weinstein. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, Bierman, get back to the action and give your man some splits. That's Eric Bierman, ladies and gentlemen, with Cyclocross. Wells and I had the opportunity to announce that, and also the Hardman Classic. Bierman is busy right now. He's going to go give McClave the intel on how to beat Weinstein in a 2-up sprint, the tractor versus the trailer.
Man, I don't know. When you've got Eric Bierman in your corner, look at that. Bierman barking out orders from McClave. McClave taking the orders from Eric Bierman. McClave is on a mission.
With 2 laps to go, that's McClave in wheel number 2 as he is lashed on to David Weinstein like a barnacle on a boat.
Man, how would you like to have that when Eric Bierman saying he may not be the best finisher, but he's a tractor. Maybe this is the day for McClave to prove him wrong.
Speaking of Eric Bierman, go get you some at grocery outlets. They are now selling Worthy Beer Man. So here we go with 2 to go. Chase is on. If you miss those 2, you might be at the wrong place at the wrong time because you've got to be in that move we think now if you want to sign on the line, which is dotted.
So back to McClave, 2 wins in the 2021 season when he won the Eldo race, and then he also won round 4 of CBR. That was when he was in the Cat 4 category. And then as we mentioned, Weinstein, 8 top 10 so far coming into today, and then powering up with a 3rd place finish in that Masters category just earlier, and he was 2nd in the 30-plus category at Manhattan Beach just a week ago. His 2 wins come to us from Wisconsin, so he's a relatively unknown rider here in the Southern California scene, but he has definitely made his presence felt. Right now, Weinstein and McClave are absolutely grinding it out.
Yes, indeed. These 2 riders taking turns. Very simpatico. We talk about a marriage. It's 50-50 in the house until at some point there is something called an annulment. All bets are off, honey dear. This is the end of the relationship as they come blasting through these corners, carving out all the corners like a holiday turkey, bursting through, ripping through, crushing the pedals here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix.
Oh, look at this, Dave. The speeds have picked up. No reason at all for McClave to be putting it down like that. But he is the tractor.
With 1 lap to go. With 1 lap to go. With 1 lap to go. McClave, Weinstein taking turns. Goodness gracious. Who's it gonna be?
Right on cue, too. When Bierman was talking about wind up the tractor, you could see McClave dialing it up, and you could see the pain really setting in on Weinstein's face. Bierman calling it right there.
No doubt about it. At this point, it's definitely over. These young people here at 35 plus, they missed the boat. The win is up the road with 1 lap to go. With 1 lap to go. With 1 lap to go. 1 to go. 35 plus, hotly contested, rocking the apple cart. Weinstein and McClave. Who knew? Eric Bierman knew.
He did.
The tractor is rolling.
Bierman was exciting, too. A lot of these OC guys here that know McClave a little better than we do, Dave, they're pumped, man. You can see them lined up here on the – they want to see their rider. They want to see him pull off glory here today.
Now, they say home cooking is finger looking good. By the way, Arc Restaurant has the best Epicurean delights at the OC Mix. Go get you some at the end of the day. I'll be at the Arc Restaurant. Had a good dinner there with iSpeed Felt. Giovanni Romero is in the house. He won yesterday. We'll see Giovanni Romero and the iSpeed team later on, and we'll definitely see you all at the Arc Restaurant.
So Scott McClave right now tenderizing the meat on Weinstein. Coming in from the moto right now, just saying these guys are strung out and the games are being played. Gamesmanship is on full display on this final lap coming in from moto. And it's Weinstein just barely hanging on to McClave right now. The swords are out. There's a complete fight on the backstretch. Metal flying, if you will. Coming around any second here in the final corner is going to be McClave pulling out Weinstein, trying to really just drag him to the line. There it is. McClave is at the front, Weinstein in tow. This is McClave's moment here in the hometown.
Absolutely, David. Wales, iron sharpens iron. Our 2 riders. There we go. It's David Weinstein taking the win. Scott McClave, 2nd place today here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix.
Correction, McClave, the hometown man, takes the win. The tractor, the guy that Bierman said he doesn't have a good finish, completely proven wrong here today by McClave. Here's your field sprint.
All right, Worthington with egg on face. Here we go. Looks like Scott Redding Cycling Team. Marcos. Oh, he grabs it. Scott Redding Cycling Team taking third. Correction and retractions. Oh, I love it.
Schonefeld picking up the field sprint there. Scott Redding. Wow, what a sensational finish by McClave. Absolutely, as Bierman said, he was a tractor, and he had Weinstein and the box the entire final lap, according to Moto, just pulling his teeth out one by one with no antiseptic, just taking him to the dentist. Yeah, man, those are some serious bite marks. Great job, McClave and the hometown for supporting their rider. Congratulations, and a great ride by Weinstein, too.
Wow, pick up on aisle 9 here. As we catch our breath, next on the menu, category 2-3s, riding for 50 minutes.
Course is open. Course is open for a sighting lap.
Hey, man, thank you, Hogan, for taking care of the course. Appreciate your service and show of solidarity.
Got some big names coming up here in this 2-3. Oscar Aguilera, Michael Tran. How about Jax Weber, Tristan Tukey, Fabricio Curtis from Go Fast Cycling, Prince Patel making his return here from Sirius Cycling, Jacob Sandberg, Kyle Kilmartin, Sam Curley, Kevin Maines. Saw Josh Catani from Team Endure Racing. He was 8th here at Costa Mesa earlier this year. Josh is a 3-time Eldorado winner.
You are watching live streaming on lacrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars. Every tight quarter, tight squeeze, every blazing, furious, and fast tight finish, all captured in Technicolor by the LA Crit cams. Setting the standard, plowing ahead, ramping up the intensity. So stick around. We have bicycle racing all day long.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, right now we are in a holding pattern between just wrapping up the 35 plus, a tremendous race with two riders, Weinstein taking the win, McClave second. Those two riders showing panache and togetherness and organization to hold off the field. As we gather ourselves, switching over to the box. It is always a dilemma on where to broadcast between the box and the street. We're going to probably go back to the street, toggle back and forth. I'm David Worthington, joined by David Wells. The man flew in from Atlanta, Georgia. So good to be with you all here today in my hometown, Costa Mesa. It never disappoints. We are bathed in sunshine, around about 78 degrees, blue skies, and the birds are definitely chirping here in Costa Mesa. So hello, friends. The purple jacarandas, the magnolias, the azaleas, all in full bloom today. It is indeed a summertime thing here in Costa Mesa, California. And we are having a virtual block party here in the heart of Orange County. Costa Mesa is about 35 miles located south of Los Angeles and around about 90 miles north of San Diego. And I want to say we are proud to be sponsored by Worthy Brewing Company here today, and of course by Majestic Cycling. Worthy Brewing Company producing award-winning craft beers since 2012. Worthy Brews they have a full portfolio on offer of craft beers, and Worthy Brewing Company operates two full-time pubs, the original location on the east side of Bend, and downtown taps and tacos overlooking the Deschutes River. Doesn't get any better than Bend, Oregon. Come up and visit. Be a good steward of the land when you do visit. Don't stay too long when you come up to Bend. I tease, but that race is going to be bonkers. I'm talking about August 10th. The downtown Bend Criterium returns full tilt, full gas to Bend, Oregon, the great Pacific Northwest. And at Worthy, all hops are Oregon grown. The question will be here at Costa Mesa and at Bend, who has the hops to sprint to glory? That's Elijah Baker with Project 6. Definitely a serious threat in contention in the Category 2-3s. There's Frank Cerati. It's great to see his solidarity in that red kit representing SoCalCycling.com, all source of cycling information since 1995. Also, thank you, Audi Fletcher Jones, the greatest in fuel and hybrid plug-in vehicles. Go check out the state-of-the-art facility located on Bristol Street, not far from the Costa Mesa Anti-Mall and the camp, just down the street between Campus Drive and Baker. Speaking of Elijah Baker, out on course, queuing up for the 2-3s. Elijah Baker having coming off a big win this year at the Tulsa Tough Criterium. So perhaps he's accustomed to riding and performing in a far more superior heat index than today. This is absolutely beautiful. Not a lot of wind thus far, around about 78, maybe 80. Somewhat calm conditions in the tree-lined streets of Costa Mesa. When that wind does come, it can bite like a barracuda. Typically, we'll see it between turns 1 and 2 on Sunflower Avenue. That is your headwind section. We definitely have some other races that we want to plug on the schedule. The Go Fast Upland Criterium in the park, August 18th. That'd be 1 week after the Downtown Bend Classic Criterium in Bend, Oregon. And also, I think you may have caught that we had a brief interview with Eric Bierman, a classy guy from Newport Beach, California. It's Eric Bierman and his partnership with Eric Squires putting together a beautiful race known as the Hardman Gravel Classic. And that is on the schedule, slated for November 17th. Completely different breed of cats. Gravel race in a RV park in Anaheim that takes off into the Santa Ana Mountains, and it is an absolute blast. We have transponders set up, so you look at a laptop, and it's populated by all the participants of that race at the Hardman Classic, November 17th. I urge you to come on out and support Eric Bierman and his team. Very much well buttoned down. Had a brilliant time with none other than David Zabriskie and Floyd Landis, our friends at the Hardman Classic a few months ago. Good to see those cats. David Zabriskie, he's the, well, there's two Americans that have won a stage in every Grand Tour. David Zabriskie and Tyler Farrar both winning the Vuelta stage, so the Tour de France stage, and the Giro d'Italia. So how do you like those apples? Good to have Zabriskie supporting the Hardman Classic. Hopefully we'll see him, and maybe his son Bo Zabriskie at the Hardman Classic. Bo Zabriskie picking up a huge win roughly about 3 weeks ago in Belgium. So the DNA does not fall far from the tree. And I will say, speaking for all Worthington, certainly memo to Costa Mesa, keep Mesa cool. You are absolutely worthy. There you have it on screen. Upland Criterium, August 18th, 2024. That's going to be an absolute blast. We talk about getting your kicks on Route 66. We talk about Route 66 because that race literally is a stone's throw from Route 66, connecting Albuquerque, well, St. Louis, all the way through Barstow to Santa Monica. And by the time you get to Barstow, you're more than halfway to hell, we say. For we say in jest. I actually had a job in Barstow, and it was actually very, not in the summer so much. It's quite hellish. It's about 128 degrees. But they have a beautiful train station. It's very romantic. My philosophy is you can find something cool in any town in America, and that's why we all love to travel. We hope, we don't travel to escape life, but rather to embrace life. Get out there and journey, because the journey is the juice. So on the picture you are looking, that camera is angled to the north. You're starting to see a little bit of dance, a little bit of movement in the majestic cycling flags. You can see the Evoque tent chilling. You can see the Encycle Mommy's tent right there posted up. The Evoque team is here. There's Ronnie Toth in the splashy sunflower kit. Ronnie Toth, another very creative commentator I've worked with before. Cool dude. His lovely girlfriend Honey and the dog Snoop Dogg here representing in Costa Mesa. I'm sure we'll see Ronnie Toth again today. In the men Pro 1-2. Our schedule shows we are going Pro Men 1-2-3 at 1:30 p.m. Pro Women at 2:45. And prior to that, we're going to have a kids race scheduled for 1:15 and a city council, City of Costa Mesa ribbon cutting ceremony to go roughly at 1:20 p.m. today. Yeah, in fact, Tyler Farrar also won the Manhattan Beach Grand Prix. And back in 2004, we like to call it back in the hay, right? So I raced a little bit as a master in what I call back in the hay. And then guys like Ted Ernst, who is the founder of the Manhattan Beach Grand Prix, he raced in what I like to say back in the hay, right? And not the day, back in the heyday. So there was a generation before the hay. It's the back in the hay. So I'm sticking with it. Tyler Farrar back in the hay, single heyday, riding for Garmin Slipstream, HealthNet, Cofidis, winning every tour, every Grand Tour, a stage in each and every stage. Only one other American had done that. That was Mr. David Zabriskie. David Zabriskie once clocked out a time trial at 34 miles an hour, and that's wicked fast in any era, including the quote-unquote modern era, the modern era, as we like to say. Because in the modern era, the rubber is faster, evidently, and there's glue on the tarmac back in the day, so the tarmac is faster. So that's what we're saying nowadays with modern quotations. But the riders back in the 2000s and the 1990s, Scott McKinley winning 3 times Manhattan Beach Grand Prix. I promise you, folks, Scott McKinley could win any domestic race today if you took his fitness and his bike, his equipment. McKinley, these riders, there's a reason why he's a badass. Mount Rushmore, indeed, with McKinley and the 2 Williams and Rahsaan Bahati for the Manhattan Beach Grand Prix. The only 4 riders to win 3 times. And what a treat we had last Sunday with the commentators, DW2, getting the band back together. We saw Lucas Bourgoin crack a 6-year running consecutive Williams brother winning at Manhattan Beach. Lucas Bourgoin was Bourgoin in that final sprint. Capture it on lacrits.com. Check out the replay, and it's interesting. Directed and produced by Ray Mars, having all the cameras well positioned, but because that course, Manhattan Beach, has an actual curve in the 200 meters, you can hear us commentating on the screens and what we see on the pictures, and there's a dead spot because of the curvature of the road. And now we're having the benefit of seeing the race unfold from the drone cam brought to you by lacrits.com. And Ray Mars has put together some absolutely scintillating sizzle reels showing that sprint last week, where in that dark spot where the cameras don't pick up in the curvature of the road, Luke Fetzer, who we knew was going to be there to lead it out, but we didn't give him enough love, I think, in real time, because the street level cameras did not show his final effort to jettison Lucas Bourgoin in through to threading the needle between the Corey Williams on the right and between Justin on the left. Perhaps we can get Ray Mars to pull up the replay since we have downtime. But it was a fantastic sprint, and it was Fetzer who lined it up. I don't think I know. Without Fetzer's final challenge to the line, I don't think Bourgoin picks up that win. I think he would agree. Pretty cool to see those 2 riders. The dynamic duo continuing to pass through from town to town, from all corners of North America, winning races throughout the U.S. and Canada, performing in Canada at Gastown. And Lucas Bourgoin winning yesterday in Chicago at Chicago Grit. His lead-out man in Chicago, Luke Fetzer. Luke Fetzer, the young lion of Laguna. I see his father, Patrick, is here. Really cool to see Patrick Fetzer. Also, Patrick Fetzer was a teammate of mine back in the day for a couple years over at Labor Power, the Dynastic Masters team, Labor Power. Put together by the founder, the foundation, Roger Worthington, back in the hay. And so once again, if you're joining us just now on lacrits.com, we are in between races, trying to catch up. Our next on schedule, Category 2 3s. Scheduled to go 50 minutes. We might do an adjustment on that time. There's Eliza Baker with Project 6. It is now 11:52 on the AM dial. Chief Official Steve B. calling up our Category 2 3s to the line. Somewhat of a reduced field today, but it is indeed a gorgeous day here in the heart of Costa Mesa, California, where we offer a slice of paradise. And the other founder of Majestic Cycling, the founder and the foundation, Alvy Sanchez, addressing the field. Tip of the hat to the Sanchez family. And for those of you who think these races go on without human intervention, you'd be sadly mistaken. Partner David Wells taking care of the business out there on the street, whiffing up enthusiasm. The indefatigable David Wells. Final instructions. Bart Clifford, an emotional win here back in March as we first revamped and resurrected the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Holding court. Looks like he's doing his perfect Rodney Dangerfield out there, right? Take my wife, please. Oh. Bart Clifford, good to see you. Showing solidarity, Team Evoke. Evoke means to come forth. Well said. Put that on a t-shirt or on a Lycra kit, and you've got a winning combination. Team Evoke, a fixture in Southern California bicycle racing and beyond. Oscar doing a great job as well on social media. There in the pineapple-clad Hawaiian shirt. Ball cap backwards. Talk about the Williams brothers. The sport is rich in legacy stories. All free of charge. You don't need a wristband. Justin Williams now, he's becoming the mentor, the manager role, the CEO. And so Rasan Bahati, for example, who is still young and throwing heat, is the mentor of mentors. That's all about the legacy. And we talk about Patrick Fetzer here today and his son now on the U.S. national team, U23, invited to travel Europe. A hell of an invitation for Mr. Lucas Fetzer, joined by Alejandro Shea. This is last year where Luke was a multi-champion, U.S. national champion on the road and track. In homage to the Tour de France, Perhaps we can send them off in a bilingual 3 countdown. Once we have timers ready, and once we have riders ready in the category 2-3s. Certainly a favorite is that man in the white glove and the splashy pink right shoulder and black left shoulder, Eliza Baker. And that beautiful red steed. See all these cats have. Look at the socks. The socks are about halfway high, maybe 3/4. That is your most recent fashion trend of the peloton. I think Mike Fiello takes credit from that. He's the gentleman who once ran Surf City. He's taken somewhat credit for the caliper length of socks. So indeed, we are moments away from sending off the 2-3s. En français, en 3, en 2, 1. C'est parti! Translation 3, 2, 1, let's go! Off and underway in the USA. Racing for 50 hot minutes. We're going to find out who has a certain je ne sais quoi, who has the joie de verve to pull off a win here. And it is cool to see the field coursing through turn number 1, full gas. So this camera is directed due east. As you can see, the peloton coursing through its beautiful sight. The camera does show a somewhat of a deceiving trough in this section of road right here, and this is the most brutal section. Not only does it have a trough as they negotiate turn number 2, it has a stiff headwind. And here on the backstretch, you can see a chicane, which is the riders love this section. Trust me, between 2 and 3 and 3 to 4, it's absolutely a brilliant stretch of road. As you can see, tree-lined streets as they emerge through the shadows. A subtle chicane. I don't call it a sharp chicane, but it's a fun course. And this is perhaps one of the most the section that is most appreciated because it's interesting. It's not a square. It's basically a trapezoid that has a wiggle in it on both sides of the trapezoid. Here is a stretch between 3 and 4. This is the penultimate stretch of road, which is so tactical. When do you come to the forward in the final decisive sprint? This corner here is roughly a 200-meter sprint, and they're flying right now on that final corner. As they turn right off of Scenic and then turn right onto Highland Avenue. We are in Highland right now with the pictures cleanly showing the wind starting to dance from left to right. Left side of the road will be the protected side as the wind starts to build from the Pacific Ocean.
You are watching live streaming on LACrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars. Every tight quarter, tight squeeze, every blazing, furious, and fast tight finish, all captured in Technicolor by the LA Crit cams. Setting the standard, plowing ahead, ramping up the intensity. So stick around. We have bicycle racing all day long.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here at LACrits.com. If you're just joining us, we are midway. Well, actually, we're only about, 5 minutes into the Category 2-3 race, and an exciting, colorful field. But I definitely would attest that it's a highly competitive field. We talked about Elijah Baker being here at the line, winning at Tulsa Tough. He certainly is a guy to watch in that pink and black kit with the 50-50 right down the middle, Project 6 out of Redlands, California. And he's well poised to do good. As you can see, the riders coursing through. This is turn number 1 right now. This, again, you can see a kind of a deceiving trough in the road. As the wind starts to build, this is the toughest section of the course. We saw a flyer earlier today where he goes about a half a lap. And this is the longest stretch of the course. If it's a trapezoid, the bottom heading due west is the longest section of road. You can already see nobody really wants to take the front except for this guy. I'm going to tell you who wants to take the front right now. He just walked into the booth. You talk about a multitasker. The guy's been outside building enthusiasm. We've got Oscar out there taking care of the preems. I'm joined by none other than my partner in crime, David Wells, who flew in all the way from Atlanta, Georgia. And boy, howdy. Your arms look tired, David Wells. Good to see you here in the booth. DW2 getting the band back together. What are you seeing out there on course, Wells? We've already had a lot of exciting races, no doubt about it.
Yeah, Dave Worthington, great to be back with the family here in Southern California. Yeah, you're right. Coming in from Atlanta, but really it's kind of weird how I seem to call California home. Mm-hmm. So much of my racing community is here, and just the things that are going on, as you can see on screen from LACrits.com and Ray Mars, everything he's doing. It is so good to be back here because just the color and the pageantry of bicycle racing in Southern California is like none other than I've experienced. And I've had the good fortune to be on some great teams and be at some great races from Boston, Massachusetts to Hartford, Connecticut, and pretty much everywhere in between. But we're doing it here in Southern California, and as you can see on film right now on camera, it's sensational. The pageantry, the colors, the cooperation of the local community all coming together for this glorious Costa Mesa Grand Prix. I mean, it really is a thing of beauty to be here and witness it firsthand and be a part of it, a very small part of it. But you guys are doing a great job here, as you can see on screen.
Well, my goodness, Ray Mars, he's a bit of a genius. So David Wells and I, back in the day, we first started to see Ray Mars and his lovely wife Marie, who's here, and they have a new addition, Sugar Ray Martinez. They're a great family. But we saw Ray Mars first kind of rolling out some of these ideas where he was surreptitiously filming between a bush and a tree. We used to call him the Kaiser Sosa, right? Because we never knew exactly where he was producing this stuff.
Yeah.
And he was a visionary. Now look at him. I mean, the Manhattan Beach Grand Prix scintillating sizzle reel has got like 1,000 likes and many thousand views. Your call and my call 7 days ago at the Manhattan Beach Grand Prix. I mean, that was pretty cool. Ray Mars, what an arc, right? What an arc by this young man.
He went from a cell phone to a phone booth to now this thing that we're in here today is like a suite. I mean, the guy has really done an amazing job just developing his craft and just, like you said, a real visionary and bringing racers that are all across the country, the opportunity to see this, keeping in mind we're 3 hours difference from the East Coast. So a lot of the riders probably that are tuned in right now are done with their rides or done with their races and they're home relaxing. So we're glad to have you all on board here with us here in beautiful Orange County and with LA Crits.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really awesome. And the replays is fun to watch, too. You can break it down.
Oh, yeah. And look at this race right now, Dave. These guys are in, they are in, as Bob Roll would say, they're in full cry right now, single file and really trying to drive the pace. And we've got some really great racers here in this race in this Cat 2-3. Michael Lowry, saw him dialed in at the starting line. He's the 2023 Manhattan Beach Grand Prix winner. He's looking really like on good form here in this 2-3. And then aforementioned the Elijah Baker the winner at Crybaby Hill. I mean, Elijah's actually won at Tulsa Tough before, but to win Crybaby Hill on the live stream in front of all of his fans that were there that traveled to Tulsa Tough, but all the fans that stayed back home and was rooting from him from Southern California, and me and being in Georgia, I was really proud to see Elijah take that win at Crybaby Hill. And here he is out here, as you mentioned, in the Team 6 kit, the black and pink kit. Lots of good racers coming from outside of that category. You got Kyle Kilmartin, his teammate that's also in this field racing for Team 6. And the rider, Ryan Jastrab, who rides for Team 6. Big shout out to Ryan, who's probably home joining us today. Glad to have him here. But
Absolutely.
Lots of really good riders from the Team 6 race team.
Yeah, Team 6, they're once again out of Redlands, California. The owner is big in media, outlets and entertainment. He negotiates between, for example, YouTube and Google. And they're called Project 6 because this man who's an entrepreneur had $6 remaining in his checking account, according to him, right? And that's the story. And that is the origin story behind Team 6 Project. On that team, Austin Carroll, a former 6-day track national champion who raced in Europe. He raced with Bahati. He raced with BMC and Rock Racing. He's part of that current program. We saw him get top 3 at Upland. Spencer Ito is on that program. John Janik, he was at Manhattan Beach Grand Prix last week. These guys are a great team, and they're up and coming, kind of like iSpeed Felt. But the owner, Jeff Bowens, out of Redlands, put this whole thing together, coming from the business of media contracts. Jeff's a Cat 3, but he is the CEO of Team 6 Project. He was a starving student. He paid all his bills, and he said, I got $6 left.
Man.
I'm going to launch this media outlet, and it turned out it was all successful. And now he's got one of the top-tier domestic programs here locally, regionally, Team 6 Project.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's quite the story. Here comes a nice little attack on the inside. That's an iSpeed rider ringing the bell right now. That's Oscar out there razzing up the riders for a merchandise preem. And, one of those riders that probably hasn't gone noticed here just yet, perhaps Will, is with the Big Will coaching team, none other than Jax Weber. 14 years old, Dave. And he was second in the 4-5 in Upland. And Jax Weber coached up by none other than Brian McCullough. And if I'm not mistaken, on social media, it went banging when Brian McCullough just picking up a national title at the mountain bike race. So, Brian, if you're tuned in at the moment, we're proud of you, man. Way to go. Way to represent.
BMAC taking a national title in cyclocross. Don't even know where it was. Yeah, but it was somewhere back east, Midwest, Mideast. I'm sorry, but Midwest, whatever it takes. And what a tremendous win. And he's done such a great job as a mentor for iSpeed Felt. And iSpeed Felt is another team that is on the tear, with Gil Ron running that program. Giovanni Romero winning a race yesterday. He's on the start list today. They'll be going off at roughly 1:30 p.m. Our men Pro 1, 2, 3. Certainly Giovanni Romero in the mix for a contender to win that race later on today.
And here comes a little separation, Dave, just ever so slightly. That merchandise preem doing the trick, man. Getting eyes on Oscar out there with Elio. So it's great to have Oscar here from Elio, and also Derek representing the Elio brand here in Southern California, a brand that certainly is a strong supporter of the bicycle racing here in Southern California and everywhere in between. To be honest with you, Elio is definitely the brand that stands behind the mission of making sure that their racers have good products, and so it's great to have them here at Costa.
Elio is great. Yeah, I saw Derek. We had a good interview with Derek at the Tour de Murrieta, also called by DW2, and great to have him in the booth for a conversation about the origin story of Eliel. Certainly, and you talked about it out there on the streets, that Sharon Smith is very proud of his kits in Eliel, and consequently, Sharon Smith has become, this is a big sprint right here. We'll try to get that rider in that white kit smartly. A white kit today is a pretty good call. It's not that hot. I don't want to overemphasize that because it's about 80, and it could be $120, about 200 miles inland. But yeah, LEL, a great visionary in apparel. Sharon Smith he has a photo session every day, twice a day, in this splashy LEL kit. We wish all our guys good luck in Augusta, Georgia, I think, in around about 6 days or so.
Yeah. I was talking to Patrick Fetzer, father of Luke, and they're going there to represent some of the Masters riders that are heading to Georgia. We know Tucker and several of the others are going over there, so we're going to be supporting them and wishing them well.
Mark Tucker, definitely, and he's another mother trucker. He's another tractor rider. We talked about David Weinstein winning that race earlier today. Weinstein getting together. Did I get it wrong again?
Yeah, I think he got second. Next to Scott McClave. Yeah, McClave, the tractor. Weinstein, the bomber.
Worthington's got a serious brain fart with McClave, but what a great ride by him. Look at, now we're starting. This is great. This is our first drone imagery here. The eye in the sky doesn't lie. What a cool angle as they're coursing through the tree-lined streets of Costa Mesa, California in high def, in Technicolor, every tight squeeze, every tight finish captured in Technicolor by LACrits.com.
Yeah, Dave, if you just reflect with me for a moment here, going back with Ray Mars on our very first live stream at the Bracket GP in Laverne, we had one camera that was facing us the entire time while we were doing commentary. There were no other really camera views of the race, and the feed was coming in like, turn the camera off these two clowns and get it back on the racing, and Ray took those notes, man, to heart, didn't he? He said, okay, we gotta change this up. And what a remarkable job. So I know there's a lot of racers that are tuning in right now and checking this out. They're going, my goodness, how do we get a live stream like that? So
yeah. That's a funny memory. I mean, I have a face for radio, so the good call. No, this is the final corner right here, ladies and gentlemen. So take a gander. This is turn number 4, and it's very critical in the hot laps when to take that line. It's real. I feel like it's 200 meters. At that corner, if anything, it's like a $190 meters, and 2.3s definitely hotting up the speed.
Yeah, and off camera is Elijah Baker. He should be in a pink kit out there, and I'm not seeing him when they came through. So maybe I missed him. He may have been going too fast. I don't know, but this is definitely where Elijah pays really close attention to the race because he is a sprinter. He's a closer, no doubt, and he's on some good fitness. But I don't see Elijah in that mix.
There he is there on top of your screen.
You're right. Yep,
number
on the
2.
red bike. Yep.
Yeah, he's in that red steed. There's Elijah Baker tucked and comfortable. And as to your point, you're typically you'll find Baker well positioned, and boom, there he is, very well positioned because he's not having to soot your back. This move, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
He that's the Rasan Bahadi patience. He could have come over the top and he could have done it, but it would have cost him a couple watts. He'd have to pay a dime or a nickel and a quarter. So he leaves that money in the bank. Elijah Baker looking good.
Yeah. Yeah, and this rider in the white, the young rider, the setting third wheel right now, he's definitely one of the riders to watch in this race. I was watching him in warm-up and got to see him talking to some of his teammates there, and I'm like, man, this guy is definitely on some super good fitness. And speaking out for that, the young sensation, there's a Velosports rider out there to also look for, Tristan Tukey. This young man, he was the winner at the Devil's Punch Bowl, Dave, one of those really popular, hard races here in Southern California, the UCLA Devil's Punch Bowl. He won that as a junior, and he also was third at the LA Circuit Race, riding on the Velosports Junior Squad, and another really great program here out of Southern California, turning out some amazing talent. And in fact, Velosports, they've got their now three-time national champion, Alejandro Che, who's racing for Hot Tubes, but he comes from the Velosports Cycling Club, and a really good pedigree there with that squad.
And so if you're just joining us now on LACrits.com, we have our Category 2-3s out on course as they come streaming down. This is the camera caption due southbound on Highland as they come flashing through start-finish. And for the first time now, you're starting to see the drone cam, the LA Crit cam from the sky-high viewpoint with an attack on the inside in a Category 2-3s. That Go Fast rider folding in position number 3. 20 minutes into this bicycle race, and certainly, David Wells, to your point, it's been hotted up from kilometer 0. Pretty cool to see.
Well, this is the 2-3, Dave. This is kind of the feeder category to the Pro 1-2-3. So some of these riders will, be doubling up here, racing in the Pro category a little bit later, but definitely a super competitive category. And a couple of riders that are missing from this category today, Dave, would be Eli and Jack Watson. Yeah. Our good friend Jack Watson here from Bros Ride Bikes is over at the Tour of Abiti doing his deal. And then I believe he's coming back and going to make the trip to Georgia. I know for sure Eli, his younger brother and national champion in his own right, the Bros Ride Bikes brothers, Jack and Eli Watson, they'll be making the trip to Augusta, Georgia next week for the Nationals. So we're wishing them well. We're wishing they were here because we're having a beautiful day. I mean, what an occasion here at Costa Mesa. Just beautiful race pageantry and scenery. We know you guys are enjoying it. And this Go Fast rider, we're going to get the start list here. We can get a name with this number. But this guy is putting his chips all in, and we're getting really, really down into it. So this is a major effort from the Go Fast rider. Yeah, these are young kids in this category, so.
All right. Thank you, Oscar, for manning it down outside. He's had some questions about preem laps with this rider blasting off the front, riding for Go Fast, and he is definitely putting a stamp on this race early on.
That's Fabricio Curtis, Dave, rider number 208. He's the guy. Fabricio is El Garicio right now. Cannot grab a hold of him.
Yeah, and he's doing yeoman work at the front, a brazen, spirited attack. You look at these moves like this, and you could say frivolity, certainly frivolity, but you don't recognize the winning move unless you have a ticket to the future where you can go back in time. Who knows? He might be joined by other riders. Look at this, great shot of photographer. And that shows you the closeness, the space relationship of the camera, how it exaggerates the closeness. So that photographer was totally clean, but it looked like he was about to get pasted by a rider on Go Fast.
That's something that John Force has never seen at the NHRA and Top Fuel. Man standing in the middle of the race course with a camera.
Tip of the hat to John Force, by the way, coming out of critical condition as he slammed into the wall at 380 miles an hour from Yorba Linda. I know John Force, a great guy. He's the Elvis Presley of the quarter mile, and we're wishing him well. I know Brittany Force is back in action. She's racing, so things are getting better at the family house. 23 minutes into this bike race, we can call it about halfway, and these now riders coming all over the course right now.
Yeah, and here's a couple of teammates, Dave, putting it together right now. Rider number 215 and 206. Those are the two teammates that are cooperating together.
Well, certainly that's
215 and 206.
Yeah, that's Dominique Orlando, and he's joined by Alessandro Cerulli with the UCSD cycling team out of San Diego.
That's right. Look at them. Now we've got three riders for sure. It looks like this fourth rider is trying to get up. And then what do we got going on here? We got a rider outside of the cones.
Well, that was interesting. Note to self, we have cameras nowadays.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Oh, man, that was funny.
I've heard that saying, stay in your lane, but, man, you got to stay.
Who was it in the marathon? There was a Rosie Red or somebody. Rosie Flores, I think her name was. She wore the wreath. She got on top of the podium. Well, he got you on camera jumping in on the backstretch.
Oh, look at this guy, man. He's just getting his little training interval is in there. No shame.
Yeah, I think that young man rode the subway. He took the A train from L.A. down to Costa Mesa, California, so he might get deked. But look at the riders all over the course, and so this is that chicane area, tree-lined streets of Costa Mesa. It doesn't get any better than this in the heart of Orange County. I'll tell you what, a big treat. I saw my friend, he's actually going to help out a little bit. Russ Ames flying in from, you came from Atlanta, Georgia. Russ Ames flew all the way from one of the islands, Hawaii, unnamed island, because he'd rather not be known what island he's coming from. But great to see Russell Ames, your sport director. He was the man behind Dana Point Grand Prix. He's here. I haven't seen him in a minute. We're going to have some good conversations as it come through start finish right now. Strung out. Looks like we got some wheels in, wheels out situation. We might have some technical difficulties, and there's a split in the field with about 20 riders eking up the road. A big moment here.
Hey, Dave, you know who didn't make that gap there is Elijah Baker. He's found himself just in that split. And this is not the ideal situation for Elijah Baker right now on some good fitness, but out of position. So he's going to have to work extra hard to get himself repositioned if he wants a crack at this title today.
Yeah, and Baker not having any teammates, to my knowledge, in this peloton. So if somebody's going to do the stitching, the suturing, the welding, it's going to have to be somebody other than Elijah Baker. He's gambling, and sometimes that works out, especially in criterium racing where there's not a big mountaintop finish. The climb can be your teammate if you are a climber. Criterium racing, completely unique and different. And what is a very intriguing course today, as the wind is just starting to build. You can see the flags starting to dance.
How about a rider out there in the Bahati Foundation kit, representing there in the white Bahati kit? He was sitting about fourth wheel. Also third at Land Park Criterium this year, Kevin Maines. He's from Work Health Solutions race team. He is in good position, looking extremely well positioned here and in good form.
But, you know, a little bit ragged at the front, and only because the pressure's on. This is not at all dull racing. It's been from kilometer zero. It's been attack after one. Look at the faces of pain. There's no piano playing here today. They're going for it. You can even see the chasms, kind of the openings in the line, and it is strung out like a street poet in Amsterdam.
Yeah, Dave, it's absolutely critical right now.
Moment of indecision there.
Just
Rider
full
checking.
gas and then on, sitting up and full gas on. Man, that'll just take it out of you.
100%.
And even if it's just the uncooperation, the mental pain that you go through in these situations where you really want to go fast, you've gotten, just like that. This guy said enough of this uncooperation, completely blasting off the front 225. That's the Padillac race team rider, 225.
Riding for Padillac, that's Jorge Cordero. Cordero making a giant leap from the peloton, and he certainly did well time that. I'm looking at Russell Ames saying, hey, that was a good moment in time. Timing is so very important, and look, it came off a lot of high energy, and now a little bit of blockiness in the peloton. That's Jorge Cordero. And there's Cordero right there on screen, and he is punching tickets right now on the gas. And we are now on lap cards right now with 6 laps remaining in this bicycle race. It is absolutely the nitty-gritty. If you're going to time a solo move, right before lap cards is the ultimate time to go. It catches everybody off guard a little bit.
Yeah.
4 to go, it's too late. You can have a flyer move, but that's usually the last lap. We saw a flyer win earlier this morning. Padillac Racing at the front, brought to you by Richard Duquette, 911 Law.
Yeah, that's a very good move. And, Dave, to your point, timing is everything. And the lack of cooperation with the field, the way it's kind of, as you mentioned, just discombobulated, this is a very brazen move, and it could actually, the brave, the fortune favors the brave, and this is Padillac Race Team's moment here to shine, putting their team colors right up front, planting their flag here in Southern California. We've been watching the Padillac Race Team over the last 8 years announcing out here in Southern California, and they've got a great program. But that's a bad sign right there when you see the Padillac rider looking back over his shoulder. It's he kind of knows that this effort's probably in void. But, if he would have kept his head down and forward, I would have felt a little bit better about the move. But
yeah, it certainly doesn't nullify the brazenness of the move. He is now swallowed back like a Hoover vacuum. He's caught and captured, but a great effort here. You can't take that away because it turns out he was in sprint modality. He wasn't. It turns out he got that gap because he was sprinting. So he's not a Corey Lockwood that can kind of hold that diesel engine and get high watts for a long period of time and go anaerobic. A great rider. And you're right, Padiak has done a great job as they come coursing through start-finish.
Yep.
With 5 laps to go. With 5 to go, and you can see it is game back on. I mean, it's absolutely a brilliant ride here. We've got riders just splaying off the front, one after the other, with 5 laps remaining.
That's Jose Burquilla. He's the Padiak race team, too, countering the move. So, to our point, Dave, Padiak really doing a great job there of countering the effort, sending another man forward, and it really did set up a nice little split there again.
It's incumbent on a rider. If your rider just did that effort, it's really incumbent on a teammate, regardless of the lap cards, regardless of the moment in time in the race, to go. You've got to counter that move if you want to tell your teammate, good on you. You know, much love to my teammate. My respect to my teammate is me counterattacking. That's what we're seeing here right now.
Yeah, 100%. And then also on that Padiak team, who they really might be racing for right now, we haven't seen Sam Curley come to the front. But Sam was second at the Barrio Logan in the 1-2 earlier this year. So Padiak doing a great job perhaps trying to set up Sam for a nice little position here in the 2-3, perhaps maybe even winning today.
Yeah, and shout out to Padiak. Richard Duquette is one of the title sponsors of the Boulevard Road Race, which is back on calendar. And I talked to Chris Hahn. Chris, I don't know if this is a memoranda that's secret, but we're going to try to get Boulevard to be a state road race championship next year. The conversation's already begun. So Padiak and Richard Duquette, one of the primary sponsors behind Boulevard Road Race, revamped and resurrected. And what a brilliant road race it is. And that's also put on by KOZ Events, K-O-Z Events. Check the calendar next year. Back to the action if you're joining us right now.
Another counterattack. Here it comes on the left-hand side. Now we are in full cry day. This is full tilt racing. There is no time for breaks. There's no time for second-guessing yourself. This is race action at its finest. So keeping your eyes maybe 7th wheel. That rider in the all-white kit, got to get an identification on this kid because he's really riding a smart race. Looks like he's riding unattached, if you will. He doesn't have any teammates, but he's a rider setting 7th wheel. Really tiny aerodynamic right there. Rider number 219. Oh, that's John Sermon. Johnny Sermon from Team Endure Racing, 17 years old, racing age 18. Really, really strong rider. You can definitely tell he is rocking.
He is rocking indeed.
It wasn't 219? On the white rider.
This rider, again, we're seeing one rider after the other just go and give up the ghost. He is obviously in pain. As you can see the American flag, that is an indication he is doing a direct headwind. And you can see the amperage just going flatline. It's like getting hit in the face with a wet newspaper on that stretch of road.
This course is beautiful, too. Had an opportunity to go out. We had an earlier 5K, if you will, exactly what it was, at 6:30 this morning. And the 5K, all the racers are out there. I was able to kind of pace them on the bicycle where all the proceeds went to the Warrior Foundation. And anyway, just got a chance to really take the course in. It's a beautiful, beautiful course, as you can see from high above the sky right now, from the eye in the sky. The LACrit.com drone shot right now, really bringing this action to you live. Sensational. My goodness, there they are. Look at this. There he goes, Dave, the guy in the white. Yep. We're not sure if that's Jacob Sandberg or Sermon. We got to get clarification, but just look at this kid's form and fitness. He is in the absolute ideal position right now on the bike.
Very well positioned, and you've got to appreciate the white kit at the front. And look at the tug he's making at the front as they come and enter that turn number 4, your final corner with 3 at the line. Strung out, and there's the wind starting to dance.
I think it's all right, we're getting the call right there. Rider number 219, in fact, is the number of John Sermon, the 18-year-old.
And sitting wheel number 3, I've got Anthony Ferrucci looking pretty good right now. He's wheel number 3.
Yeah, and Ferrucci, check this out, Dave. This guy is on some good form. He's your 2024 California State Champion. He won the individual time trial, and he won the team time trial in 2024. He also won the Victorville stage race, which I believe you were at this year, and he was also the winner of the Glendora Mountain time trial. So that famed Glendora Mountain Road up the ever-popular San Dimas stage race. He's your winner of 2024. Anthony Ferrucci.
That's awesome, Ferrucci. Anybody who can climb and ride a crit, like a Chris Hahn kind of guy, is somebody that you really want to tip the hat.
Yeah, and a little shout out to our good friend Bahati and Sharon Smith and Ken Vinson on the Eldo representation. Ferrucci, a 2-time winner at the Eldo race over in Long Beach. And let me tell you something, for all of you guys that are joining us live on the live stream right now across the country that haven't had an opportunity to come here to Southern California to ride and race your bike, you got to get here because we race on the weekends, we race during the week. You've got several different options to choose from. One of the prized Tuesday night races is Eldo over in Long Beach. Pasadena, the Rose Bowl happens. We've got the basically the LA Circuit race happens every Tuesday morning around the Westchester Parkway. You've got there's just so many great group rides and team rides.
Well, the group rides, of course, Orange County, we go pretty fast, too. Saturday Nationals is also known as Food Park, a.k.a. Fred Park. Sunday, the classic World's Championship every Sunday, the Como Cup, right? Yours truly on the Cup twice to the Rogers Cup, I'm just saying. But we go pretty fast. And then we have Tuesday nighters. We have a Wednesday Worlds for lunch. None of these are which I'm participating anymore, but Orange County has been a hub of training. Guys like Steve Haig cutting their teeth back in the day, back in the hay. Welcome to Orange County. It's great to have this race back as we are on 3 laps to go.
The riders are actually seeing 2 to go. And go fast rider right now. 2 to go, and this rider's taking it out. That's John Snap, snapping it at the front of the pack right now from Go Fast Cycling. Johnny taking his stab at the front, trying to set up his teammates as well. So John Snap from the Go Fast Cycling team. We mentioned Fabricio Curtis, who was off the front earlier. Also Christian Cabral. Those are some of his teammates that are just kind of set up and positioned behind this effort from Mr. Snap.
It looks like Go Fast is kind of dispensing the rocket boosters, trying to deliver their man to the payload with 1.5 to go.
And somebody that we really are kind of keeping our eye on, 2 riders, in fact, really, is Elijah Baker in that Team 6 kit, the pink kit with the red bike, and then also John Sermon, that 18-year-old in the all-white.
We have SDBC right now at the front doing the lion's share, trying to set up their teammate. We saw those 2 riders go together early on in this race, and one would surmise that they've had plenty of time to recover. This definitely looks like a move to try to keep the speed up and aid to abet the teammate.
And just like that, Podium Racing, I mean, this is the battle of the teams right now between Podium and Go Fast. Bercia, he is the rider at the front right now, really pulling the load for the Podium race team.
Podium definitely representing as they come through that mellow chicane in the tree-lined streets. Looks like we've got a Project 6 rider in the front. And it is lit right now. This crit has been lit from kilometer 0 as they course through the back stretch, entering into the final corner. This is between 3 and 4. This is the strategic final corner of this race. You can see the fire lanes on both sides. You can see the drone capturing as they line up between 3 and 4, taking the final corner. We're going to ring the bell when they come through.
Dave, we're dancing through on the final lap. We got one rider going solo, trying to just go alone. This is a jailbreak. This man's got the money and is on his way. This could be it. This could be the hero sensation.
With 1 lap, with 1 lap, with 1 lap to go, Ferrucci is on the move.
Dave, I don't know what to say right now because Elijah Baker's been caught out. He is not in this really in good position.
And here's Ferrucci all alone as he battles that headwind with ferocity, determined. He is saying, damn to hell, you chasers. This is personal.
Yeah. This man has brought his club with him, and he's just swinging it. He doesn't care who he hits. He's just swinging it right now.
And that check back, it's going to wreck you from the neck as he is still unloading the watts. In desperate moments, the worst time right now. This is the battlefield. Love is a battlefield, and he is just dispensing with the headwind section. He made it to turn number 2, and now it's all downhill, but here comes the chase.
Yeah, the chase is on top of this thing right now. This is about to get gobbled up. Now we got a rider on the course. Love that little scene there. But here we go. Yeah, that gap is over, and it's going to come down to the sprinters. And it looks like to me Team 6 and Padiak Race Team, they've got riders in position now.
Padiak and Project 6 definitely softening the legs. Will we see Eliza Baker come to the front?
Well, I saw him earlier, Dave, right at the beginning of the race today, and he's like, man, I'm feeling pretty good today. I've got some good fitness. He did not get the result at the Manhattan Beach Grand Prix like he had hoped to, a former winner there, so he's a little disappointed in that result. And he wants to capitalize on that today here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix.
Capitalize indeed, David Wells. This is the final approach of the final corner of this race. You can see as they hot it up. Will they negotiate that corner at Mach 1 speed? Project 6 at the front on the inside. We've got a giant move. Riders all over the boulevard as they come smashing the pedals at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Who's it going to be today?
It's the youngster. We had our eyes on him the whole time. Rider number 219, that's Sermon. The 18-year-old sensation has bathed himself in glory here at the Manhattan Beach Grand Prix in this Category 2-3 race.
Wow, John Sermon on the hill. We hear you, Moses.
Yeah.
The parting of the Red Sea by Sermon. Job well done.
Man, there was just something about his physique, Dave. As I was walking around, I was checking out Expo Road today, which is absolutely going off the chain, by the way. But as I was watching him speak to some of his fellow teammates and people around him, I'm like, man, look at this kid. You can, as a former bike racer, you can tell when somebody's got fitness and when somebody just looks. This guy looks like he could be the package. This could be the future here with Mr. Sermon. This might be the spotlight that he needed to catapult himself into the next oblivion.
John Sermon, age 18 years, and he's timed that to perfection. Really showed a lot of patience. He actually came off the jet stream in the final 180 meters, we shall say, and that shows a lot of panache and patience. When to go. He came from behind on a clean pass on the inside. Job well done. As we catch our breath. Next on the menu, Masters 45 plus 50 plus, category 1, 2, 3 are riding for 45 minutes. This is the Costa Mesa Grand Prix presented by Worthy Brewing Company out of Bend, Oregon. It did indeed come down to a photo. We've got John Sermon, unofficial, taking it. And second and third, let's see, it looks like Michael Lowry, unofficial second. And in third, unofficial, that looks like indeed Edison Sue. That was a scintillating finish.
Well, Lowry's definitely in the mix, Dave. He was your Manhattan Beach Grand Prix winner back in 2023. This kid, speed has no limits for him. Providence Spring Classic in the Audubon, Pennsylvania winner. It was a great win that he got there in the Cat 3. He's a 4-time winner at Eldo. So Lowry definitely, and this is his second race of the day today too, as he came in earlier with a nice finish. Really on good form and fitness, riding really strong.
And I got to mention that Sermon, the winner there, is from Team Endure. Endure is a really strong team out of North California, so we don't see him a heck of a lot, but they really love and support the Chuck Pontius criterion brought to you by Go Fast. So Team Endure, they got second and third in the pro race, coming behind Corey Lockwood. The team is stellar, and to bring down John Sermon from the hill, that's pretty awesome. And then you look at the rider Sue, a brilliant ride, and also Michael Lowry. And here we go. 3, 2, 1, c'est parti! Translation, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Andiamo! Off and underway in the USA. With 45 minutes to go. Well, in the to quote Jackson Brown on the boulevard, they take it hard, and we are hardly. It's hard for us to cloak our enthusiasm and intensity as these races build. We have seen nothing short of dramatic racing with emphatic wins throughout the morning. Not a dull moment, and already you look up at the cameras, and boom, there goes another rider with Big Orange from kilometer 0.
This is very exciting. This is the Masters 45 category. A beautiful occasion here in Costa, Mesa, California. You can see the stars and bars on many of the sleeves here of this rider. There's Brandon Sanchez. I think it was the Big Orange rider they're talking about. But no, that's Andrew Knuckles. So Andrew Knuckles, who's having a nice little jaunt off of the front. Big Orange, a big cycling team here in the South Bay of California, over more closer to just south of the Los Angeles airport. At one time, they were one of the largest clubs in the country, talking about Big Orange. Of course, Knuckles just avoiding the motorcycle. My goodness. Knuckles almost takes out the Harley in turn number 4. They don't know who they're messing with here. This is Andrew Knuckles, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get in the way of that guy.
The man is Bull Durham right in a china shop, and he's like, I am going. Elbows out, and he's putting on a serious chunk of real estate early on. Bare knuckles swinging for the fences.
As I like to say, Knuckles is a handful. Former teammate of mine, actually, lots of race experiences with this guy. And Dave, was maybe 3 years ago, we saw Andrew Knuckles make this move at Ontario in solo. And Knuckles went on to win that race solo from the gun. So, I mean, the guy is capable. And here's the best part about Knuckles is the most uncooperative racer on the racetrack. I'm even speaking as his teammate. He's the most uncooperative. This guy does not take instruction well. But what he does well is just blows himself to pieces. He's kind of like Forrest Gump in a sense. You know, he's like, I'm riding my bike. He's gone. And that's really the best situation for this guy because he just doesn't process racecraft all that well. He processes fitness and hammer time. And right now he is doing what Knuckles does best, and that's hammering it.
Oh, he's hammering. He's looking for a box of chocolates right now as he drills it. And again, this sets up the teammate. You never call this move frivolity if you're going alone. You're not dragging an opponent. If you do the same move and you got a Finney Foundation rider on your wheel, that's a flail.
Yeah.
Unless you're working together. That looks like it could be Brett Clare. I see the Stars and Stripes banner on the cuffs of his jersey. I think we might have a Brett Clare. We'll get a visual confirmation on that, and here goes Knuckles on that chicane.
And I offered that solo race win as some background. You can see Knuckles has got the Ram air induction on the mouth wide open right now, taking in all the oxygen he can get. But I offered that background because technically he is capable of winning a bike race like this. He's proven to us before on a couple occasions, and one that we actually witnessed in Ontario. So it's a long shot at the moment, but he has done it before.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off. Would you put him in kind of like an Adam Chino from Beano type of category? Yeah, aggressive rider. We've seen Chino, Adam Beano, right?
No.
Beano seems to get the right moves down often, doesn't he?
Yeah, I don't want anyone to think I'm throwing shade at Knuckles because he's a great man and really hardcore. But racecraft is not his expertise. Where Beano, he's very crafty. And he's a spirited rider. Hammer time right there.
That makes us cheer for Knuckles even more. Bare knuckles with the brass knuckles, and he's still got a 3/4 section here at start finish at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix presented by Worthy Brewing Company.
Yeah. I mean, you can't have a fruit cake without having fruit. And Knuckles puts the big orange in the fruit cake, if you know what I'm saying. He is juicy-licious.
He's both fruity and tooty as he goes up the road. And look, my goodness, he's still got this gap, and he's just stubborn, is he not? He's stubborn like a mule.
He is. I'm telling you, Dave, earlier today, we saw it and we witnessed it firsthand when he was in that breakaway with Carroll and Tinsman and all those guys. They were in a board meeting at the front of the peloton, and Carroll was basically at the top of his lungs yelling at Knuckles, trying to get him to cooperate. And Knuckles came up to me later after that race, and I go, "What did Carroll tell you?" And he goes, "He basically told me I don't know how to race my bike." I mean, and I said, "Well, Knuckles, nothing has changed." I said, "You hear people, you just don't listen." He goes, "Nah, I don't know how to do that." So, I mean, this is real-time stuff that we're getting in here.
Yeah, like water off of the back of a duck, a mallard. He actually took the hit because we thought he was just kidding. He's like, no, he basically said I was flailing. And he didn't mean it as smack talk. He was just like, yeah, I was flailing. Yeah. So now he's like, I hear you. Is that Sean Bagley at the front? He goes, I'm just going to roll the dice because, again, it's not a flail if you go solo. Yeah, good on Knuckles. And he's getting something called TV time, right?
TV time for sure. And no better TV time than LA Crits that you're seeing right now, too. I mean, that's colorful. And speaking of colorful, we did get a little glimpse of Sean Bagley on the front racing for Evoque. Here's some history for you, Dave. Sean Bagley was on the team JL Velo, which were myself and Knuckles and a bunch of us were on. So Bagley, a former teammate of Knuckles, knows very well what Knuckles is capable of.
To your point, David Wells, they're taking this move very seriously.
Yeah.
You're not seeing them go wide whatsoever. And there's Mr. Bart Clifford smartly wearing the whites, and he's just going to play tail gun, which is a good move on Clifford. He's got teammates up there. No cause for concern early on. He's going to roll the dice that this gets pulled back.
That's a really good point right there. You're seeing about a 12-second gap right now to the chase group. You got two men. You got Go Fast trying to chase down Knuckles along with another rider trying to bridge it up. And there he comes, man. The man of the hour right now, Knuckles, just giving him the business.
And that gap is still holding at a half a stretch now. It is definitely starting to shrink like an Angora sweater in the dryer set at 50. Shrinking like a cheap suit.
You know who I like in that chase group, Dave, is none other than Pat Carroll from Go Fast Riding. Pat, you know, he's a Tour de Murrieta winner. You and I were down there earlier this year, and Pat Carroll rode seamlessly at the Tour de Murrieta, winning the entire thing overall, just riding fantastic and also having a great race for himself earlier today. Made it his way into that earlier breakaway, as we saw earlier today, and finished in I believe it was second in that Masters 55-60 category earlier. Also from Kia race team, the Schotterkirk race team, Sean Brown, he was 9th at Tulsa Tough. He's out there trying to figure out the whole Knuckles situation. I would, man, what it wouldn't be to be like a fly in the peloton. Listen to that. There you go. Carroll's had enough of that little chase group with the Team 6 rider. He's gone.
Well, so Carroll's in between. He has not yet latched onto the Knuckles move. So you have three riders all pushing the wind right now, and it looks like the Finney Foundation gathering to the front. Looks like it could be Brett Clare as he's got his head down, and there's our Marco Ochoa as well with Scott Redding Cycling Team, wheel number 3. And these three riders, it's unfortunate that these three cats could not get together and congeal because they're all in sight now. And Pat Carroll is an absolute beast and champion and can read a race like a book. But this, to me, does not look ideal, and this rider's coming backwards.
Yeah, exactly. Dave, the situation is you got Go Fast sitting now third wheel in the peloton. That's Pat Carroll's teammate. And he's actually trying to, look at him, just setting up, trying to disrupt the chase because he's trying to see that Pat gets across to Knuckles. If Knuckles and Pat can get together, man, now we've got a much better situation. And Pat Carroll's just about 6 seconds. Oh, man, Pat is on the gas. Pat comes around the final corner. He's got his radar locked in on Knuckles, and the chase is imminent here. It's only going to be a matter of time. Now, if Knuckles was smart,
he'd look back.
Hear me now. If Knuckles was smart, he would look back and say, I'm better off with Pat Carroll in my camp. Here's the problem. Knuckles can't process racecraft like that, so it's really up now. I'm sorry, I love the man, but he's just not thinking that way. He's trying to beat Pat Carroll to death. Meanwhile, Pat's trying to get up there to help, and Pat's teammate, oh my goodness, look at that move on the left side, Dave. He has got the entire peloton behind him with a stick, disrupting it.
Pat Carroll's looking at Knuckles and say, Hal, open the pod door bay. And Knuckles is like, no, we can't do that.
Yeah.
And he's like, please. Carroll's like, if you look back, open the pod bay door. I'm sorry, we can't do that. And it's too bad because the wheels are coming off. If they were together, they would, if nothing else, elongate this effort. By the time Carroll gets on in the headwind here, he's going to need a rest, bloke.
Jeez.
I mean, my goodness, you got to look back in bicycle racing. It's education 101. Now you've got two riders, and the wheels are getting a little bit wonky right now for these two riders.
Yeah, but Pat has made it, and Pat still got his teammate up there disrupting the field. So this is brilliant racing from Go Fast Cycling right now. Pat Carroll has done a lot of work in the bicycle race community, so it's really kind of good to see the peloton is somewhat cooperative at the moment, allowing Pat to get up there and do his thing.
Well, for they say, you never, ever know. We try to script these bicycle races, and we fail every time. And they are together now.
Look at it now. Now, this is where it's going to get interesting because, oh, Mike, how about this for background? Remember, Dave, as I just mentioned, remember Pat and Knuckles were in the breakaway earlier today, and those two got into it. Those two were not cooperating earlier in the day. So now that I'm just kind of reflecting on that moment, I mean, we saw the chatter, the handlebar chatter in that breakaway, and now we're in that same dynamic. Do you think these two guys have made up? I mean, do we have an annulment, or do we have a new? Are we dating again?
Yeah, there might be the romance might be on. There could be flowers and bucks of chocolates that we talked about. I just want to go fast. Well, right now in early assessment, they are back in love and working together. This is interesting, David Wells. Good observation that they had a little bit of a political discourse that was legitimate, and now working together. Knuckles at the front.
Oh man, and it's so funny too. Because when Knuckles came up and I asked him about that situation, and he said, Pat told me I don't know how to race my bike. Here's Knuckles' chance to redeem himself. I have no faith in anything that he will do it, but I'm certainly rooting for him.
Well, there's something called the power of suggestion, David Wells. The suggestion is when we get together, work together, as that team in the Kingfisher Blue comes through.
You know who that is on Go Fast blocking? That's Hernandez. And if you ever had a teammate in the peloton that would do the work for you, it's Hernandez. That guy's a school teacher giving lessons right now. My goodness.
So the LA Crit Cam in the sky has got about 18-second time gap on this to these two riders, Carroll and Knuckles. And this is section turns number 1 and 2, about the midway point between that headwind section. As you can see, the blinking red lights here in Costa Mesa. No road furniture today, folks. It is lit. This crit is going very fast. Looks like we could have a monster rider at the front as they line it up. There's your Scott Redding team, and the purple is coming to the forward, saying we are not going to help. There's your Team Evoke rider up in there. And Go Fast has got a man plugging every corner. He's not hitting his brakes, but he's just not going to help in cooperation, trying to scrub speed. And Carroll, you just look at the dynamic. His stroke is like a metronome as he stomps it out, keeping time to his machine. It looked like they're about to get brought back, and suddenly you have this moment here, a little bit of a lull in the chase.
There we go. This is what we like to see. Here is the Evoke Racing. Evoke now trying to be in some cooperation because they're certainly not in the move, and they've got Sean Bagley. They also have Bart Clifford up in the back there. They would love to come back up and maybe put it back on old Knuckles, since Knuckles is no longer on the Evoke race team. A little bit of redemption, a little bit of revenge coming for perhaps Knuckles, but no, make no mistake about it, the man is tough. This guy is a tough hombre, and he's got Pat Carroll in his ear. Oh, Ryan Gilo. from Go Fast. Your Manhattan Beach winner, Ryan Gilo, is Pat Carroll's teammate in the Peloton. You'll see him sitting right there at the front. And Gilo has got wheels on that guy right there.
And look at Gilo. He was wheel number 1, and he sat up through start finish in that purple splashy kit. Gilo, an absolute monster, winning Manhattan Beach Grand Prix with panache and style 7 days ago. And he definitely is well coached up as he sort of scrubs a little bit of speed. Gilo, hello. Good job there by Gilo. That purple kit.
Yeah, he's the rider from Burlington, California. He's got 3 top 10s, including his Manhattan Beach win. He was really strong at Chuck Pontius with the 4th place. Ryan was on the podium at Majestic Crit in Ontario. And if you go all the way back, Dave, to 2010, Gilo at the Hanford Criterium, he was a winner there. And that's how long it's been since he won previous to Manhattan Beach. But this guy, wow, he is on form and really riding as a great confidant of his breakmate right now, Pat Cairo.
Yeah, we've got the Gambler also there with the Davis Finney Foundation in position. Kenny Rogers representing. Sang Vu now on that program with the Davis Finney Foundation. Sang Vu, the Cambodian, can roll. That guy's an absolute beast. He doesn't race a lot, but he's got a serious pop. Watch out for Vu. Used to ride against him or with him at the Great Park when that was going off back in the day, Thursday nights. And my goodness, that was a very good simulated training race under the big orange balloon in Orange County.
Another big name that's pretty cool to see out there, David, that pinned up in this race is Frank Surratt from SoCalCycling.com team. You know, Frank was a partner in the All-Star Racing like 1996 to the 2002 era of the sports marketing team. They managed several of the top professional women's teams, Olympic champions, national champions, world champions. Frank was the team director overseeing those athletes and the staff then. He's just been an instrumental part of bringing corporate sponsors like Chevy, Ralph's Grocery Stores, you know, a lot of the big names into the pool of racing. I know you know Frank pretty well.
Yeah, Frank's great. SoCalCycling.com has been your source for all things cycling since 1995. As John Nist comes through start-finish, riding for Monster, and we are south of 20 minutes to go in this bicycle race.
My goodness.
45, 50 out on course. This is the Tete de Ley course. These two riders, the front of the peloton, squeezing out lap after lap like lemons from a rind.
Let's talk about John Nist, Dave. That's the rider you just pointed out in the green Monster kit, the 2024 California State Criterium champ in the 60-plus category. He's won CBR, he won Go Fast in Upland this year. He won the Barry Wolf Grand Prix in Westlake Village. Really on some good form, good fitness. We're talking about your friend there, John Nist.
Yeah, John Nist has got a busload of podium finishes throughout the decades, a stalwart in SoCal cycling. I believe he has a national title, too. Don't quote me on that. There's so many decorated riders in the Masters, it's hard to predict that there wouldn't be a couple or 3 or a dozen. We even have world champions sometimes, guys like Thurlow Rogers, one of the most decorated Masters riders in the planet Earth.
You know what I really like seeing right there, too, is Sean Bagley and Bart Clifford trying to get organized. Look at this, Dave. They're starting to cinch that gap up ever so slightly. Starting to tighten the belt, if you will. The squeeze is coming on like a python snake. The peloton really starting to kind of hustle. They've got Gilo now off the front, who's the Cairo teammate. So they've moved him to the back now, and John Nist, the rider in the front there in the green, taking an effort at his opportunity here to try to close that gap for the peloton a little more. But with Sean Bagley and the sprinter Bart Clifford, who's coming off of that San Diego win last night, this is setting up really nice for them.
Yeah, and I would say and surmise that the Monster Racing, they're trying to set up Matt Easter. Matt Easter is one of these guys that he just comes out of the woodwork. I think he won Barry Wolf this year, which is just an incredible win, a monster win. Easter, always a man in the action. Watch out for that young man because he can roll. He can come out of a bunch sprint. He can work the brake. He's an all-arounder. And he is pretty much keeping the proverbial powder dry inside of 20 minutes to go as they line it up.
Well, Matt Easter's a good call, Dave. He was second here at the race earlier this year, the Bart Clifford, the Elizabeth Taylor Memorial. And you're right, Matt comes out when he's fit, and so anything can happen. Coming to us with 11-plus career wins on his resume. Really strong finish here earlier in the season. He was a winner at Majestic Crit that you and I were announcing back in Ontario in 2021. And he's a multi-time big day winner in 2017 at the Tour de Murrieta when he won the Crit there on Saturday, that 2-day stage race. I was actually racing that race, and I remember he had a monster day that day.
I got John Stevens, the mayor. You're going to have to take your headphones on a second. John, what'd you say?
Yes, I'm good.
You have no idea. I'm a fan of yours. So,
Yeah, oh, good.
So
Thank you.
stay on to the left. Sit over here and
Okay.
put your headphones on.
Okay.
I don't need to be on the radio. I've done this before.
Oh, is this? Am I on the radio?
Not yet. You will be.
Okay, good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, this is lacrits.com. We are broadcasting live in the heart of Orange County, California. Costa Mesa always delivers. We've had action-packed racing all day long. And Costa Mesa, my hometown, I couldn't be more proud of the show we're putting on. It is a virtual block party as we broadcast on lacrits.com. I think I promised potentially some special guests today. Last time we spoke with Andrea Marr, and she has brought in the mayor of Costa Mesa. And this is a man who I respect very much. He's done so much, and he was appointed after Katrina Foley had a vacancy. John Stevens, we got 20 minutes or so, so this is a good time to have a brief chat with the mayor of Costa Mesa, John Stevens. How do you feel about what you are seeing out on course today?
It's great to be here, boy. This is something else. What a great use of this area. And we're so fortunate to have this perfect area for a Grand Prix race, and obviously another perfect day in Costa Mesa. It's 78 degrees for you people that are watching. I don't know where you're watching, but I'm sure it's hotter than 78 degrees. And the sun is shining. It's beautiful. And this is a great area, this Harbor Gateway area. A lot of people don't know about it because it's north of the 405 right off of Harbor. But we've got the SoCo and a lot of great restaurants, a lot of great places to go shopping. And yeah, it's great. It's great to have this event here. It's perfect.
Well, SoCo is between turns 1 and 2. And if you look at the monitor, the screens right now, that is 1 and 2. So the right of your screen is SoCo. One of the sponsors is Arc Restaurant. Noah Blum has chipped in.
Yeah, he was the mayor of Newport Beach for a while, and that restaurant is a really great place to go. So, yeah, thank you. Thanks, Noah, for the sponsorship. And everybody should go to Arc Restaurant. You won't be disappointed. That's a great place to go. Yeah, there's culinary delights at Arc Restaurant. We'll be there tonight, and we are talking again to Mayor John Stevens, who earned his bachelor's degree at Cal Poly, and he graduated magna cum laude in 1986. Not bad on you there, Mayor. No, it's not bad. That's not as good as my daughter, but it's pretty good.
No way. Your family's overachieving. So where did your daughter go to school? Where?
So, well, I've got 4 kids. The last one was summa cum laude. She graduated from DePaul University in Chicago. She's still there. And then my other daughter's the real overachiever. She's at UCLA Law School. She's #1 in her class at UCLA Law School. So,
my goodness gracious!
So as you move down my bio, you see that I went to UC Davis Law School. So I couldn't get into UCLA; they dinged me.
And you've been a practicing law attorney for 30 plus years now?
Yeah, I've been a trial lawyer right here in Costa Mesa for the most part for 35 years. That's what I've been doing, and I moved here in 1989, right after graduating from law school. We got a little apartment. And we moved into a house over in Andrea Mar's district, Mesa Del Mar. We didn't have districts at the time, obviously, but that's back when a 27-year-old could buy a house in Costa Mesa. Yeah, it has been an absolute explosion. And I would say, having lived here since 1990, Costa Mesa has become a haven of entrepreneurs, restaurateurs, high tech. As this break is starting to get reeled in,
back on action. But we are having a good time with Mayor Stevens, who's in the house. We had Arliss Reynolds on City Council helping out with city's bikeway and walkability efforts. We have Jeff Harlan, who's done a bunch of tremendous work with the Santa Ana River Trail, the Blue Ribbon Task Force. We have Manuel Chavez, who went to Estancia High School. City Council is really behind us, and it's great to have Andrea Marr also here in the box. Andrea Marr, part of the U.S. Naval Academy. So she was like on the karate team. So
I didn't know that. I know she's a nuclear scientist, though, an engineer. She kept everybody safe on those big aircraft carriers, the Nimitz and everything like that. So she's a Dr. Andrea Marr, Lieutenant Andrea Marr, and council member as well. So
is it safe to say that Andrea Marr, city councilwoman, can handle rough waters and deflect a karate chop? Is it safe to say that you feel safer when she's in the chambers?
I do. I feel she's always got my back, and you know what? I'm never going to try to karate chop her. That's for sure.
And Andrea Marr did an excellent job running the 5K this morning, like 6:30 a.m.
Yeah.
A lot of the proceeds are going to the Warrior for Dogs Foundation, the nonprofit charity. We're also supporting Save Our Youth program, which has been involved.
Soy. Well, you know, Manuel Chavez he actually works for Soy, and that's on the west side of Costa Mesa, and they do a terrific job. You know, it used to be that group was trying to get kids out of high school, to graduate from high school, and now they have like about 30 kids that go out of that group to college every year, and Manuel goes with them and checks out all the colleges, and it's really quite an organization. They just celebrated their 30th anniversary, Soy.
That's awesome. Save Our Youth program. They're really stitching everything together for both Newport and Costa Mesa area.
So what's the area where you live in Costa Mesa?
So I live in District 1 on Monte Vista over by Back Bay.
Oh, sure.
And,
wait a minute. That'd be District 6, though, right?
Oh, it's 6. I'm sorry.
District
Right.
6.
So it's 6. Thank you.
It's Jeff Harlan's district.
That's right.
Yeah, he lives right off of Monte Vista. He lives on basically Monte Vista and Fairway.
That's awesome. So I'll have to see him. Maybe he's out there dog walking. Jeff Harlan, he went to Penn. He's a University of Penn guy. Everybody's an overachiever at City Council right now.
Well, pretty much. He's our only Ivy Leaguer. And then we've got, you mentioned Arliss Reynolds. She went to MIT, so she's kind of an Ivy League adjacent. And definitely, you know, Andrea Marr is the only person who's ever gone to MIT out of Estancia High School. She was Arliss. Thank you, Andrea. Yeah, Arliss Reynolds is the only one that's gone to MIT. So we have a very talented council from top to bottom. And, you know, in terms of biking, especially Arliss and Andrea, too, and they brought along the whole council support, making just people just riding their bikes. I mean, not necessarily Grand Prix racers, but people that just want to get around town on bikes. We've made it a lot safer. If you drive, you know, as a resident, you go around the city of Costa Mesa and you'll see a lot more bike lanes in the last 5 years. And in pedestrians, too, we have a lot of pedestrian safety measures, including a thing called lead pedestrian intervals, where it's safer because the pedestrians get a head start. So into the crosswalk. We've got hawk signals and crosswalks that we put up. We're trying to keep it, active transportation's a big deal for the city and for the city council, and we're trying to make it safer to get out and walk and bike in Costa Mesa.
That's so awesome. I feel like the City Council of Costa Mesa is very strong, muy fuerte in advocacy for energy efficiency, technology, and for the city bikeways and walkability efforts. It is noticeable, having lived here since 1990, what you guys have done to make it a safer roadways and bringing in the arts, Performing Arts Center. We've got the county fair going. We got 4 laps to go here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix.
Okay, there you go. 4 laps to go. And so the other thing we just brought in, I think it was 2022, October 22, is ACMA, the Orange County Museum of Art. And that's kind of the crown jewel of our performing arts area. And if you go there now, especially if you have kids, they have an exhibit. It's called Half the Air. And you go in there and there's massive yellow balloons. You have to call something?
Well, I've got Philip Tinsman there making a dynamic move, leaping from the peloton. He's going to try to latch on to those 2 riders, Knuckles and Caro, who have been blasting off all front. You can see all day long they've come from. There he is. Tinsman now is connecting. Mayor Stevens. See this guy in the green. He is a multi-U.S. national champion. very savvy rider who can read a race like a book. I think he went to MIT. He's got a PhD in bike racing.
Oh, there you go.
Catching this move. We'll see if he can ride that wave, but it's a very, very, very tactical moment because if he overcooks this thing, he could get popped, and he's looking at the success ratio of the chase.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Isn't that great? So now we're starting to see these riders stitched together. It's like welded back. This is a very tough, very, very tall tree to trim. 3 riders taking on the energy of the peloton. The advantage is always the peloton. The disadvantage is that Philip Tinsman in the green just joined these cats. So he's only had about 1 section of road to recover as he safely negotiates that corner with a little bit of traffic furniture. No harm, no foul there whatsoever underneath the tree-lined streets of Costa Mesa, California.
Isn't it beautiful? It's like a tree canopy there. I mean, you know, so yeah, my office is over on the other side of South Coast Plaza, and I look over a tree canopy every day. We're a tree city in Costa Mesa, and you'd be surprised if you just do an aerial how many trees we have. It's like in the whole city we have about 75,000 trees, you know, private and public. I think we have something like, what is it, Andrea, like 35,000 trees that we take care of in, you know, public trees.
Trees and Parks, incorporated in 1953, the city of Costa Mesa, the beautiful city that is coastal, that is on the Mesa.
Yeah.
Used to be a rural farming community back in the day. Lima beans were the big thing that was monetized.
Right where we are, they would have been growing lima beans years ago. And the Segerstrom family, you know, just Swedish immigrants who came to this area to farm lima beans, and they kept buying more land on margin and kept farming it, and it became the world's largest source of dry lima beans. And then Henry Segerstrom had the idea to develop some of those fields, and some of the fields are still over in Home Ranch. They're still working farms.
With 2 laps to go, we do indeed still have strawberries. We still have agriculture here. We have Epicurean delights. We have the arts. We have restaurants. It is absolutely exploded in Costa Mesa, but it still feels like a small community. And it is all about the unity in the community here in Costa Mesa. I feel so much unity. I can open a Unitarian church in Costa Mesa. I am so very proud to be a resident here since 1990, and I'm so very proud to be joined by City Council members Andrea Marr, and we are with the Mayor John Stevens as we come down to the final laps.
Yeah. Well, you got a good one there. I think I'm going to put that on a bumper sticker. We put the unity in community. I think that's a good one.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to give you attribution for that.
I would greatly appreciate that. It's a gift from my heart. Muy corazón en pasión from David Worthington to the entire community of Costa Mesa. Is an absolute blast to be here.
Yeah, me too. I mean, this is my first time here. I knew they did it last year. I think I was out of town, and I'm really happy to be here. I mean, I had no idea how impressive this is.
Well, this is definitely a shining jewel of Costa Mesa, like South Coast Plaza, Segerstrom's. We talked about John Wayne, Soco Design. We've got the collection, the OC Mix, high-end design center. We've got a juice bar, we got a coffee bar, we got an oyster bar, record stores, vintage. It's all here in the alcoves of Costa Mesa.
Yeah, the camp and the lab, great restaurants on 17th Street. We just, a Shake Shack just opened, and I went there for dinner last night for the first time. It's really good. But, I mean, you just go up and down 17th Street, and there's one great restaurant after another. We've got, little gems like Trenta on the west side of Costa Mesa. It's a great Italian place, and give them a plug. Maybe they'll sponsor next year if I give them a plug.
Oh, please.
Yeah.
Please. Spread the word. I know that Costa Mesa has a big beer community, too, and we're sponsored by Worthy Brewing Company out of Bend, Oregon. So that's my brother. I got to get back to the action. Ladies and gentlemen, you're on LACrits.com with one lap to go, around about a 20-second time gap, and we have 2 riders in between with 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go as Kenny Rogers is joined by Scott Redding, rider, as they try to connect. This is getting down to the nitty-gritty. We're in Costa Mesa, California. This crit is lit.
All right. Kenny Rogers. I got my money on Kenny Rogers. Love that guy.
Kenny Rogers is a great guy. We call him the Gambler.
The Gambler. That's why I said I got my money on him, because he's the Gambler.
He knows when to hold him and when to fold him, but the advantage are these 3 riders, because the Gambler, Kenny Rogers with the Finney Foundation, in between Oh, man. Well, I have no idea who's going to win this race. Mayor Stevens, you know, if the over-under is 50-50, do you wager on the breakaway, or do you pick the pack?
I don't know. I think the breakaway. Think they're going to catch him?
The break looks very strong. I said it's 50-50, so just to be contrarian, I'm going to say the gap is going to be shrunk like a cheap suit, but I think I'm wrong, because look at Philip Tinsman at the front right now. He's a former U.S. national champ. You can see the stars and stripes on his cuffs. Knuckles now in the front with big orange. Knuckles now, he's going to unload the watts and try to get the delivery, the payload, all the way to start-finish as they battle on that back stretch through the chicanes. Caro gapping out just a fraction. And this is decision time. This is the chicane between turns number 2 and 3. And we have these two riders trying to get to the 3. That would make 5. I don't think those two are going to connect. The gambler, he's running out of cards to play. And sometimes if you're at the table and you don't know who is being had, it might just be you. Yeah. This is a gambit, no doubt about it. Costa Mesa, we are so proud to have Mayor Stevens, and we want to say to the entire city council, please come back. We will be here in March again as Alfie Sanchez. This is the big move on turn number 4. That's Philip Tinsman, and Tinsman is going large. Carroll trying to get in that slipstream. Here comes Philip Tinsman for the win here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Do you believe in miracles? Tinsman hangs on for the win.
Unbelievable. What a great finish. Great call, too. Boy, that's a really good call.
I do appreciate it, and it looks like the gambler, Kenny Rogers, hanging on to 4th place. Job well done.
That's all right. 4th place, very respectable for the gambler. He's doing a lot better than the Kenny Rogers that sang the song, that's for sure. May he rest in peace.
Rotisserie Chicken Man, I think. And he was roasting. He was putting on the slow grill out there. Tasty morsels. This is not easy to get away. What a beautiful race it was indeed on our 45-plus division.
Well, I saw Kenny Rogers in his last performance at the on his last tour at the Pacific Amphitheater, which is right here in Costa Mesa. They're having the fair right now. You should come down, and I don't know who's playing tonight, but last night was Chris Young, and a lot of great bands are playing the Pacific Amphitheater. Also, a lot of tribute bands playing at the hangar.
I believe Irie Nation is coming very soon. Irie Nation, a reggae tribute band. And
do you know Revolution? You know that band?
Do.
Revolution's great. I'm going on August 10th to Revolution. They play 3 nights. Great band out of Isla Vista.
They're about the Tijuana Dogs.
Oh, my God. So the Tijuana Dogs, for people, if you're around Costa Mesa, Tijuana Dogs are playing at Fairview Park on at 6 o'clock on Tuesday, the 23rd, this coming Tuesday.
And
so let's look them.
Tijuana, I'm sorry to cut you off, Mayor Stevens. I want you to gaze at the cameras, because this is what your city, look at the trees. We talked about the trees.
Yes.
The camera, this is the drone LA Crits Cam looking up at Saddleback, the mountains in the background, the Santa Ana Mountains. It is absolutely beautiful. What a gorgeous day indeed. And we want to say, Mayor Stevens, any parting comments of pearls of wisdom?
No, that's a beautiful, I got to go, but that's a beautiful aerial shot of great and kind of underappreciated part of Costa Mesa, Harbor Gateway. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the time. And this is a wonderful event, and I'll be back every year.
Mayor Stevens, thank you so much for joining us. Well, it doesn't get much better than that when the mayor clears his schedule during the OC Fairgrounds. All this work that he's having to do, and to come by and say hello, I think we've got him pretty much satiated for next year. He seems to be very stoked. Thank you for the City Council for all you do. It's been tremendous having Mayor Stevens and Andrea Moore from City Council coming in to chime in. A beautiful, beautiful day. Thank you so much for coming out and joining us. You're watching on lacrits.com. And I've just got the unofficial top 4. We know that Kenny Rogers coming in 4th and Tinsman taking the win. Pat Caro 2nd. And Knuckles, a tremendous day, taking 3rd after being out there all day long punching tickets. The Gambler representing. The Gambler with the Finney Foundation, Davis Finney. I saw Davis Finney win the last race that he ever participated in. He was with Team 7-Eleven in Wichita Falls, Texas. The Hotter Than Hell race. Davis Finney, what a stud. Yeah. Winner of the Tour de France stage as well at the Champs-Élysées. not racing the Champs today because, well, we're in Nice today at the Tour de France. So, time trial. Come on, that's boring. You're watching on LACrits.com. Way more action today because every finish has been fantastic. Presented by Worthy Brewing Company. And there's Philip Tinsman on your screen right there. Job well done. Maybe we'll get a word with Philip Tinsman right for Monster. So to set the table, to do some housekeeping here at roughly, it's around about 1:23 in the p.m. here in Costa Mesa, California, West Coast time. I do believe we're going to have a ribbon-cutting ceremony with the mayor and city council members. And on schedule after the ribbon cutting. Gonna have the kids race, and on the menu, pro men 1, 2, 3 at 1:30. So we're probably tracking on time a little bit behind. Throw it over to Alfie Sanchez.
Mesa Grand Prix. We are going to be doing the kids free bike race, our kids bike race. And then after that, we're going to be doing a presentation with the Chamber of Commerce, and we have the city manager here as well. So, again, we're pleased if we can all gather up. That'd be great. We got the mayor doing some stuff.
Does he know that this John Stevens is the mayor? If not, I can write the name down and give it to Russ. Give it to me. You give it to Alfie. Yeah. John Stevens. You got to get the name.
Oh, testing. Okay.
This is the mayor, and then the other.
Miles, are you ready?
Andrea Marr. She's wearing the blue shirt.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I forgot what she was wearing. She was in here for a second. City council. Yeah. And make sure it's the mayor, John Stevens.
Okay. Miles, are you ready? Okay, on your marks. Get set. Go. Go, Miles. Wait, not yet.
Miles is on the
Miles, go.
Strider bike back here, the balance bike. Look at Miles. Smiles for Miles. Put your hands together. Over into the fence row. Straighten her back out there, cowboy. Ease her up over here, Spider-Man. Oh, this is great. The balance bike world champion Miles is on the gas. Here we go. We are on a full-fledged bicycle race right now. Team Alpecin. Let's get a rider out there with them. Knuckles, third place finisher there. He's going to follow the kids race so they don't get lost. We had one rider get lost at the Manhattan Beach Grand Prix last weekend.
Yeah, thanks to Mike out there with Big Orange. He's going to have them turn around. They're going to turn around right now. They'll come back around.
I don't know if you want Knuckles out there cooperating with the kids. That guy.
There you go. They're turning around now. Here they come. Here they come.
Okay,
let's cheer them on. Here is the future. The future of our bike racing is right here, thanks to the parents. We are going to build this. This is.
Here they are. Heads up, everybody.
Come on,
Make
here they
some
go.
noise.
Cheer them on. Here they come. Here they come. Yeah, there she goes. Woo! Yeah, great job.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Haythcock, and I'm the President and CEO of the Costa Mesa Chamber of Commerce. Thank you all for being a part of this. I have to say, when I first met Alfie some month, he put a lot of effort and time in getting to know the city, getting to know the community. And I'm always curious about when people come and bring a new idea and a new vision to a city, why did you do that? And he said, and why our city? And he said, because we have some really nice neighbors too. But he said it was just the culture, outside of just the format that was available, but the culture was one that he thought was fitting. And so I thought that really meant a lot, and I appreciate that. Well, I also want to recognize we have Mayor Stevens here from the city of Costa Mesa, Councilmember Reynolds, and Councilmember Marr from the city. Great showing. But Alfie, I appreciate you not just for this event. It's amazing seeing the vision that you had passed on, but it's now to see actually in play is quite substantial. So thank you for bringing this to Costa Mesa. And part of that, I'm actually very happy now to officially give you your official membership plaque into the chamber.
Will you be able to get us a start list? Yeah.
And with that, Mayor Stevens.
Thank you. So, Andre, Arliss, come on up. So, thank you all for being here in the great city of Costa Mesa. Another perfect day in the city of Costa Mesa. It's 78 degrees, which is 20 degrees less than most other places in the world right now. So, it's a wonderful place. It's a wonderful place to have this Grand Prix. I'm very impressed. Councilmember Reynolds, Councilmember Marr, and the rest of the council have been trying to make biking safe for at least the last 5 years, 6 years. For the city, and then this is just an extension of our commitment to doing that, getting people out on bikes, getting people out walking, out of their cars, and so this is just great. So Alfie, thank you very much for choosing Costa Mesa. So we just got started. It was last year we had our first one in March. Well, it's this year, right? In March, and then now we're having this one here in July. We're gonna have another one in March. We're just gonna keep building on this momentum. Congratulations to all the bikers. Thank you for everybody who has biked. Thank you to Troy. We got Paulette here from Travel Costa Mesa somewhere. There's Paulette from Travel Costa Mesa. We have Heads in Beds, which she likes. We have a lot of things that are happening. Great restaurants. Enjoy the city. It's a wonderful city. Enjoy this area and spend a lot of time here. Go to the Orange County Fair. Come to Costa Mesa. Have fun. It's a great place. And thank you very much, Alfie, for coming to the great city of Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Definitely want to thank everybody for being here. You guys, Costa Mesa is the spot, you guys, right? So, again, we want to thank the city of Costa Mesa. They're the ones who are allowing us to have this in their beautiful city. And if it wasn't for them, I think this is the best spot. Majestic Cycling finally found its home, and this is where we want to be. Actually, you know what? Can I get you up here, Bart? I was looking for you. Mayor, this is Bart. He's the one that has the Taylor Elizabeth Clifford Grand Prix in March. So he's very thankful as well, Bart, to help have the two races again, March and then June or July, August. So again, I want to thank the mayor, city council, and the staff, and we really appreciate you guys. And we're looking forward to building this. All right, well, thank you. Okay, sorry. All right, Pro Men 1, 2. Let's get you lined up. Pro Men 1, 2, 3. We have Pro Men's race coming up right now. Let's put on a show for the mayor and city council. Let's build this race. We want to see 100 deep, 150 in the future. And the goal is to raise this purse as well, ladies and gentlemen. That is the goal. Thank you guys for coming on out. Let's give them a show. Thank you, guys.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We just did the ceremonious ribbon cutting with the mayor here at Costa Mesa for the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Majestic Cycling officially making it their home race. I mean, you heard it from the mayor right there with the ribbon cutting. So very, very exciting here. And we are lining up the men's Pro 1, 2. Pretty cool. The mayor right now, John Stevens, kind of getting a little color from my announcing partner, David Worthington. I'm David Wells, but my partner, Dave Worthington, out there giving some color and some enthusiasm. He's a local resident here and former pro racer with Labor Power, so he's certainly excited to see that Costa Mesa celebrating and embracing this race here today at Costa Mesa. Pro men are going to be going off at 70 minutes. We've got Bergen West, certainly having a fantastic season. Corey Lockwood is in the house, the 3-time national champion. Jason Paez, he's here, 9 career wins. He's your California State time trial champion. Saw Dante Young is in the house, 8 career wins. I don't know though he's having anything bigger than his Tulsa Tough win back in 2019, who went on to race with Legions of Los Angeles. Dante had a very important supporting role with Legions of Los Angeles with his co-mates Corey and Justin Williams. And here we go, Dave Worthington sending him off, and Ronnie Toth on point. There he goes. Ronnie Toth making a Dalton Thornberry video viral earlier this week with the bouncing ducks. Also our Manhattan Beach Cat 3 state champion right there at the front too from the Scott Redding race team. So welcome everybody for lap number 1. The California Cat 3 state champion is actually off at least at the front right now, giving the guys a nice little view of turn number 1. And here we go. Street lights are flashing red, but the race lights are flashing green. The flagman is out. Green flags are flying. And we are racing here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, brought to you by Worthy Brewington out of Bend, Oregon. Worthy Brew Beer also having the big race coming up in August 10th up in Bend, Oregon. Going to be a very exciting occasion up there. Worthy Brewing Company been producing award-winning craft beers since 2012. Founder Roger Worthington, brother of co-announcer here with me, David Worthington. That's his brother. All the Worthy hops are Oregon grown. And if you live here in California, Worthy Brew Beer is available at grocery outlets at stores near you. Please support our friends at Worthy Brewing Company. Also, today's race brought to you by Audi, Fletcher, Jones, the greatest in fuel and hybrid plug-in vehicles. Our good friend Espen Kateris standing in and supporting the race with Fitter. Live your fitness. Don't be a quitter. Support Espen and Fitter. Also, EXP Realty, Miss Kathy Sanchez, wife of promoter Alfie Sanchez with EXP Realty, helping support and bring on the race today. It's been a superb occasion here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. We've had some amazing race action earlier in the day. We've had Phil Tinsman, who, if you just tuned in, maybe you saw him come across the line in that glorious race. So lots of good action. And right now in the front is Ronnie Toth. And then Corey Lockwood sitting third wheel in that little third wheel, but sitting in the front of that chase group trying to bring back those 2 riders. That is not going to happen when Corey Lockwood is there. That little split is going to be right back in order. But early on, lap number 1 complete, and here we are at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Welcome to LACrits.com. LA Crits Live. We got a couple riders on course. This is a beautiful thing. So all of our fans that are joining from all over California and beyond, good friends back in the East Coast. 3-hour time difference, so hopefully you guys are tuned in and dialed in. Got your training rides done, your racing is done for the day, and you're tuned into LACrits.com, joining us here in Costa Mesa, so welcome to the show. I'm David Wells. My partner will be joining me just a minute, David Worthington. Very, very, very active races all throughout the day. This course is definitely suited perfect for a breakaway situation. We've got about a 12-mile-an-hour crosswind on the backstretch. We've seen about 4 successful breakaways early on in the day, so it's suited perfect for that. We're just south of Los Angeles, about 25 minutes. Positioned really in the heartland of Orange County, California. We're seeing an effort right now from a Go Fast rider. Go Fast having a very successful day here at Costa Mesa in the early racing. Team 6 has got John Janik sitting there about third wheel, setting up tall and proud. That rider Corey Lockwood that we were talking about just moments ago. 2024, the Blazers, is a multi-time California time trial champion, 3-time U.S. time trial champion. The 2019 national time trial champion. He's a multi-time winner at the Santa Barbara Road Race back when he was racing for KHS Elevate. I can remember when Corey was doing battle against the Legions of Los Angeles team when he was on KHS Elevate with Brian McCullough and some of the other riders. I think it was Eder Farrar. So here we are, Corey Lockwood now with the Blazers. He's also a 2018 amateur road national champion. Have a start list here momentarily so we can get some eyes on the numbers, get some names with these riders. A lot to be determined here, though, as we just underway. Lap number 2, racing for 70 minutes. You'll see the rider there in the very back in the full white kit. That's John Surkoff. He was a winner of the Cat 2-3 race just moments ago, 18 years old. Had a brilliant ride all race long and then put his wheels to the front. Had an amazing finish, and here he is pinned up and racing here in the pro category. Very young, optimistic rider. Looking very good here at Costa Mesa. LACrits.com bringing the live camera action to you with 8 different point of views. 8 cameras on course. We'll have a drone in the air as we get down into the closing laps. Ask you to like and subscribe to LACrits.com on Instagram, on YouTube. Talking about Ray Mars. Yeah, you can see the flags now here at the start-finish line. Definitely prevailing winds that we'd mentioned, about 12 miles an hour, at least showing up here on the Doppler radar inside the sweet pass that we have. Comes Scott Redding at the initiative, the Scott Redding race team, taking an initiative to try to claw their way back up to the front of the race. You can see the exuberant fans that we have on the fence line. That is a beautiful thing to see. Diego Rangel, one of those Scott Redding cycling team riders. Looking good. Michael Schonefeld also here in the pro field. Michael had a great race earlier. I think he won the field sprint in the Masters category. Michael Oroka, he had a great race. And then Ronnie Toth, the rider that we saw there in the Flowers, who took off in lap number 1, there just at the front, getting a little TV time. He's got 10 career wins dating back to all the way back to 2013. He won at the Valley of Fire in Overton, Nevada. He's a CBR winner, Ontario Majestic Crit winner, San Luis Road Race. He won the Spy Red Trolley Classic Criterium. He was a SoCal Cup winner at the Dominguez Hills. I mean, just really piling on some really good results. And in 2024, Ronnie's back with some good fitness. He's marching on. Solid performances this year at Rosanna Ranch. Had a nice second place finish there in the 35 plus. And then he was third overall at the Victorville stage race. Cameron Bond is out here with Guillotine Racing. Cameron brings to us 9 wins. He was the downtown Bakersfield Criterium winner. No doubt Cameron is positioned well back there in the chase group. He won the Turbulence Criterium in 2016. He's a Cantua Creek road race winner. He's won at the Redlands, and he's a multi-time Chuck Pontius winner. Talking about Cameron Bond. Couldn't quite get eyes on that front rider, but it looked a lot like a Caton or a Kyle Mitchell. The twins from Hawaii, I believe they're not pre-registered, but man, it sure had the looks of one of the Mitchell brothers. Giovanni Romero, the I-Speed Felt rider, 7 career wins. He's out here with us. Impressive. This guy's been all over the race course this year in 2024. 43 races to his credit this year. He was a winner at the Triton Criterium. He won at CBR. He had a strong second at the Hunt Park Road Race. He was third at Barrio Logan. And he was 6th at the Devil Criterium. And he's a 2023. He was a 2-time California State time trial champion, Giovanni Romero.
Yeah, and Giovanni Romero winning yesterday at a race in San Diego. Giovanni Romero riding for I-Speed Felt. Gil Ron, the race director, has done tremendous yeoman work to get that team, I-Speed Felt, in its winning ways. Brian McCulloch winning at Cross, I believe, just a few days ago. Dylan Geary with I-Speed Felt has been tremendous this year. Good to see them on the map, no doubt about it. Aiden Papel got third here in March in a dramatic 3-up sprint with Dante Young taking the win. Second place was Scott Redding in a photo finish with Aiden Papel right there. And the Mitchell brother, I think, was 4th. So a star-studded field, no doubt about it. Romero definitely a contender in this race.
Another strong contender, too, is the Team 6 rider. We've talked about Team 6 all day long. We've got a couple of riders popping off the back there, but Team 6, look at this move right here.
As it looks like Corey Lockwood, perhaps, with the elbows out. It certainly does look like Kerry Water with the Blazers. That's Corey Lockwood. He put on a show already with a pretty smart gap as he enters turn number 1. Kerry Wood, Chop Wood, Lockwood. This is a man that goes from state to state hunting down time trials just so he can compete. Watch out for Lockwood. He is definitely built for this stunt. He can definitely dig and find anaerobic energy. Corey Lockwood on the move.
Another rider I like to see, Dave, I was just getting ready to get into, is the Team 6 rider. Keeping things pretty calm right now. But that's old sexy Rexy, Rex Roberts, the 2021 Cat 1 state champion here in California. He's relatively new to Team 6. I think this is his second, maybe third year. He was formerly with the SoCalCycling.com team. And Rex now on Team 6. He had a huge podium. Got it third at CBR number 2, which was a big race this year. 2023, he was the winner at Chuck Pontius. Second at the LA Circuit race. That was second to Sharon, so that was a good heads-up sprint when Rex and Sharon went to the line together. He's won the Merced Criterium. He's a very capable rider. Rexy looking good out here today.
And this is Lockwood with the Blazers stomping on the pedals, crushing every corner.
Oof.
Bursting through the trapezoid-shaped 1 mile course and ripping through that
Yikes.
corner.
Lockwood making driftwood of the peloton right now. Man, they're going the wrong direction.
Yeah, look at the leaves are falling. All the leaves are brown, and as Lockwood, there's just a slipstream of energy behind his wheel as he busts up molecules at around about 34 miles an hour, crushing the pedals.
It's a very convincing gap, if you will. I mean, we're very early on into this race right now, and he's got it looks to be at least probably about a 12 to 15 second gap as we speak as he comes through the start-finish line.
And that's Lockwood in that telltale position. You see his aerodynamic position. He is a U.S. national time trial champion for a reason. And Lockwood, we saw him slay the dragon at the Redland Cycling Classic in the final stage. Looking about a 12-second time gap, as you said, David Wells. I'm David Worthington. Thank you for joining us here at lacrits.com at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, presented by Worthy Brewing Company out of Bend, Oregon.
You know, Dave, I know this is a moment of great racing jubilation right now, but how cool was it there? Watch you out there mucking it up with the local officials, the mayor, Mr. Stevens here in your hometown of Costa Mesa, and Majestic Cycling kind of planting their flag here in the soil of the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. I mean, that was a pretty momentous occasion for you.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I don't know. I was feeling a little misty out there to have city council with a warm embrace. You know, we got a verbal agreement. I said, well, Mayor Stevens, John Stevens, I think a verbal agreement is 9/8 relative. And of course, he's a trial lawyer, so he laughed at that one and laughed it off. But what he was serious about is coming back and supporting this race, making it bigger, making it stronger. He's already going to use and utilize his powerful network to try to get more commercial sponsorship here next year, no doubt about it. They are stoked. It's the ribbon cutting ceremony went without a hitch.
Yeah, that's a good deal. Yeah, I'm not sure about the 9/8. You know, fractions were never my strong suit unless I was, luckily the Hershey bar always came in squares and you could pop them babies.
Yeah, I don't think the numerator is supposed to be bigger than a denominator.
Numerator, denominator.
Something like that.
Something.
Look at Lockwood as he presses it for sure.
Yeah.
What a cool sight to see as he turns right on Scenic, this rider out of contention, and he is blowing down Highland Avenue. And Highland to the first turn, that is Sunflower, a famous Sunflower Street. Ronnie Toth in the Sunflower kit. Look at that angle. What a beautiful angle on that camera. That's a new, fresh angle as this rider in the blue stripes, horizontal, almost has kisses the barricades. It's full gas right now. And our men, Pro 1, 2, 3. Welcome, everybody, to the Costa Mesa Grand Prix presented by Worthy Brewing Company.
Yeah, the only nader out there right now is the Terminator, the Dominator. Look at what Corey Lockwood has single-handedly done to that peloton. No cooperation, no one willing to chase him down. It's really a futile moment in the race, a lot of indecisiveness and just a real frustrating moment in the race. But I mean, it's safe to say he's now built his gap up to about 15 seconds, and there appears to be no splinters coming off of the wood at the moment. This guy is planed and sharp and smooth surfaced. Corey Lockwood, that riding position that he's got, proving exactly why he's the multi-time national champion. He's also the record holder in the U.S. 40K time trial.
And that looks like Dante Young, his teammate, taking a sip from the bottle. He is your prior winner here back in March on an emotional day in memory of Taylor Elizabeth Clifford. Meanwhile, Lockwood punching tickets, no doubt about it. Here comes the chase. And this is probably part of the conversation. Dante Young saying, Lockwood, you're free to go. You're free to fly. Just do me a favor. Don't drag another sprinter with you. So Lockwood finding that opportunity. Yeah. The door is open, and he certainly has taken it, punching tickets right now.
Well, if I may use a surfing reference, since we're here in the beautiful Southern California with the Pacific Ocean, Dave, just to our south here, about, 6 miles. Dante Young on the barrel right now. He's got no reason to do anything except for enjoy the wave coming on in.
Surfing Whales is Dante Young. That's right, David Wells. You know, Dante Young, he also won the 2023 Redlands Classic, the Criterium stage. So he's no stranger to the top step. Dante Young having a tremendous. He was in the lead-out role last week at Manhattan Beach Grand Prix in support of Corey Williams. As they ring a bell, I believe, a Worthy Beer on the line. That's right, Oscar, give it up for Worthy Brewing Company. Handcrafted ales, award-winning platinum level.
Drink up, hammer down, and dream on with Worthy Brew, baby. Pop the cap, let her rip, sip it back.
That's right. And if you reside in California, Worthy Beer is available at grocery outlets. At the nearest store, check it out, grocery outlet.
Can you find the Worthy Brew in the milk aisle? If not, it should be. That's great, man. That's really cool to be able to support. You know, if your brother being involved in, you know, I don't know, you haven't really made that well known, but you and your brother very involved in the Southern California bicycle racing scene, and now your brother up there doing the beer thing up in Bend, Oregon. It's great to have that partnership, and then to see that in your local grocery stores and being able to support the beer is just it's amazing.
Yeah, Roger Worthington, my brother, my elderly brother, he was a visionary. Started with the hops program, a hops company, and then decided to go full stick into the brewery. It is a solar-powered brewery in Bend, Oregon, on the east side. Go check it out. They even have a observatory tower, also known as a hopservatory, for you stargazing maniacs, and it is free of charge. I highly recommend checking out the observatory there in Bend, Oregon at Worthy Brewing Company. Mm-hmm. They've got a full portfolio of craft beers, operating 2 pubs, one in the aforementioned east side and also downtown overlooking the Deschutes River. The Deschutes River, which courses through the town of Bend, Oregon, a bucolic view of the river. If you're at the Taps and Brewery, Taps and Tacos, they're in downtown. Go get you some. Be a good steward of the land when you travel to Oregon, or when you travel to Costa Mesa, anywhere, please. Do not leave a trace. Do not be a quitter. Do not litter.
Oh, man. Loving what we're seeing right now. Pontiac race team, Jose Bucara, who was helping his teammates out earlier in that Cat 2-3 effort, now going after the chase. Influence in the race here, but man, how about that youngster, that 18-year-old rider in the full white kit? You see him out here now again in the 2-3, or excuse me, in the pro category, who just came off that fresh win with a 2-3 win. Now he's here in the pro race. This guy is on fire.
And you can see right now they are absolutely strung out like a street poet in Amsterdam on a razor's edge. And this rider getting vacuumed up. Lockwood still maintaining that rhythm, and he is smashing pedals. Lockwood on the move, and he is looking to try to go Han Solo. I don't think he can lap the field like he did at Chuck Pontius. This is a deeper field, and it's a 1 mile lap, whereas Pontius was a 0.6 mile, a 1 kilometer endeavor in Santa Clarita, California, where Lockwood walked away with the top step, and Team Endure getting second, third on that day. And there's Lockwood taking this serpentine road. He's using the entire road. As you can see, he's kissing the concrete in that gutter, that curb and gutter, to try to get that hard, compacted concrete in contrast to the asphalt. There's Alfie Sanchez, a good man who's done tremendous work for bike racing in Southern California for all these years, as Lockwood comes through start-finish, and the flags are starting to dance a little bit from the mighty blue prevailing winds coming off the Pacific Ocean, which is roughly 2 miles from start-finish. Scott Redding Cycling Team at the front.
Man, oh man, look at this, Dave. I mean, Lockwood has really just put these riders in the box of desperation. High-speed racing now
Looks like Giovanni Romero
Yeah.
with the face of pain, a savage look of grit and determination. You can see the teeth as he winces in pain, trying to block and ride through the pain. Watch Romero. Just Giovanni in that light blue. See him try to get back inside. He's a heady rider. He doesn't want to filter back too much. He certainly doesn't want to get to the front end of the spear after doing that load, but he is now folding in with a 35-second time gap. It's a lot of work to be done by the peloton with 35 seconds back.
Yeah, 35 seconds, and there's a lot of daylight between Lockwood and the peloton, and you can really see the uncooperation. I mean, the riders are going fast. I mean, they're trying, but when you got riders spraying off and waiting for another guy to take a turn, there's no one there to replace your gap. It's just a mess.
It is a mess. Looks like Jason Paez. Looks like Paez is now making a move. We saw him ride tremendously in support at Manhattan Beach Grand Prix. We'll get an identification on that to see if I'm accurate, but it does certainly look like the style, the position, and the stroke of Jason Paez, who's an all-arounder. We saw Paez win at LAX circuit race Han Solo. He has the ability, and he has the watts as he rolls. Struggling with that gear, just a fraction, though, seeing those shoulders rock.
Yeah.
Certainly doesn't look the same as Lockwood. This rider not ticking away quite as ease. You don't see the metronome, and there's the Tesla sign. Remember, we've got the best in hybrids, electric cars at Fletcher Jones Audi, right here at Bristol, just down the street.
Here comes Lockwood taking a little break right now. Looks like either some nutrition or some hydration coming in.
Yeah, and Lockwood in those full sleeves, the Blazers kit for solar protection. He's not bothered by this. It's really not heat at him. The index is like 80 degrees outside. He's coming from Tehachapi, where it can be a buck 15. He is the king of Tehachapi. And look at the drone coverage. Riders, just fractions everywhere. The heat is on. Paez pulled back. Saw Joe Lupien from Canada. He's the rider in the red kit riding for Butcher Box. Good to see Lupien. We saw him last week. He also comes from the gravel world and also is a time trial stud from Canada in the Butcher Box kit. He rounded off the top 10 at Manhattan last week, which is pretty epic considering he really is a gravel rider with big lungs. Joe Lupien is currently residing in Santa Barbara.
You know what I really like, Dave, is that rider that we saw win the 2-3. We're talking about John Sermon, the 18-year-old from Team Endura Racing Team. He's out there in the full white kit. Once again, there he is, actually right on cue. Right at the front, the 18-year-old winner of the Cat 2-3. This kid's on some really good fitness. He's willing to take a stab at it. He's not afraid.
Certainly really punchy form, right? He looks like a boxer out there, a small aerodynamic frame, and it looks like he's just all muscle, very lean. Looks like he could climb. We know he's an all-arounder, as he is also pretty smart as he checks his right shoulder. That's him on the upper right of your screen. Once again, looking to get back in after measured efforts.
Here comes the Scott Redding team effort right now. They're going to now take their turn. And Corey Lockwood, man, he is built just like one of those Audis that you were talking about, Dave, those electrified Audis that are just so aerodynamic, man. He's built like a wedge just splitting through the wind, not seeming to be bothered whatsoever.
That's pretty awesome. They're giving away 6-packs of premium ale, IPA, Strata, perfectly balanced ale right now out on course. You talked about Audi Fletcher Jones. Their sales manager, Top Dog, is a former professional cyclist. He also ran Team Elevate KHS, talking about Paul Abrams. So go down to Audi Fletcher, see Paul for very good deals on offer right now at Fletcher Jones. Razor's edge out there.
Man,
amazing.
Sure is.
Look at the energy on that screen.
It's like a clearance sale, Dave. You're going through the rack right now and just looking if you can find the right size. Take whatever you can get. Oh, my goodness. That picture right there really doesn't do it a whole lot of justice. That picture right there gives you the indication that Corey Lockwood is in deep trouble right now. And that is not going to be the situation. There's about 500 meters between Corey Lockwood and the peloton. That's for sure. The red lights are flashing, but Corey Lockwood's green lights are flashing. Go.
The closeness of the camera is deceiving indeed as they navigate that trough section between turns 1 and 2 with a block headwind. It definitely wears on you. This is turn number 2 as they come through and enter the what I call a soft chicane, and we continue to see gaps in the chase efforts. Looks like that could be Paez, Scott Redding, two teammates at the front. And a little bit of disorganization, which is advantage Lockwood flying Han Solo.
Speaking of great gear in Southern California, Eliel here with us today. Derek and Oscar. Oscar's been doing a great job out there firing up the crowd, giving away the Worthy Brew beer, and doing a great job. But Eliel here on hand. Great to have their support at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix and really all things bicycle racing in Southern California.
You've got to love it. This is such a spectacular scene. There's one of the cameras there on that corner. You can see the tripod on turn number 4 as Lockwood is just crushing this course.
There's the island cyclist right there getting in positions for some great photography. He does a great job taking pictures all throughout Southern California. Look at this, man. It is a spot of bother.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get organized when those gaps open up. Again, advantage Lockwood as the pressure is on, full gas. And the fatigue will set in. That fatigue will hit you in the neck, right? As you start to near complete oxygen debt, you got to ask yourself, how deep can you go?
Well, digging deep right now is my man Ace from Major Motion put on that race there in Long Beach, bringing back the King and Queen Crit in Long Beach. Ace here, Cat 3 racer, posting up in the 1, 2, 3, and he's still holding on tight. Doing a great job representing the Major Motion squad and really getting his first-hand dibs at promoting a race this year also. Ace is just towards the back there. He'll be in the red jersey. We'll call him, he's measuring the race, Dave. He's not surfing the back, he's measuring it.
Yeah, Major Motion, man. They're icons here in Southern California. Rasan Bahati coming through that program as our riders course through that chicane. They're on Cadillac Avenue, and then they will turn right on Scenic, where they then will negotiate turn number 4, which is Highland Avenue. We're just about a block away from Harbor Boulevard.
Look at that Pontiac rider. Actually, any rider, when they come off the left there, Dave, on the left side from the drone shot, which is amazing, by the way. Look how fast those riders descend to the back. Man, they put in a big effort, and then they just get blown off to the back. So that tells you they're really riding hard. They're doing everything they can. And, you know, if it weren't for Lockwood out the front just destroying them, I mean, it would be it's a great race for second. Let's just say that.
No, I do agree that the gap really is not, we don't see a yo-yo yet. We're waiting for that moment where the elastic snaps and the chase gets devalued. But they have been full gas as Antoine Hills and Spot of Bother. But they are just crushing lap after lap, setting personal record times. But if you look at this field, ladies and gentlemen, it is absolutely hell-bent for fire. It is on a razor's edge. There is no flailing. There's no free ride, even if you're on the back surfing wheels. Full gas, full stick right here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, presented by Worthy Brewing Company. We really appreciate you joining us. LACrits.com, capturing every corner, every tight squeeze, every fast finish in Technicolor.
Yeah, how about this rider? Let's bring this name back up. This is a blast from the past. Eric Herrera. He's now a Cat 1 on the Scott Redding race team, and cycling team, rather. And Eric Herrera, Dave, you'll remember him. We first started watching him in 2018, Dave. He won at Barry Wolf was when we first got our eyes on him as a Cat 5. And he went on that year to win Barry Wolf. He won CBR. The Ladera Ranch that you know that you're so close to, when he actually catted up to become a Cat 4, he won that race. He won the Santa Anita Park Criterium as a Cat 3. We saw all that happen. And then in 19, he won the Bracket GP in Laverne. And here he is. He's a silver medalist, second in the state for the 2021 California State Road Race Championships. And, this kid is absolutely, we've just seen the trajectory of Eric Herrera now racing in the pro category. 8 wins in his resume. He was 11th at the Devil's Punch Bowl in the pro category this year. Just really fun to watch the advancement of Eric Herrera.
Yeah, Herrera's got a good pop, and he sometimes will play above his weight class as Lockwood comes through turn number 4, entering Highland Avenue, now riding straight to the beach, southbound. If he keeps crushing it like that, he could be in the sugar sands of the Newport Beach in roughly 8 minutes' time, and he is absolutely drilling it. But I just got to say, that chase is still motivated. You've got to love the fact that they are still giving a very, very spirited chase as Lockwood enters turn number 1.
Yeah, Dave, I mean, they've got a puncher's chance because, like, to your point, look at that. At least there's some cooperation. There's huge efforts going towards him. It may not look like it at times, but they just went by the start-finish line here in the booth where we can get a good, reference of speed. They're flying. I mean, they're going really fast. So they're.
Yeah, the peloton must have wings because they are flying, and they do have Lockwood in their view.
Yeah.
Not even from stretch to stretch. When they come through about 3/4 on Highland, you can see Lockwood. So I think the gap might be shrinking just a fraction or holding steady. I know what Corey Lockwood is all about. He's about velocity. He's not about watts. Yeah. He looks at his speed. He told me this more than once, and he confirmed in an interview at Chuck Pontius. I look at one piece of data, and that is velocity. Nothing else matters. It's all about holding his speed and trying to judge what the chase speed will be. If he's going 32, he knows, he feels like the chase is going no faster than 31. Every section of road that he will distill like a calculator and with the algorithm, with the calculus, with the Rubik's Cube, he's constantly working that gray matter between the ears. It is essential, but he clearly is in sight on the chicane. Dante Young should be somewhat motivated to come forward if the catch is on.
Hey, one of our favorite riders is out there, Dave, making his return. Now, this guy, he done told me he wasn't going to be racing this year. None other than C.J. Williams, C-Dub. He is out there right now trying to hang on for dear life. He's with the Austin Outlaws, C.J. Williams, and it's kind of an interesting dynamic. He's gone kind of viral with this whole railroad situation where he's on the Instagram, and now people from all over the country, when they get railroaded, they're going to the Instagram and tagging him. And the irony of Lockwood being out there from Tehachapi, I mean, arguably the railroad capital of the world, C-Dub is still getting derailed right now by Lockwood. The train is moving, C-Dub. You got to get up there, man. Get your camera ready.
No doubt about it. And this thing is coming down about 15, 20 seconds. And as we talk about, fortune and spoils favor the brave. And sometimes it's about being cheeky, not Lockwood. He has got the bull, he's got the horns, and he is ripping it. But like we said, we try to script these races, and we fail every single time. Welcome to Criterium Racing, truly an invention of North America, as they rip it through the boulevards of Costa Mesa.
Yes, sir. And John Janik, the Team 6 rider, formerly the SoCalCycling.com team. John had 3 career wins. I think, maybe his biggest win that I can remember was when he won the 1-2-3 in Ontario. He did that back in 2015. He was 5th at Barry Wolf this year, so that was a good turnout from our friend John Janik on Team 6. And it was around 2021, if I remember correctly, when he turned pro. And we've been there for kind of from the beginning watching him race. And then Dalton Thornsberry, love him, from Dos Velos, the Jackaroo USA team, the Blonde Bomber. This guy, man, he's got 16,000 followers on Instagram talking about Dalton Thornsberry. He's at Walt Does Bikes. I know you've seen some of his videos, and as a matter of fact, he just had a big one where Ronnie Toth was featured, if you will, doing the bouncing ducks kind of thing on the at Walt Does Bikes thing. One of my friends sent me the kind of shared the video, and I'm like, wait a minute, I know those guys. And, we first met Dalton, Dave, at Crit Cross, brought to you by Eric Bierman out there at Adams Motorsports Park in Riverside. And Dalton continues to just keep doing his thing, Instagram guy, and really formidable competitor out there.
Yeah, it's cool to see. I do follow him on the gram, and yeah, he's a clever young man. Right now, we've got 2 riders now that have detached from that chase. And And remember, as Mayor John Stevens says, this entire course was once a field of lima beans, right? Back in 1898, as Lockwood's just stamping on the lima beans right now. Once a massive cash crop back in those days, lima beans. Today, it's all about chasing the bronze, the silver, and the gold here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix presented by Worthy Brewing Company. This is spectacular, 38 minutes in.
Well, Dave, that chase is none other than Jason Paez, the rider. He's the California State Individual Time Trial Champion in 2019. Jason Paez comes to us today with 9+ career wins and representing Legions of Los Angeles. Jason Paez on the march forward. He knows Corey Lockwood quite well. I mean, arguably you can say they were on the same team with the Legions of Los Angeles at one point. And here he is, Jason Paez, going for it.
Yeah, he's a very popular rider in California. Jason Paez, we saw him win at LAX Han Solo. This is a bit of disarray at the front. Lockwood certainly that advantage is certainly matriculating down in the southbound. He is not where he was, and that's Joe Lupian riding for Butcher Box at the front end of the spear right now as he is animating the chase.
Man, this thing is coming apart like Lincoln logs right now. Just pour them out and dump them on the floor.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's Jenga blocks collapse yet. I'm not going to say that it's like a bag of marbles cascading into the Grand Canyon, but clearly on image there definitely is a reduction in that piece of real estate, but it can change.
Yeah.
It's about what the chase, it's about not only Lockwood, about the impetus of that chase.
No, for sure. There's Paez right now. He's at the center of the point.
In LA, you can see as they come under that flag there at turn number 3. It's still strung out, David Wells. I'm starting to modulate my opinion somewhat, but it's certainly not wide. We have not gone blocky like bugs on a bumper halfway to Barstow, right? By the time you get to Barstow, you're more than halfway to hell. We are having a good time at Costa Mesa. A lot of chuckles, but this is getting serious. It's getting real. This is not a dress rehearsal. This ain't practice, right? This is the big show in Costa Mesa. And we're going to flip a coin right now. Too early to say. I don't see Lockwood getting cheeky or backing off. I don't see Lockwood trying to recruit anybody at this juncture. I see him all in. Highly capable rider. There's Ronnie Toth in that Sunflower kit on Sunflower Avenue. You can't make it up. He's wheel number 8 or 9. In the yellow and splashy black kit as the riders come pummeling through that corner unscathed, immaculate.
Just a great performance here today from John Sermon. We talked about him winning earlier, and he's sitting at the back right now with Thornsberry. They're trying to, maybe there's some cooperation in the back. Maybe those guys are trying to come up with some type of a counterattack. I mean, really, there's all kinds of meetings going on right now. There's all kinds of deals trying to be made. Sacrifice is going to happen if they plan on bringing Corey Lockwood back, but it's
tenuous. Every move at the front in the chase is on a short leash, but it is starting to unravel in the chase. Seeing 3 riders now in these gaps. There's Joe Lupian with Butcher Box. He's got a good line there as our LA Crit Cam from the sky captures this 3 riders trying to press and chase, but certainly not organized.
Yeah, no doubt. Gregory Lance, Mr. Coburn from Monster Racing.
Good and you can see Ronnie Toth with the flick of the elbow. The crosswinds, it definitely can get tricky. It should be highly interesting as the wind starts to build on a very intriguing course right off OC Mix at the SoCo Collection.
I would say, Dave, this course is very unforgiving. It's not technical at all. Big, wide, sweeping corners, so you don't have to be a great bike handler. You have to be, your racecraft has to be on point here. You have to have good racecraft, you got to be efficient, and you got to have fitness. There's really no cheating on this course, if you will, because you're just dealing with prevailing winds and the lack of cooperation from other riders. So it really takes a mentally strong racer right now.
For they say that the gray matter between the ears is your strongest muscle. If you use it right, the strongest muscle on the human body is the brain. So the question is, can you maintain the mentality to do the calculations when you're sucking oxygen through a cocktail straw?
Yes, sir. And Ronnie Toss, breakaway partner there, should say chase partner, pardon me, is Luke Lynch, SoCalCycling.com. 2023 Victorville Stage Race winner.
And not to rob anybody from their glory real quick, Masters 50-plus, Philip Tinsman winning. Second place was Pat Carroll, riding with Go Fast. And rounding the top three was Andrew Bare Knuckles, a great ride from Knuckles, being out there all day long. I also was just handed the 45-plus. In first place was Marco Aroca with SRCT. Great job, Marco. Second place was Bart Clifford with Evoke. And rounding up the top three, Charles Hogan, also with Scott Redding Cycling Team.
Yeah, what a colorful race that was. Watching Knuckles go off the front, having a solo effort all by himself. Then he was finally joined by Pat Carroll, where those two looked to have it in the bag. And then all of a sudden, you know, the magician pulled a rabbit out of the hat, and that rabbit was none other than Phil Tinsman, who bridged up late in that race and spoiled the fun for both of those guys and took the win. Very colorful, very animated race.
And certainly that's been the motif of the day, is aggressive riding from all fields. It's been spectacular bicycle racing, full tilt. Great to see the riders so competitive. And as Scott Redding said, the Flying Brit, is that he feels like Americans, the Criterium racing here, he loves it. And he told me, David Worthington, I find the racing very clean. I find it very dramatic, but very clean. There may be some unintentional rubbing, but overall, his experience in America was fantastic as they ring the bell for another round of Worthy Brewing handcrafted Pilsners and ales on offer today here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix.
That was Paez and also Rex Roberts, Team 6 there, coming up to take his pole. Sexy Rexy.
Rex Roberts winning at Chuck Pontius last year on a flyer, so he has that in his toolbox. He can do a little flyer, typically out of a breakaway scenario. Solid ride by Rex Roberts at Chuck Pontius.
Yeah, Rex won at the Tucson Bicycle Classic Circuit race. We've seen him some fantastic results.
Meanwhile, Lockwood carrying the water and chopping the wood. Gosh, it is yet another amazing performance by Lockwood.
Yeah.
No matter what happens from into the next chapter.
Yeah, he's not only chopping the wood. I think he's moved from chopping. He's starting to stack it. He's moved from chopping to stacking, and the next thing you know, he's going to be burning wood here in the closing laps. I mean, this thing is, you don't want to say it's in the bag, but my goodness, that guy he puts the wood in lumber. I mean, this guy look at him, just continues to drill it. He's actually even dropped the GMC and the Tesla there that came on course in between them and the Peloton. Oh, my goodness.
The race caravan, he's established the adequate gap where the caravan has to evidently go a midpoint, send lawyers, guns, and money, for it has hit the fan in Costa Mesa, California. Yay, what a pleasure to be here today, broadcasting on LACrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars.
This is fantastic, footage that he's getting. There's 8 different cameras on point here today, along with the overhead drone. Look at this, Lockwood dropping the GMC, dropping the Tesla, dropping the Peloton, and here comes Moto. Moto's trying to get these cars off course or encourage them to, whoa, easy there, Ronnie.
Ronnie showing a little bit of armpit action, and here that opens up the door for the man on the inside. Our 18-year-old looks like he is trying to jettison. He might have been confused whether or not it could have been a pack Prix, which is very likely the way he closed that. And now he sat up, so he could have picked up some more handcrafted worthy ales and Pilsners. Perfectly balanced. All hops from Oregon. Who has the hops to close today? As Ronnie Toth at the front, animating the chase.
Kevin Maines from Work Health Solutions Racing. Who's your rider in the white kit there, just coming across the start-finish line. There's Marco Aroca coming up near the booth, giving the officials his official, I'm out of here. Very nice.
And
good racing from him today from the Scott Redding team.
Yeah, Marco's a great guy and a great coach. He's really coached up Diego Rangel, who's won the state championships in the Cat 3s, but he's on his way up. Bart Clifford says he's the future. Talking about Diego Rangel from Mexico, lives in San Diego now. His coach, Marco, with Scott Redding Cycling Team. There's Joe Lupian, rider number 8, as we are seeing shards of glass just coming detached as if somebody's had a stack of plates and just tossed them into the road. There's real attrition right now. For the first time, we are seeing the peloton give up the ghost a little bit. If you can read the shape of that peloton, it goes spearhead and then it gets wide. And we haven't seen that all day long from kilometer 0 now. But that lull lasted all of 4 seconds. This is awesome racing. It is honest, full gas, full stick racing, as Moto's going to do a little cleanup on aisle 9. Yeah. Lockwood still bringing the groceries.
Man, I tell you what, Dave, this is the day of the youth, too. You just you had mentioned Diego, who's out there, Marco's teammate, the young sensation, Diego Rangel. He's out there racing as a Cat 3, the 17-year-old. And then also John Sermon, the 17-year-old. He's out there still in contention. So a couple of these young riders getting some amazing experience here in this pro peloton. This is really where your racecraft comes in.
And that looks like that could be Rangel at the front right now. Clearly a Scott Redding Cycling Team rider at the front, absolutely punching it. Indeed, it looks like Diego Rangel. I called him 18. He's 17 years of age, and he is trying to step up and do the team thing, falling on his sword.
Just a point of notice there. Actually, it's Rangel and Searle. They're towards the back. The young superstars have kind of collaborated together, and they find themselves kind of cooperating towards the back of that peloton.
David Wales, we often talk about a threshold of a comfortable time gap. We talk about the Worthington 20, the 20-second time gap. I just have information from LACrits.com. We have a 15-second time gap with Lockwood versus Field. So we are south of 20 seconds, and we are coming down to the nitty-gritty.
With 2 laps to go, I believe I'm seeing. That was either a peace sign or 2 to go from our friend Kenny Rogers.
Oh, it's always good to have all my friends in high places. What is it? I'm good as once as I ever was once. Toby Keith, the great philosopher, boiling it down. And look at Lockwood now. He's freshening up. You wonder if he's got a different plan right now. Time will tell. With the bottle, that shows that his concentration is a little bit altered. Something is happening right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we thought we had a monolithic blueprint where it was going to be Lockwood solo. Now we're starting to question that dynamic. Where's Dante Young moving forward? It's all about the fact that the peloton has never released their energy. It's been full gas.
Yep. Yeah, and you can definitely see that the gap has come down. And I also saw Lockwood taking a peek over his shoulder there a couple different times. There's good indication to believe that he's found himself maybe going a little too deep into the hurt locker, but that sets up his rider. Look at Dante Young right now sitting 4th wheel, just kind of surfing around. Beautiful riding by Dante Young.
That's Dante Young on Joe Lupian with Butcher Box, and he's trying to get that free ride. A couple riders in between.
Look at that. Look at that. Oh, they've surrounded Dante. They know exactly what's happening, Dave. The peloton moves off to the right. They're putting Dante into the curb because they can see exactly what's happening.
Yeah, that was off camera there. We saw it with the naked eye. The peloton went literally almost curb to curb because they did not want to aid and abet Dante Young getting across that move. Wow, well read, a very intelligent peloton. Not really willing to lead out Dante Young. He's too scary. The man with a megawatt smile has a serious pop. He can sprint. And look at the beautiful view there. Maybe Lockwood is perhaps recruiting. That might be Romero. Might be a Project 6 rider. It's fuzzy math right now, but it is definitely
Team
game
6.
on, and everything has changed.
That's Rex Ryan, Dave. That's 2nd wheel right now. Rex Ryan from Team 6. He and another rider. I don't have visual of him, but Rex Ryan putting in a lion's share of effort right now, dragging another rider with him, going after Corey Lockwood in these closing laps of this race. Sexy Rexy is on the gas.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, we have the entire... The shape of this race is completely recast, and that looks like Dante Young has somehow escaped and jettisoned from the field. It looks like Dante Young with the Blazers is blazing. How did he get out of that pickle?
Man, I mean, the Peloton had him in lockdown. He was in isolation moments ago. Now he's found himself bridged up to that group of Rex Roberts. Beautiful riding. Absolutely sensational heads-up riding by Dante Young.
Tip of the hat to the amazing eye of Ray Mars, the mad genius behind LA Crits, live streaming right here, right now, catching Dante Young. See them? He's traveling wheel number 3 in the chase. This is exactly what you need to do. You want to bracket the move. You got the move from the north, you got the move from the south as they bracket these two riders. This is textbook.
My goodness, that other rider that's with Rex Roberts, that's rider number 17, Mike Lowry. Michael Lowry having a great day here at Costa Mesa Grand Prix, riding fantastic here in these closing laps. I think I'm hearing about 5 or 6 to go.
And Lowry, age 20 as well, so the future looks very bright for American cyclists. A lot of teenagers mixing it up out on course.
Lowry actually, Dave, was second behind Sermon, that young rider that finished first in the 2-3. Lowry finished second. So you're absolutely right. Man, youth is on their side today here in the prevailing winds of Costa Mesa at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Welcome, everybody, here to LACrits.com. We're so glad to have you here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, tuned in from all over the country. And we're glad to have you here with Ray Mars, bringing to you the action with 8 cameras, 1 in the sky with the drone coverage. You start to see that as we get into the closing moments of the race. And we're really, really, really excited to be here. Here he comes. Corey Lockwood is now out of the saddle, which isn't something that we've seen yet from him. So he's definitely sensing a little urgency now, Dave, as we're getting down to it.
Yeah, it looks like Dante Young has rebooted, kind of shut down that one move, and now he's slotted in wheel number 3 or 4 in the primary chase. This is the primary chase coming into your screen right now with the elbow flick. Giovanna Romero looking to recruit some help. Ronnie Toth kind of squeezing off the front with Project 6 could be Rex Roberts. As the Peloton, the chase is trying to reorg. We might see this thing yo-yo. We might see the elastic snap again after seeing Lockwood take lap after lap. It looks like now we're back into Lockwood, his time zone again. This is his wheelhouse as he occupies the entire straight there. He takes that corner like a banana. And here comes 2 riders again. That's Ronnie Toth.
And John Janik. That's John Janik from Team 6, Dave. He's the rider that we were talking about winning the 1-2-3 back in Ontario. So it's John Janik from Team 6 along with Ronnie Toth. And that's it.
Yeah, Janik, you can see he's a tall glass of water. I think he's like 6'3". He won the Onyx race back in the day. He's a special rider, very popular rider. He's pressing it. Looks like it's Field versus Lockwood.
Also from Deuce Velos, the 2024 Valley of the Sun stage winner on Sunday is Julian Ballistas. He's still in contention, looking good with his teammate Dalton Thornsberry. The Deuce Velos team, powered by Jackaroo USA.
I got information. We're down to 11 seconds on this time gap, so clearly we're seeing this slow erosion, like the San Andreas Fault. There's a slipstream motion, and it is just very slowly happening. We are seeing the bluffs erode. No road furniture. We've negotiated that thing. We are now looking at, we're going to go to lap cards, if I'm not mistaken. We are going to laps.
Dave, it's a lot like the Pacific Ocean out there. We've got a high tide and a low tide, and, you know,
King Tide.
Yeah.
The king of Tehachapi Tide as he is rolling, but he definitely looks like he's in a spot. He's checking his fluids. He's making sure his instrumentation is working. He's kind of tapping the dashboard with 6 laps to go. You've got to ride through the pain.
Yeah, he's definitely monitoring the instruments on board. Race telemetry right now says I got a little more gas left in the tank.
That's right. It looks like Lockwood is trying to block the pain with 6 laps to go. He is trying to ride through the pain, and, well, with 6 to go, embrace the pain.
And let's be honest, I mean, 6 to go with all the effort that Lockwood's made out here, that is a law of racing left. I mean, it may look like it's insufferable to think that you could get across there, but 6 laps, and I mean, it's still very, very possible.
It is indeed, but the chase is still on. But when you see gaps in the chase, and that looks like a SoCal cycling rider to the front since 1995, your source for all things cycling at the front.
That Deuce Velos rider that I was talking about, Balistas, Julian, he is actually in that little chase effort right there, the Cat 2 rider, looking very strong. Dalton Thornberry, his teammate. Julian doing his thing. Doing his part, trying to get that little cooperation of that group of 4.
Wow, so we're looking at around about 13-second time gap on that real estate. It is tenuous indeed. And there they are blasting on Sunflower Avenue. That is your turn 1 to turn 2 road sector with a headwind. And that headwind can bite like a barracuda somehow, some way. Lockwood able to keep inside of 15 seconds, inside of 5 to go.
Look at this. Julian's going to actually pull off his pole. He was the 4th rider in that chase effort and just not going to have enough in the tank. But here comes Team 6.
Yeah, right. Seeing a little bit of disarray, a little bit of attrition as Lockwood continues to put down the pressure, and pressure can burst pipes. He is pushing a monster gear right now, still maintaining that metronomic cadence like a jazz musician, crushing the pedals here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, presented by Worthy Brewing Company.
And here we go again, Ronnie Toth. Man, this guy has made every effort that he can. It looks like Rex Roberts is his partner in crime. Those two definitely have had some cooperation. Futile effort, though. My gosh.
Entering turn number 4 is Lockwood. It's been dramatic. It's really been inconceivable because he's been in sight for lap after lap after lap, at perhaps, 30 minutes or so. Again, inconceivable. With 4 laps to go, 4 to go, Lockwood on the move.
It's just incredible what we're witnessing here today. Like, look at the energy of the peloton, as you said that day. Right now, they're all up on the hoods. Bunch of hood rats right now. Not down in the drops, not pushing the pace. Hood rats, John Janik, and looks like Rex Roberts there from Team 6. Riders shaking their legs, trying to get some of that lactic acid out of there from the pain that Corey Lockwood is just putting down on them, bringing the timber.
Absolutely. I mean, these riders have been pressing it from kilometer 0. There has been no lull in the action. High-speed Felt coming to the fore, looking for some help. That is the tip, the spear tip of the chase, and it is dramatic. Lockwood is back. He's found his rhythm as he crushes the monster gear. Can he hang on?
I would venture to say he's actually even looking more motivated now, Dave. It's almost like he's got a second wind, and he's monitored his instruments, and he knows exactly what it's going to take to win this race. Multi-time national champion and proven winner, Corey Lockwood from Tehachapi, California, north of Los Angeles, about an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah, it is getting down to the heat of the meat. Lockwood down to the marrow, going Han Solo. Yeah, at this point, he's just racing on savage instincts. You can see them. Look at the face there. He is focused. He is trying to block out the pain. He is saying, what? Shut up legs, right? He is in a zone right now. Yeah. But he's been here before. He's not a foreigner to this arena. This is where he shines. Lockwood all alone.
That looks like Jason Paez right now looking back, trying to get a little help from Ronnie. Jason Paez from Legions of Los Angeles. I mean, the camera is kind of a funny situation here because, looking at the gloves on Jason Paez, looks like he's those are like some aero gloves, but on camera, it looks like he's going to the welding shop handling some hot iron. But the only thing he's going to need to handle now is Corey Lockwood. Paez and Ronnie Toth trying to do something, but it's just absolutely inconceivable. The riders are just not on terms.
And we are down to 3 to go. Lockwood tougher than the rind on a butternut squash. He is drilling it, peppering the chase like a steak. 3 to go.
3 to go, and shout out right on Ronnie, Dave Worthing. Take a look at the rider in the all-white kit. We've talked about him all day long. That is Sermon, about ready to give a sermon. John Sermon from Team Endure, the 18-year-old sensation winning the Cat 2-3 just earlier before this race. This guy is really crafty. Look at him in great position. Really riding so heads up, so smart, so attentive. Where does a youngster like that get that kind of racecraft and that instinct?
Definitely mature beyond his years, poised. Lockwood taking turn number 2 all alone. Yeah, I just got to say, LACrits.com, what a fabulous day. We are down inside of 3 to go with Lockwood. Can he hang on? I'm David Worthington, joined by David Wells. It is an absolute pleasure to represent the Costa Mesa Grand Prix.
Yeah, a lot of fun to be here. So exciting, man. We've had great racing all day long, and the Southern California bicycle racing community is on point today. A lot of our riders that haven't joined us are headed off to Nationals. We want to wish everybody the best of luck and good fortune in Augusta, Georgia next weekend. I'm going to try to get back there. I'm heading on a red eye back from Atlanta, or back to Atlanta tonight. Work tomorrow. Nationals next week. Hope to get out there and see and support a lot of the riders that I know are heading out there.
Yeah, and it looks like you're getting a request to come out to the stage, too, to get the enthusiasm into a frenzied David Wells, and you are certainly qualified for that gig as we get down to the nitty-gritty. Lockwood with 2 to go.
Look at this graphics online. Every live streamer in the business right now is looking at LACrits.com. Ray Mars is going, wow. Ray Mars has got the lap counter to go. He's got the time of the race. He's got your category, the 2 to go. LACrits.com absolutely taking care of you folks at home watching the live stream. Welcome to the Costa Mesa Grand Prix and LACrits.com. We love it.
We love it indeed. When they come through, we're going to ring the bell. It will be 1 to go. No load management here, man. They've just been going full sledding. And thank you to the sponsors out there and the volunteers. Make no mistake about it, this has been a hit. Out of the park, Lockwood still hanging on. Ronnie Toth there on that curb on the right side in the Sunflower kit. Certainly it looks like some of the air has left the balloon. Yes, the sail is no longer taut. Could be looking at a battle for second place right now. Lockwood through the chicanes. And here comes the chase. Game on. Project 6 at the front as they share the load. It looks like Dante Young, rider number 5 or 6 behind Butcher Box. Joe Lupian towards the front as well. As Lockwood makes that corner clean, unscathed, immaculate, with 1 lap. With 1 lap. With 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Who's it going to be today? This is for the win, for all the marbles. Here comes your peloton as they come stomping on the pedals with 1 lap to go. We have seen thermonuclear energy by Mr. Lockwood. Can he hang on? That arrowhead has got somewhat blunt. The business end of the spear does not seem to be so sharp. Lockwood between 1 and 2 turns. That is your block headwind. He has been going post-haste, presto, and pronto, taking that corner. He's got 3 corners to go. Can he survive the chase on a remarkable effort? Carry, water, chop wood, Lockwood. This has been a massive, monumental bust out, a splendid and superb ride by none other than the king of Tehachapi, Corey Lockwood. Riding for the Miami Blazers. An impassioned effort. It does look like he's going to hang on. Lockwood riding with inspiration. May I say majestic effort presented by Majestic Cycling. Here comes Lockwood in the final corner of the final lap. He's going to win today. Lockwood riding for the Miami Blazers. A former U.S. National Time Trial champ riding Han Solo. For they say the path to greatness can be a lonely path. This man has done it. Corey Lockwood, your champion today, striking gold at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Dante Young taking the field. Wow, so the Miami Blazers sweeping it up. 1-2, sweeping it up like beard clippings at a barber salon in Portland, Oregon. Remember, the Bend Classic Criterium comes back to Oregon August 10th. Presented by Worthy Brewing Company. Lockwood, chopping wood, carrying the water, showing you how to produce anaerobic energy. What a performance by Corey Lockwood. As we gather ourselves here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, what a show indeed. Our men, Pro 1-2, bringing home a absolute performance, exhilaration, exuberance, panache, all of it on display. And next on the menu are Pro Women 1-2-3. They'll be riding for 50 hot minutes. See Tyler Mays at the line. In the background, you can see Corey Lockwood. Hell of a race, Corey. In Cycle Mom, he's at the line. En 3, 2, 1, c'est parti! And they're off and running. Pro Women 1-2-3 with 50 minutes to go. There's Lockwood. My goodness, what a stud. And so if you just joined us, welcome to lacrits.com.
You are watching live streaming on lacrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars. Every tight quarter, tight squeeze, every blazing, furious and fast tight finish, all captured in Technicolor by the LA Crit Camps, setting the standard, plowing ahead, ramping up the intensity. So stick around. We have bicycle racing all day long.
And it is a fantastic afternoon here in Costa Mesa, California, in the heart of Orange County. This is the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, brought to you by Majestic Cycling and by Worthy Brewing Company. Who has the hops to sprint to glory? Remember, Worthy Brewing Company, all hops grown in Oregon, the great state of Oregon, and they are going to be bringing back a race known as the Bend Criterium Downtown Classic, a one-day crit classic. It's going to be bonkers. Set your clock. It is slated to go fast and furious August 10th. Worthy headquarters there in Bend, Oregon. They have live music under the stars. They have the farm to brewery to kitchen experience. They've got the organic lush garden there on the premises. They've got an observatory tower for awe-inspiring stargazing, also known as the Hop Observatory, right? Experience the out of this world. It's free. There's no charge at Worthy Brewing Company. Check out the tower, look at the stars, learn something, join in what is an amazing facility. It is fully solar powered, talking about Worthy Brewing Company out of Bend, Oregon. Worthy brews a full portfolio of craft beers and operates 2 full-time pubs. The original location on the east side of Bend, Oregon, and also Taps and Tacos downtown, overlooking the Green Parks and the Deschutes River. The Deschutes River, a mighty river indeed, flowing right through Bend, Oregon, from the east flank of the Cascade Range. Flows north, actually. Deschutes flows to the mighty Columbia River. The river of the Deschutes it's got many falls, the River of Falls, because of its white water and dangerous cataracts between Sun River and Bend, including really cool falls like Benham Falls, Dillon Falls, Lava Island Falls. So the Deschutes is also a popular destination for whitewater rafting, fishing, and full-on chilling. Get your chill on at Bend, August 10th. Mostly Deschutes for me, it's a place for like a peaceful place to float, right? Or to kayak or to stand up paddleboarding. And you can enjoy and recreate on the Deschutes River for 9 months a year. Don't forget, always be a good steward of the land, folks. Don't be a quitter. Don't litter. Respect the land no matter where it is. In Costa Mesa, it's all about lands that are rich in culture and natural resources. As they say at the Burning Man Festival, leave no trace. Earth first, beer, cycling, traveling, wandering, reveling, alcoving second. Because the journey is the juice.
Back here live with LACrits.com. David Wells here with David Worthington and my partner in crime, our women pro category on course right now. Spectacular race action. Woo, man, is it hot outside. I'm telling you, man, I was out on the start-finish line watching that finish and just had a little instinctive protocol. I go, man, Dante is set up for this, and I don't know how it was like here on the broadcast, but outside it was off the chain. People out of their shoes coming together for Dante, man. What a blistering, sensational sprint out on the boulevard. And then the Deuce Velos, Ballistas, number 4 in the all-white kit. Deuce Velos, Dalton Thornsberry's teammate, unofficially the 3rd place finisher. And just really looking strong out there today on that finish. I guess that would be 4th place position with Corey Lockwood taking the win, of course. But my goodness, man, that was a blistering sprint. And then also actually just randomly ran into Sermon's father, the young 18-year-old rider that we've been talking about all day long. He comes up to me, recognized the Honda shirt, and he says, "Hey, I'm San Felipe Sermon," and he was just so proud, and he was so just absolutely elated how his 18-year-old sensational cyclist won today. Now, turns out, Dave, they're desert dwellers. Father is a well-recognized desert racer with Johnny Campbell and winner of the 2000. This guy just a really good mentor to the off-road community. And here he is with his 18-year-old son, just absolutely sensational here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. But switching gears, if you will, over back to our women. And we've got a really good field on display here. Partner in crime, David's probably been talking about it, but Colleen Golick, lady coming to us from Team Skyline Cadence with 80-plus career wins. She's been a big-time winner here. She's already had 9 wins in 2024, winning at Smoketown in Pennsylvania. She won at Redlands. She won Roger Milliken. She won the LA Circuit race. She was 3rd last weekend at the Manhattan Beach Grand Prix, talking about Colleen Golick. She's a 2021 3-time national track champion. And she was the gold medalist, first place in 2021 here in the Pro State Road Race Champion in Southern California.
We saw Colleen Golick there on the podium last week with Holly Breck and Kendall Ryan there at the Manhattan Beach Grand Prix. Colleen Golick, she graduated back East Coast from Maryland, so she is a Terp. And fun fact, Colleen Golick in that green kit with Skyline. She's also been selected to go to Paris to race in the Velodrome. So she's also an NCAA national champ. Now get this, she's an NCAA D1 field hockey champ. She's a 2-time national champ, and she was on the All-American team in field hockey at the University of Maryland.
Look at this, coming through start-finish line. Looks like a faster me's got a rider off the front. There's Georgetta.
There at the front, there was Melissa Haley's Comet riding for Encycle Mommies. Great to see Encycle Mommies coming out in numbers supporting the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. They brought out the boss. Priscilla Savord is here, and great to see Priscilla. She's kind of graduated to be the race director, and she is really a skilled rider, and she's no stranger to the podium, a former national champion in the criterium discipline. PC Pop Savord out there showing that she can still represent. Good to see Priscilla in the house.
That's right, her teammate Melissa Dave, 2021 Cat 3 Criterium State Champion here in Southern California. Also, special appearance by Miss Maria Benson with the Encycle Mommies. In 2024, man, she is absolutely back at it. She was 3rd at the Queens of Crit in Long Beach at the season opener. Maria Benson, I believe, in Long Beach resident. But Maria, she was at the Crit Cross that we called a couple years ago out at Riverside. And another really cool thing about Maria, she won the 4th annual CCAP Kermesse race in Yukon Football Stadium. CCAP is the Connecticut Cycling Advancement Program by Aiden back in the Connecticut state and the Nutmeg state, if you will. And I had a chance to race that course myself, former winner of that same race that year. But Maria winning it in the women's pro category.
That's very nice. And look at Encycle Mommies coming to the front. Feline Endres stitching that solo rider back, doing it in measured efforts there. And you can see splashy white and pink to the front. Encycle Mommies drilling it, pinning it. And that was, once again, Dr. Feline Endres there doing the lion's share.
Pretty cool talking about Filene, David. You know, I've been watching her race since she got her very first start. And here she is now racing in the pro category. She was the Tour de Murrieta winner in 2022 when we were down there together. She's a 2-time California State champion in 2023. And she won Barrio Logan this year. Talking about Filene Endres from Encycle Mommies.
Look at this. This is a camera on a bike. We are trying to introduce new wrinkles here with the media. Do you see what I see? That was pretty cool. We're experimenting with that. So we have a camera on an e-bike. We're going to try to capture those sprints. That was really cool. Job well done by Ray Mars and his team with LACrits.com.
And if you don't mind me saying, that's right on cue. Miss Maria Benson, the winner of the Kermesse race in Connecticut, she finds herself off the front, Dave, with a little bit of real estate right now between her and the peloton, along with having 3 or 4 of her teammates behind her with Melissa and Filene and Priscilla. This is a great opportunity for Miss Maria Benson to get a little camera time. I know she's got a lot of fans tuned in right now to LACrits.com. Ethan, one of the South Bay Cycling, him and Maria are good friends, so I'm sure if he's tuned in, he's like, all right, look at Maria go. And there she is. She's Maria gone at the moment. Strong performance by her.
And this is textbook riding from Incycle Mommies. They are going to throw knives out, gloves on, and this is really cool. So we're going to, I think the boilerplate here is to try to put pressure on Colleen Golick. There's Golick in the green. She's about 3/4 back in the pack. So Incycle Mommies, they're going to go down fighting. We had Laurel Rathman win here with the Incycle Mommies in March here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, riding for Incycle Mommies. Laurel Rathman, a state champion. She is a tremendous rider. Priscilla Savord coaching them up along with Shelby Reynolds on Incycle Mommies.
Big shout out to Major Motion, Dave. Major Motion's got their Cat 3 state champion in the field, Miss Jade Stevens, another one of those racers that we watched her make her debut in racing together when we were calling the announcing out in Ontario. And now here's Jade racing in the pro category as the Cat 3 California state champion with the Major Motion contention, and we got Julie Sims alongside her in that effort. Major Motion, a long time, one of the icons of the Southern California bicycling scene. They have the Major Motion ride on Tuesday night out at the Westchester Parkway, where it's go hard and then U-turn and get it back together and go hard again in east-west prevailing direction. Talking about the Major Motion ride out on the Westchester Parkway. Here she is. Miss Maria Benson, really putting on a great show.
There's that angle again as Benson still off the front, and she is charged, certainly getting camera time. This is a brilliant, that looks like the Champs-Élysées, right? Cavendish, Jasper Philipsen as they battle for the win. Pretty cool camera angle there, brought to you by LACrits.com.
Man, if you don't mind me saying, Daytona, the Daytona Supercross has coverage just like that. Maybe not even as good, but when they're going down the starting straight on the Daytona Supercross, they have camera action like that in the back of a Polaris Razor or something. I mean, no, actually, you know what it is? It's a Honda Talon side by side where they have that coverage. And here, Ray Mars, man, this guy, you talk about juggling chainsaws all the time, Dave. Ray Mars, he's in the booth, he's flying a drone, he's riding a bike. How does this guy do it? No one stands a chance against the LACrits.com and all the things that this guy's doing for, just out of pure enjoyment and enthusiasm for the race community. This guy is putting on a one-man show.
Well, it's not one man. Marie is also part of the show. The wife is doing a very capable job here in the booth. What a pleasure to be here, and it takes a team. La Familia Muy Fuerte, Ray Mars, and his lovely wife, Marie. Definitely visionaries.
Yes, sir. Well,
yes.
I stand corrected. I just didn't get to finish my sentence. A one-man, one-woman show.
And she's a school teacher, man. Shout out to all school teachers. I'm the son of a kindergarten teacher, a lifetime kindergarten teacher. My mom is still kicking it. She's doing great. She's very sharp. And the Worthingtons, we kind of moved around. We were born in Chico, California. We lived in Texas for a while. And then we lived in Oregon because my parents, they moved around a lot. But that's okay. We always found them.
Look at this. Maria Benson still going for it. And it looks like a teammate's actually trying to either bridge up to her. Oh, no, there's a counterattack. That is a counterattack right now. So Maria Benson's effort is down and a counterattack is on the move. Incycle Mommies now absolutely rotating the effort. Looks like that may have been Jessica Garner. But Maria Bemis also from a Faster Me. They're the team in the kind of the turquoise kit that you're seeing on the on screen. Looks like sitting about third wheel, maybe fifth wheel right now. But we're talking about Marliana Bemis, a Faster Me. She's a 4-time winner. She's a 2-time California time trial champion. She was 3rd at the Twilight in Boise, Idaho in the Cat 2-3. She was 3rd at Rosanna Ranch this year. I love this race action. Our women are putting on one heck of a race show here. From Sirius Cycling, Sarah Blazik. She's having a strong performance. She was 10th at the Welcome Back race at CBR in 2021 when we were coming back from the shutdown here in Southern California after the pandemic. Good effort for her. It was a well-attended race. From the Padiac race team, Paula Rita. Paula has 12 wins. She's only 17 years old. This young little rider out there is, she's sensational. She won the Cal Aggie, the 345 junior race this year. She also won at CBR at the 345. And get this, just last weekend, Paula was 12th in the pro field at the Manhattan Beach Grand Prix, where my partner David Worthington and myself are at. And in 2023, she won the San Ardo Road Race, the Henleyville Road Race. She won Oakland Grand Prix. She won the Shea Center Criterium of Livermore, California. Talking about the Podiac race team, Paula Ruida, 17 years old. My goodness.
The future looks very bright indeed. 17 years of age. Podiac Racing, sponsored by Richard Duquette. They've done a great job this year of rolling out a good team that's getting tons of results. Richard Duquette with the 911 Law. We appreciate them also supporting the Boulevard Road Race, which there's conversations that the Boulevard Road Race will be a state championship next year. Fingers crossed, it certainly is suitable for that stellar, monumental platform to send off an actual roadie winning the Golden Bear. We're hoping that that does indeed work. I think it's going to go down. I really believe that the Boulevard Road Race will be a state championship next year. You heard it here first on LACrits.com.
I love it. Another racer that we're going to be talking about, I'm sure, Dave, at some point in this race who's going to be contesting this is Tyler Mize from the Monarch Racing Team. Tyler comes into us with 27 career wins. I can certainly recall back when she was just absolutely all over it when she started contesting the pro field in 2017. She's the 2024 winner at Chuck Pontius. She also won the Music City Crits in Nashville last year. Tyler Mize. There's Colleen Gullick now, second wheel. Oh, man.
She's moved up, yes. Yeah. And that looks like Dr. Feline Enders on a house call at the front. Colleen Gullick, wheel number 2 as they negotiate this turn number 1. I've just been handed the results in our Pro Men 1, 2, 3. I'm going to give you the top 7 because they're all names of interest. Certainly taking first, the obvious Corey Lockwood in a tremendous display of panache and dexterity and tenacity. Coming in second, it was a lightning bolt coming from that corner. It was Dante Young, also riding for Legions of Los Angeles. In third place, Julian Ballastas with Du Velo. So it was Ballastas. And then fourth, Jason Cianfrocco. And Jason's, he's no stranger to the podium. In fifth place, Joe Lupian with Butcher Box. The Canadian doing very well. In sixth place, Giovanni Romero with I-Speed Felt. And rounding up the top 7, Diego Harangel taking 7th, a young kid, 17-year-old from the Scott Redding cycling team.
Wow, what a sensational performance by him. And, just off of that, just finishing outside the top 10 was John Sermon, the Team Endure race team, 18 years old. Wow. Between Diego and John, it was really a great effort from the youth out there. Congratulations to our pro men today. Very great racing, great performance. Julie Sims, who I had mentioned out there, you'll see her in the black, red, and white kit, racing alongside Jade Stevens. Julia Sims, Major Motion. She's your 2023 Barry Wolf winner, and she's got 2 Eldo wins to her credit as well. Eldo, for those of you that are joining us on the LACrits.com live stream and not familiar with the Southern California race scene, Eldo is a very well recognized training race that happens on Tuesday night in El Dorado Park over in Long Beach by our good friends from Methods to Winning with Sharon Smith, Rasan Bahati, and Ken Vinson putting in an all-out effort right there to keep that thing going. The elbow's been going on for probably close to 30 years, and it is hotly contested no matter what category or which Tuesday you show up. You have to show up to you better be prepared to get after it, because that is no just ordinary training race. So big props to the good friends at Methods to Winning that keep that legacy alive there at El Dorado Park.
Yeah, El Dorado Park, where champions train. It's been a legacy simulated race. It's an actual race. That back in the day we paid $6. I'm sure it's gone up a little bit, a fraction over the decades. Marilyn Saunier was the director there. Rest in peace, Marilyn. She did a tremendous job of putting on tons of races back in the day. We had a full calendar, no doubt about it, in the 80s and the 90s, and it's good to see guys like Alfie Sanchez really putting in a ton of sweat equity, ladies and gentlemen. Alfie has been going to city council member meetings. He's gone to the public hearings to get this race done, and it's starting to snowball into bigger and better things. But for those of you who think that these races go on without human intervention, you'd be sadly mistaken. Great to have Sanchez and the entire family, the volunteers, and the sponsors coming together for unity in the cycling community.
I recall a guy named Bill Kelly from the Kelly Racing Foundation on the East Coast. Bill used to, a very seasoned national champion rider, seasoned veteran. He would always ride around the course and thank all the volunteers for coming and setting up and blocking the intersections or picking up the trash or whatever you were doing. I always thought that was such a great moment to see that he actually made a dedicated effort to give the support to the volunteers. Because to your point, David, no one is out here for profit. We are all out here for passion of the sport that we all love. And he really set a good example for me. And I've always kind of kept him in my thoughts when it comes to that. Is it's just, every person that has some hand, whether it's setting up the barrier or taking the barrier down at the end of the race or snapping a zip tie to take down the banners, it just really is an army of passionate people that make this all happen. We're grateful to be doing that same thing here in Costa Mesa. It doesn't matter whether you're in Costa Mesa or Mexico or Connecticut or wherever you're racing. We know that it takes an army of people to make it happen, and we appreciate all those that give to the sport. Butcher box racer, one time, John Harris, friend of mine from Connecticut, he once told us, Dave, when we were at the Tour de Murrieta, when we did that interview with him, he mentioned that there's a lot of takers in the sport of cycling. And he said that's not always good, because in cycling we need a lot of givers, and that means givers of time and sweat equity and all those things that you mentioned. So cycling is definitely a giving sport. You got to make a lot of sacrifices to make it all happen, and we certainly recognize that and appreciate it. Certainly here today at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, brought to you by Worthy Brewington Company.
Absolutely. Well said. If you love the sport, and we do, we have the passion, you've got to nourish this sport. You've got to cultivate the sport. You've got to till the soil and get the proper moisture content and get the proper sunshine so that you can have a rainbow. Let it rain one day so that you can be privileged to be witness to the rainbow. You cannot have the rose without the thorns.
Dave, what we're seeing here right now, not a whole lot of race action in this pro women's field. No motivation to speak of. And that's very unfortunate, because that puts all the tip of the hat right to a rider like Colleen Golick, who can just gobble up a field sprint like this. You keep her comfortable all throughout the day without putting any pressure on a rider like Golick, and you're going to be racing for second place. So these riders really, especially the in-cycle mommies, they have a really large contingent of riders here, very capable riders, and this is where you'd really like to see a little more team tactics employed, where they really start to launch some attacks and kind of influence the race, if you will.
I concur. It is time to launch right now. You can see Ray Mars there, I do believe, is in the camera. He is awesome, if I'm not mistaken. It's either Ray or one of our staff members. That is awesome. That's not Ray. Ray's Felt. I'm so sorry, Marie. I take that back. Ray is one handsome dog. Ray is like Matthew McConaughey. I'm terrible at name dropping, according to my buddies, Rasan Bahati and Matthew McConaughey. Oh, man. 2 peanuts walking down the road. One was assaulted. Hashtag dad jokes. That's me trying to cover up. Here's Ray Mars. He is our director, and he is an absolute visionary and artiste. On that last comment, I am washing my hands like Pontius Pilate. Back to the race action, 26 minutes into this event. We still have the Cat 4s at the end of the day, so we really can cut it loose here after this race. We might start to pontificate and get absolutely goofy. They heard David Wells with a large attack on the outside right here, right now.
Yeah, in cycles Mommy's and a faster as me. He said, okay, enough is enough. This coffee ride, my coffee's getting cold on this coffee ride. So maybe they've decided to put a little flame under the pot. All right, we're single file for the moment. Let's see if we can keep it that way, get it strung out. Major motion, Julie Sims, Jade Stevens. Good position, good work. Let's go racing here, ladies and gentlemen.
Jade Stevens, certainly a capable rider. She's got the wares. It looks like we are ringing the bell for a product preem lap brought to you by Worthy Brewing Company. And there's a man named H.G. Wells. He's a famous futurist, a novelist. I don't know that he's related to David Wells, but H.G. Wells once opined this. He said, "When I see an adult on a bicycle, I no longer despair for the human race." Any relation there to H.G. Wells, no, David Wells?
Unfortunately, no, and unfortunately, no relation to Wells Fargo or any of those.
Oh my goodness! If you can just the wagon wheel alone from Wells Fargo, if you do the appreciation rate over the 100 years plus, you'd be okay. You'd be set for life. And by the way, the winner of the women's race here today receives a Tahitian pearl pendant, compliments of Pono Pearls and Russ Ames out of Lahaina in Maui. It doesn't get any better than that, right? Full circle for all. Our thoughts and prayers for Lahaina Strong. We really want to say we hope that banyan tree continues to thrive and grow and provide shade to our friends in Hawaii and Maui.
Well said. Aloha.
Aloha indeed. Pono Pearls.
Love these different types of prizes that we give away, Dave. I think it was Gastown that was giving away the silver bullion. You know, a bag of silver, kind of like back in the wild, wild west when you carried around your coin with you. Let's keep that alive.
Well, now it's all electronic. We give away crit coin nowadays. Good times indeed. I can attest that Costa Mesa has become a haven of coolness for entrepreneurs, retail, restaurants, and our friends over at Arc Restaurant. The owner is Noah Blum. He's a former mayor of Newport Beach. He's a great guy. He's a client of mine over at EGA Consultants, and he's introducing a whole infusion of world-class culinary talent here in Costa Mesa. It's becoming a Epicurean town, rich in diversity. Noah Blum has 17 restaurants, most of them in the Bay Area in San Francisco. Now he's got 4 down here in the Orange County area. So you can shop and dine at the OC Mix right off corner 1s and 2. All part of the SoCo Design Center just south here. And over there at the OC Mix, we've got juice bars, we've got coffee bars, oyster bars, vintage wares, libations, all on offer. And can you feel the seismic rumbling out there? It is going off. Welcome, everybody, to the Costa Mesa Grand Prix presented by Majestic Cycling and by Worthy Brewing Company. Revel at the team tactics, blistering speeds, cornering skills of these athletes sprinting on skinny tires, approaching 40 miles an hour.
Check that move right there, David. Alyssa Luau, faster me. Alyssa, she's on some good form this year. Maybe this was the moment that she needed to kind of get that spirit of the win into this race. She's got 11 wins this season. She was the big-time winner at the Tour de Murrieta, the 2-day Omnium that we do down there in the Temecula Valley. That first weekend of April, it was great to be down there. Our friend Ernie Sanchez and the whole Stage 2 partnership. That's where Alyssa Luo won the Tour de Murrieta this year. She also won at Redlands. She won the Triton Crit. She won Santa Barbara Road Race. And in the collegiate category, Alyssa won the Devil's Punch Bowl this year. My goodness, just all over it. She was also the Victor Valley Omnium an Everett Omnium winner. 11 wins for a faster me and a faster Alyssa Luo.
Luo, good rider, no doubt about it. She's multi-skilled. As we were looking around about south of 20 minutes remaining in our women 1, 2, 3. Another shiny beacon of Costa Mesa. Wahoo's Fish Tacos, founded in 1988 by Chinese-Brazilian brothers Eduardo Mingo Lee and Wing Lam. They sponsored the Costa Mesa Grand Prix back in the hay. The original location on Placentia Avenue, still serving up piping hot vertical fish tacos on the west side, baby. Wahoo's Fish Tacos. Costa Mesa located roughly 35 miles south of Los Angeles. If you don't have Google MapQuest, we're around about 90 miles north of San Diego. Costa Mesa offers 26 parks, a municipal golf course, 26 public schools, and 2 libraries. And today, it's hosting a block party right here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, presented by Majestic Cycling and Worthy Brewing Company.
Another partner here with us are the Sand Sports brothers, who put on the Sand Sports Show at the famed Costa Mesa Fairgrounds. They've got a big banging. It almost looks like Six Flags of America going off over there today, but it's really the county fair. I believe it is the Orange County Fair. And doing big things over there at the county fairgrounds. Uh-oh. It's Indris. Eileen Indris and Colleen Gulick right now. 2 riders motivated.
Golick, she certainly she is multi-skilled as well on the U.S. national team on the velodrome. A decorated rider representing U.S. cycling. She is on the short list to go to Paris. But Colleen Golick, a Maryland Terp, she certainly is a favorite rider today. She's got a big target on her back. Gibby Hatton, the husband, he's a man who's won a ton of races back in the day in criterium courses and on the track. Gibby Hatton, the husband of Colleen Golick. Golick, a world-class rider, riding for Team Skyline today in the green kit. She is an 8-time, let me repeat that, 8-time Ocho national champion, Colleen Golick. Hey now, that is a tremendous palmares. There she is. She just left the screen there in the green kit, riding around about wheel number 4 presently. We saw Golick win at the 60th annual Manhattan Beach Grand Prix in 2023. Behind her was finishing second was Laurel Rathbun with In-Cycle Mommies. Third was Mary Joyce Montan. Fourth, the Romanian rocket Georgetta Ungarianu. And in fifth, Heather O'Brien, also with In-Cycle Mommies.
Look at this effort right now. I mean, that is a committed effort when Colleen's down on the drops like right now, and she is pouring on the coals. Really got to be attentive there. She's in the drops and committed. Meanwhile, the rest of the field was up on the hoods, kind of just monitoring the move. But you got to be attentive to that move. Every little gap of real estate that can happen here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, that little bit of wind can get between you and the riders. Next thing you know, there's a gap and you are not motivated. Definitely got to pay attention. And it looks like Colleen now. Oh, there's been a counter move. Pardon me.
Yeah, so we do have a mix at the front. Looks like In-Cycle Mommy's still stirring the pot. This is coming down the main boulevard as they travel southbound into a crosswind. The protected side of the road is the left side. It looks like Melissa Haley's Comet there at the front. She is shoulder to shoulder, and here comes the counterattack. Bam, on the inside.
Love it. Now, that's kind of what the racing's supposed to look like. You know, real race action, attack, counterattack. And the women have finally really kind of decided to get it going here.
And this is them traveling through turn number 1 on Sunflower Avenue. Now heading into a block headwind as they travel towards directly to the west. And that camera shows a trough here. It is somewhat deceiving, but certainly it does. It'll add up and turn that sugar. It'll start to dissolve in the quadriceps and the hamstrings. sugar into hot water as fatigue now comes into play, and we're starting to see some attrition at the back.
That's right. Samantha Noose from Big Orange Cycling. She's called it a day here at the race. She got a great race earlier today in the women 3-4-5, contesting that very heavily. She doubled up today, and her race is now over here in the pro category. Good job from Big Orange Cycling and Samantha Noose. How about Jessica Gardner out there, Dave, from InCycle doing the @Jess Art. Got that beautiful artwork that she does. You can follow her on Instagram at @Jess Art. Really cool photo that she's taken and turned into artwork with Holly Breck, riding for Team DNA. We've got one of her paintings here on display at the start-finish line. Had a lot of people checking out that painting today. @Jess Art.
Jess Garner's awesome, right? She won that race earlier. She is a super talented artist. You've got to check out her work with paint on canvas. She is fabulous, and definitely she will be monetizing her art. I know that's not what motivates her, but she is that good. Her work is incredible. She's going to be getting commissions all up here, Jess Garner. She's awesome.
Isn't that, it's pretty amazing that a lot of times it's not necessarily the profit that motivates us, it's the passion, which ultimately turns into profit sometimes. And it's a beautiful thing when that kind of happens, when you're doing it out of love and enthusiasm, and then it becomes successful monetarily. You're winning.
Right. That's a byproduct, right? They say that, maybe it's music, sport, art soothes the savage beast.
Find a job doing what you love, and you'll never work another day in your life.
Well said, David Wells. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sports fans, we have 5 laps to go. 5 to go as they come through into the headwind now, and that wind can bite like a barracuda between 1 and 2. It is game on in our women's pro 1, 2, 3 here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you all for joining us here on the live stream on lacrits.com, watching our pro women. Thank you so much for joining us here, whether you're watching from the course or whether you're watching from home. So glad to have you here with us. Please give Ray Mars a like and a share and a little comment down in the comment box how he can improve his efforts. We saw something, again, new from Ray earlier. He has got a camera-equipped e-bike running down the start straight, probably getting positioned up for the finishing sprint. Yeah, Ray's probably going to be filming from the bicycle and the drone at the same time from the cockpit of the e-bike. I have no idea how that happens.
I think he's in the helicopter. I think he might be in the actual drone, like a lasso or something. So I've always been I'm somewhat busy as a consultant in the geotechnical world. I've always had this problem of not being at the two places at the very same time. How has he cracked that Rubik's Cube? Because he seems to be everywhere. Ray Mars, we appreciate all you do. And Marie, what a beautiful thing you've done. You've had a vision, and you stuck to it. That's the difference. Some people see how much work it is, and the kitchen gets hot, and they escape. A diamond is just a chunk of coal that stuck with it.
And how about this? Parents. You've got proud new parents, too. So it's pretty crazy that they can take care of all that.
I'm still in San Diego, man. Same spot.
So I'm just going to ram the floor.
Sure.
All right, we are broadcasting here at Costa Mesa in the heart of Orange County. Thank you for watching LACrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars. It has been a tremendous day. The action has been hotly contested all day long. We want to thank the sponsors. We want to thank the city of Costa Mesa. City Council has been amazing. I think they are well satiated. Big smiles on the face of Mayor John Stevens. And here's another historic, legendary guy that's coming through the booth. We want to bring him in. This is going to be Ryan Cady with LAL. We had a great talk with him, with Derek at the Tour de Murrieta a few months back. Ryan Cady, still living in San Diego. We got you for a brief minute as our Women Pro 1, 2, 3 come down south of 4 laps to go. First question, Ryan, because I always forget this.
Legendary. That's a great intro, man. I appreciate that.
Legendary. I'm off. If you want to slip me a little bit of Ben Franklin, or just we can go over to the Arc Restaurant and we'll mix it up. I'll buy you a cocktail. So explain LEL again, the origin name of your apparel company that has just been crushing it for decades.
Thank you. I mean, we just hit our this is our 10th anniversary year, which was exciting. Eliel is my middle name and my great-grandfather's name. And when we were looking to name the business, there's the clothing world has a lot of trademark names. So Eliel, was a unique and it's come to mean what it means, right?
Would you say it's fair to assess that one of the reasons why from your success is that you're a bike racer creating bike racing apparel, but you also have an artistic eye, which is pretty obvious to me.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think, I was never the best racer. I was always looking, I had to be technical. I had to have the right equipment. I had everything dialed. I never wanted to be the guy that had the flat tire, the chain come off, or any of that kind of thing. I maximized, what I had, and that's why I had my little success that I had, was through that. And I bring that same mentality to the gear. Like I always, before we started, I always nitpicked other stuff. I was like, why is it this way? Why is it that way? I would just do it this way. Like this seam should be here, this pad should be better, all those things. And, I think those details is what ultimately led us to our first, really good product that honestly took us for a lot of years until we've kind of done our version 2s now. So.
And it must have been humble beginnings, right? Were you starting out of the garage? I mean, what did that look like?
Yeah, pretty much. So we actually had a friend who did rowing apparel in Vista, and I was selling him socks at Sockeye years before. I had a relationship with him, and he had some extra space. Actually, he's kind of a pack rat. He had all this junk sitting in there, and I said, hey, man, can you clear a little room out here? And, by the way, can you sew some prototypes for me and show me kind of how this works? And they were great people. They're retired now, but yeah, they helped us get our start.
Man, there's so many people that you connected with. You're a great networker with 3 laps to go. We've got In-Cycle Mommies, 2 riders at the front. And in the green, that's Colleen Gullick. We're starting to see In-Cycle Mommies with the white kit and the vertical pink stripe as they're trying to set up their sprinter. Colleen Gullick in green with Skyline well positioned. So we're talking with Ryan Cady, the visionary, the CEO of LEL. What is in the future? I mean, to me, you've checked a lot of boxes, and it seems to me like you're getting the industry is changing. You still support teams, but other apparel companies are kind of doing things a little bit different, changing the consumerism. What is the next step for you, the goal, if you will?
Yeah, I think the next step for us really is just improving our, you're always improving, trying to improve your processes, your product, your service. There's a lot of focus on that for us right now. We've got a lot of new systems and things that we've been putting in place, a whole new, operational, which isn't the most exciting, glamorous thing, but it really, those are the things that makes your business go. But, we've got another wave of product development coming. I mean, I always have things in my head, and I'm excited to start working on some of these projects I have going. But, if you've tried the Del Dios product, that's one that I think, I just continue. Everyone that tries it's just like, are you guys kidding? This is amazing. This is next level stuff. And I love that. That's, tinkering with these new fabric technologies and putting it together in the right way, which is kind of our, that's kind of our formula. So that and just, spreading the brand outside of, we're big in California, obviously. You can see, you go on a ride, you see us around. But we're starting to gain traction across the country and just continuing to grow the brand. I mean, we're not taking on, big investment money. We do it organically through referrals, and we just keep growing like that, and that's how we do it.
Well, to me, LEL is it's a Gucci apparel that's priced for a regular man or woman, like, and it's very functional. Like one of the downsides is your kits, they last a very long time. They don't pill up. You don't get those stupid little pills.
Yep.
As we get down to the nitty gritty, I do believe we're looking at 2 laps to go. As they negotiate turn number 4, when they come through, it will indeed be 2 laps remaining in our women's Pro 1, 2, 3. We're having a brief conversation with my man, Ryan Cady out of San Diego, the CEO of LEL. We talked about the future. We've talked about the past. Let's talk about the present. Do you remember Costa Mesa Grand Prix? We had this race in the 90s. We had it in 2010, and it's really cool to see it back.
Yeah, well, any race in the 90s, I probably did all of them. So
full calendar. The reason why you raced that race is because it was on the calendar, right? We weren't selective.
No, we did it all. We did it all. No, I think it's gosh, I see some of the promoters, working on these series and bringing a lot of these exciting races back, and you see the excitement with the crit racing. I love seeing it come back. Everything's an ebb and flow, but I mean, when I came into it, you could join any team. You got your education from the other members on the team. You'd go race. You kind of, you gain those skills, and those skills that you use every day, just out riding in groups and having fun. But also the community aspect. So it's really nice to see all the tents, all the teams out. And it seems like it's a really friendly environment. That's the other thing too. I mean, it's competition, but everyone's got a smile on their face, and there's a lot of high fives afterwards, and that's what it should be about.
No, you're right. You're reading the room right. It's more loose, more of a block party as our women with a 1.5 to go. I would like to let you know that there's 2 races coming up that we want to put on your calendar, your reference point, and that is the Bend Criterium Downtown returns August 10th, presented by Worthy Brewing Company, and the week
Worthy
after,
Brewing Company,
right?
man.
We'll revisit, and then after that in Upland in a park scenario, the Go Fast Upland Criterium on August 18th. So you do remember Bend, Oregon?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. No, I've had dinner and a few beers at Worthy Brewing. It's a great spot. Love the. I mean, great riding all around. Super good mountain biking, of course. Took my daughter up there a few years ago, just do all the trails, and it's a fun town. I love that.
Right, hit the Deschutes River, go up to Dillon Falls, chill, do some recovery, lounging in the river, stick your sticks into the ice-cold water, right, and maybe enjoy a crisp, fresh Pilsner or award-winning ale by Worthy Brewing.
Absolutely. Well, it's funny. I mean, those bike connections go deep because Jim File, the founder of Old Reynolds Forks and Wheels years ago, is in Bend, and he loaned me some float tubes to go down the river. So, and you're talking about the Upland Criterium. I mean, Pat Caro, we go back. We used to race a lot of years together with Pat. So
that's right. Yeah. Caro, Worthington, Chris Horner, part of that program too. As we go back to the screens, ladies and gentlemen, this is 1 lap. This is 1 lap. This is 1 lap to go. Who's it going to be today in our Women's Pro 1, 2, 3 at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix? We've got Ryan Cady. We're going to call this final lap. Well, all money, all the crit coin in my pocket is going to Colleen Gullick. She's the Maryland Terp multi-U.S. national champion. Can she do it? Is she poised to pounce? There she is, wheel number 2 in that splashy Skyline green kit. What do you think, Ryan?
Well,
Cady?
you definitely got the in-cycle. They've got a good. Seems like they're organized. They got a lot of riders there. We'll see.
Certainly,
like
they have the numbers.
Faster Me coming together. They're starting to meet up at the front here.
We've got Priscilla Savard cracking the whip as she comes out of a quasi-retirement. Priscilla Popcorn Savard.
PC.
Yes, PC, she's awesome, and she's repping today. I don't think she's been out on a race course in a significant period of time as we boil it down to the where the wick gets sticky. This is between 1 and 2, your headwind selection. Nobody wants to take that pull. We've got an able body in the front. Job well done. That does indeed look like Elisa Luo with a Faster Me mixing up the pot, but she is covered, all moves right now on a short leash like barnacles on a boat. Every move like graffiti on an overpass in Los Angeles. I don't think anything's getting away as Gullick checks her right shoulder. She's rider number 3. She's got at least one Encyclo Mommies on her left hip. and she's going to check it out. Gibby Hatton on the sideline giving her splits all day long. We're getting down to the final laps. Here we go. This is turn as they negotiate turn number 3, entering what will be the final 2 sections out, 2 corners remaining in this bike race. And we have a floater. It looks like Luau has somehow detached, and it's like a mommy's at the front.
She's definitely got it strung out. She's got a teammate looking, lining up in 4th. Good position. Should be able to put on a nice sprint from there, and it's nice and lined out. Here they come.
It is lined up indeed. This is for the win. Luau at the front end. Does she have a gap? And here comes Gulick. Here comes Gulick. Colleen Gulick taking the bull by the proverbial horns and saying, hello, Maryland Terps. I am your champion today. Colleen Gulick strikes gold at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. Presented by Majestic Cycling and by Worthy Brewing Company. Gulick certainly has the hops to close the deal, to sign on the line, which is dotted. That was textbook timing, was it not?
Yeah, that was a great sprint. Nice and clean, all spread out there, super powerful. That was a great looking sprint.
Yeah, obviously Gulick, she has got this thing dialed, a tremendous athlete and just a world-class rider representing Team USA when she's not representing Team Skyline. Team USA on the velodrome. She is on the short list for the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris. I think that's coming up pretty darn close, right?
It is.
Time to pack your bags. That's why we're not at Champs-Élysées today. We're in Nice over yonder because of the fact that the Summer Games come back to Paris.
Yep, exciting. That should be some good racing coming up. We just enjoyed a good tour, but Olympics should be good.
It should be really good. I think we're going to have Brandon McNulty. He's fresh. You know, he skipped the tour. Watch out for Brandon, who came through the Lux program. Do you remember Brandon McNulty? I mean, he was just a kid. He looked like a punk on the bike, and he stuck with it. I remember Chuck Pontius. He got away with, I think it was Kel Leo Grande, right? This morning I was feeling a little knackered. I went to coffee at Starbucks. I said, give me a tall. I said, you know what? I'm feeling a little knackered. Make it a Kale Leo Grande. All right, so we get back to the action, right? Katie, good times indeed. This has been tremendous. Welcome, everybody, to the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. We're wrapping it up. We're going to start to get feeling like we're operating on fumes. It's been a tremendous day. Our Category 4s will be going for 40 minutes as we tend to a pickup on aisle 9, a cleanup on 9. Thank you so much for tuning in to lacrits.com. Patrick Carroll, we talked about Carroll being an all-around good guy. We see him on the monitor here, tending to one of the riders here. Pat Carroll, he is a prince of a gentleman, representing Go Fast. Working for a
good guy. Been doing it a long time. Yep. Always out helping the community.
Yeah, that race in Upland, it really was surprisingly cool. It was really like a tree-lined park. It was a true park. You felt like you were almost like in Central Park. They have a skate park that's world famous there. A really cool layout, a technical course. Corey Williams, he won by just a bike throw. He was very close with Dylan Gary racing for Ice Speed Felt, coming up just short by a rim. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. Please come and join and support Go Fast Cycling at the Upland Criterium, August 18th.
I talked with Pat last week. He was pretty excited about new series, having a few more races, and getting back out there and race promoting. I think he said it was maybe one of the few areas he hadn't done yet. But as being a bike racer for so many years, he's going to bring tons of great ideas, and it's going to be a racer centric.
Again, we talked about like LEL is. For racers, by racers. That's what Pat Carroll's about. His races are, he's clearly a bike racer that's trying to put on a show and make it a little bit different. And like Alfie Sanchez, same thing. And they are friends, Sanchez and Carroll. Carroll's a very popular rider, and looking forward to the Upland Memorial Park Criterium, August 18th. Do you remember some of the names back in the day? I was looking at, I think it was 94, Manhattan Beach. Olin Baki was in there battling with Thurlow Rogers.
Yep. I raced against Thurlow, I've got an old picture of Manhattan Beach Grand Prix when I was Cat 1, leading out my teammate right next to Thurlow when he was in the Mercury kit. So, yeah, we had a few good races there.
Few good, and Polinetti winning at Manhattan Beach, shocking the world, in that break with Thurlow and Olin Baki back in the day.
Yep, raced with Jamie my last year on Schroeder. It was when we merged with the Net Zero team. If you remember Net Zero, they had a really good squad. Gosh, what year was that? 2001, I think.
I think it was around 01. The Schroeder motor. I remember racing back east at the Super Week, and the Schroeder motor is just killing it over there. And yeah, that was a pretty good program, man. You had some stellar riders, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it was fun. That was the first year of In-Cycle Schroeder when Frank was getting into the sport himself. Still doing it with the BBI Schroeder team. Those guys are, they're still out there doing it.
Yeah, we saw Craig Miller today. Yes, Craig Miller had a good ride today. I think he got first or second in one of the Masters races with BBI. And
still wicked fast. I could never beat that guy.
He really does have a burst, man. He will show you a fresh set of wheels. Craig, family man Miller.
Yep. You got to get him on a few hills, though.
Oh, yeah. He's laid to the side if it goes above 6% on that grade.
But you let him get to the sprint, man. You better watch out.
Yeah, and Miguel Mesa now. All the Mesas are crushing it. Miguel won Manhattan Beach in 1999, and then he went over to Europe and had a string of success in Europe. Now the Mesa family, they're carrying that flag.
Yep. I mean, that's the great thing about cycling, right? You can do it forever. It's always accessible. You can go in and out of it. Just talking to our old friend Russell there, he said he took a little break from cycling while was doing some surfing, just got a bike again, going to get back into it. It's always there, when yeah, it's a great.
Well, that's another legend. Russ Ames, Dana Point Grand Prix. He partnered up with Roger Worthington in the city of Dana Point, and that was you talk.
And you.
Yeah, it was definitely.
You guys put a lot of work into that event. That was an amazing event.
Yeah. You talk about sweat equity, and that was definitely a race that was on the map. These pros would travel across the U.S. To battle at Dana Point. You couldn't run that course anymore. There's a median right in the middle of it. With development, there's road furniture all over.
Man, when it was going, that finish straight with that dip and the restaurants and people out, it was a good one. I was fortunate. I jumped back into a Masters race somewhere in there and got out and got to do it at least one time, which was super fun. It was a great course.
Yeah, well, it's a good template to have, Dan. It's great to see Russ Ames back here hanging out. He hasn't been to a race in a minute, and he's clearly stoked. I mean, he goes, hey, Worthington, this is great, man. It's a block party out here. I've never seen Costa Mesa shine like it is today. It's so awesome to see people coming out from back in the heyday. Do you remember Bruce Rambo Reed? He was Labor Power had so many good guys. I mean, like Carl Bourdin. I mean, the list goes on. JB. But in my mind, Mitch Meyer was a great sprinter. Mark Scott, a world-class, all-around great guy. Who beat lymphoma. He beat cancer like a drum. But the strongest man ever to carry a Labor flag in my mind was Bruce Rambo Reed, Fontucky, man. That guy would roll. He lost the time trial national championship open by a millisecond to a guy named Steve Hegg. And Bruce Reed.
He was all right?
He was okay. That was the difference, getting second to Steve Hegg, the golden boy. And, so there was a split there in the tree. But Bruce Reed, rest in peace, was a maniac.
I was a young pup coming up doing some races with Steve Hegg. That was always an interesting one. Steve, if you weren't doing it the way Steve thought you should be doing it, he let you know. He was usually right, though. He knew what people should be doing, and he took it upon himself to tell everybody. I think I had one race, LA Grand Prix, where my team, Swami's back in the day, we missed the break, and we put everybody on the front to bring it back. And Steve was so impressed that he actually came up and helped us. He's like, "Oh my God, you guys are actually doing what you should be doing right now."
He was so vocal, demonstrative. One story about Steve Hegg back in the day, and he won't mind. It's been I think statute of limitations at when he won at the Tour de Pont. I think it was Tour de Trump or something like that. Let's see. Let me get the story right. Yeah, he beat Greg LeMond by a fraction in the time trial. LeMond had the jersey, I think it was with Gone or something like that. There's at the podium, and I have this from inside information. And Greg LeMond looks over at Steve Hegg, who's on the top step for the stage win at the Tour de Pont. Greg LeMond looks at Hegg, sizes him up, and he says, "You know what? You got a real future in cycling. I mean, you might just want to drop a couple LBs." Steve Hegg has never forgotten that phrase. Like, that's like the worst thing.
Coming from Greg, didn't he have a little bit of off-season fun usually?
You're right, he did.
Yeah.
Well, Hegg was like a downhill skier, and he had these mammoth calves, and he was a great rider.
And that guy can put down the watts. Yeah, that's for sure.
I remember studying his every move at training rides, just in awe of of his style and panache. As we go, this is our final race of the day. In Francais, they say a 3 count is 3, 2, 1, c'est parti! Translation 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Off and underway in the USA. Racing for 40 hot minutes. Who has that certain je ne sais quoi to prevail? Who has the joie de vivre? We shall see. Merci.
You are watching live streaming on lacrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars. Every tight quarter, tight squeeze, every blazing, furious and fast tight finish, all captured in Technicolor by the LA Crit cams. Setting the standard, plowing ahead, ramping up the intensity. So stick around, we have bicycle racing all day long.
Indeed, it's been going all day long. By the way, the background music you hear is a band called Dos Gatos. That's myself and my buddy from Texas, Eric Depperschmidt, and we put out a record back in 2014. Nobody bought it, but we're big in Japan, we like to joke. Dos Gatos in the house. And another race I want to plug to Ryan Cady on his way out, and we really appreciate Ryan joining us with it's been an absolute blast, is the Hardman Classic, a gravel race, November 17th, and it is a really cool vibe. We take off at RV Park, which is it's a true park. It's wooded. It's right off the Santa Ana River Trail, and they climb up the Santa Ana Mountains. And we have transponders, so we know, we get a laptop that populates down, and we can interject who comes across where. That's the Hardman Classic. The promoters are a couple of studs, Eric Bierman and Eric Squires. November 17th, as chief official is showing him a set of wings here, doing that ostrich shuffle. This is a new dance craze in Costa Mesa. You got to be wearing a blue coat to pull it off. All right, a restart. Now we are neutralized. We're going to allow the emergency response team to come through. And I have just been handed the results on our Pro Women 1 through 3. Our top 10, starting from the aforementioned rock star, taking the top step, Colleen Gullick, riding for Team Skyline. Go Terps. This is tremendous news right here. Taking second, You guys ready for this? Coming out of retirement for a pause for the cause, riding for In-Cycle Mommies, Priscilla Popcorn Savord taking second. In third place, Tyler Mize riding for Monarch Racing. In fourth place, Eliza Lau with A Faster Me, a very aggressive ride by Eliza. In fourth place, Dr. Feline Endress with In-Cycle Mommies. In sixth place today, Marlena Bemis with A Faster Me and riding for Major Motion Racing. Seventh place, Julie Sims. Eighth place today, Melissa Haley's Comet. Job well done, riding for In-Cycle Mommies. In ninth place, riding for Serious Cycling out of Thousand Oaks, Sarah Blazik. And rounding up the top 10, Maria Benson with In-Cycle Mommies. Congratulations to our top 10 in the Women's Pro 1, 2, 3. And another big shout out to Priscilla Savord for putting her stamp on the race, taking second place today after a long hiatus. And there's Priscilla coming by the booth right now with a big smile on her face. There she is right there on screen crossing the course. Gosh, what a great result out of Savord after a serious hiatus.
You are watching live streaming on lacrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars. Every tight quarter, tight squeeze, every blazing, furious and fast tight finish, all captured in Technicolor by the LA Crit cams. Setting the standard, plowing ahead, ramping up the intensity. So stick around, we have bicycle racing all day long.
All right, if you're watching, thank you for joining LACrits.com. We are broadcasting live from Costa Mesa, California. This the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, presented by Majestic Cycling and by Worthy Brewing Company out of Bend, Oregon, and by EGA Consultants. We are rebooting the finale here, the final race of the day, the ferocious Cat 4s on the line with re-instructions. And moments away from sending the Cat 4s off. What is Criterium Bicycle Racing 101? It's really a sport that was born in the USA. The Olympics are coming back to Los Angeles in 2028. Maybe we can have Criterium Racing restored to have it an Olympic event. Why not? Cyclocross we've got track racing, we've got road racing, we've got time trial racing. Let's bring Criterium Racing to LA 2028, man. Where's Mitt Romney? Where's Uberoth? Uberoth might be gone, but let's get Nelson Vales in here. Let's talk to Steve Hegg. Let's get her done, man. Criterium Racing, it's really about poise and position and power. You know, all those elements are paramount. At times there is incidental contact. It's not uncommon. This form of bicycle racing requires nerves of steel and both physical and mental dexterity. The strongest rider, well, they don't always win in a criterium. It's about team tactics. It's about sometimes the art of non-cooperation. It's about gambits. It's about 3D chess at 30 miles an hour. If two riders are equal, the tie often goes to the most experienced rider. LeBron James said, "Experience is the best coach." Fail to plan, plan to fail. That was the father of the Williams sisters. That was one of his phrases. Fail to plan, plan to fail. So when you watch these races, don't be confused by the colorful, beatific field. Cutthroat tactics are cards to be dealt or played out on course. And in Las Vegas, when you're at the table, you can't identify the mark, well, it very well could be you. To borrow a phrase from the economic world, past performance is no guarantee of future success. Fortune, it does sometimes favor the brave, other times the cheeky. We try to script these races, and we fail each and every time. But I would like to say I think Criterium Racing, it truly is a North America invention. As we witness these riders all day long going flat out. There's punchy, explosive efforts, riders pinching off to set up breakaways, attacks, counterattacks, often culminating in blistering sprints at 40 miles per hour. Strength in numbers is a real thing in cycling. Top finishes benefit from the team tactics. Your team sprinter, he's got to be clever on his timing and on his execution, his or hers. The concept is popping out of the slipstream, coming off the draft, finding that perfect space and time. If you go too early, that's a thing. If you go too late, that's also a thing. One of the worst regrets is coming back into the parking lot at your team tent saying, well, I had so much left, man. We don't want to hear you had too much left. You've got to empty the chambers, my man, my woman, here at the Criterium Racing. It really is a unique sport because, again, punchy, explosive, dexterity, bike handling skills. You got to be able to corner at Mach 1. You got to try to keep it together in the gray matter in between the ears. Nerves of steel are paramount. And throughout the days, you'll hear the bell ringing in Criterium Racing. That is known as a preem lap, right? It's to hot up the racing. So you've got preems and prizes offered when that bell is sounded. Ding, ding, ding. It serves to animate the racing and kind of reward showboating, right? And spirited efforts. We've been giving away tons of handcrafted worthy brews available at a grocery outlet near you. As our riders, Cat 4s, clicking in, nothing like the sound of 50 clicks as the cleats snap into pedals. Sprinters will often try to make swift and merciful end to the race in Criterium Racing. However, a cheeky rider tries not to telescope the move. It's all about the element of disguise and surprise if you're a breakaway rider or if you're a flyer rider like a Vino Vinokurov back in the day, right? Corey Lockwood, really not a flyer rider. He doesn't come from, he doesn't punch you from left field. He goes like a tractor trailer, a big diesel engine. Riders like Lockwood can roll. Maybe like a Wout van Aert when he's hitting on all cylinders. Except Wout van Aert, he can come and win out of a bunch. A very, very special rider, the Belgium, riding for Jumbo-Visma. The American riders, only 3 at the Tour de France this year, which wrapped up this morning. Matteo Jorgensen, also known as Mr. Potato because he's from Boise, Idaho. We saw Matteo Jorgensen win Paris-Nice. Of course, today was the final stage at Tour de France, finishing in Nice. We saw Jorgensen win Flanders, and he was a mere 8 seconds off the top step at the Dauphiné, behind a guy named Primoz Roglic. Primoz Roglic, a fantastic, skilled rider. He comes from the world of ski jumping. However, Roglic, known to hit the deck more than a dealer in Las Vegas, unfortunately. Of course, Sepp Kuss he did not compete in the Tour de France, but we're going to see him at the Vuelta try to defend his title. Matteo is he's certainly stepped up as a formidable co-captain for two-time winner Jonas Vingegaard from Copenhagen, the fishmonger. Definitely a fan of Jonas Vingegaard. He had a good ride this tour. I think it was stellar for him to see anything about the top 3 finishing there today in Nice. Tremendous comeback after a brutal fall. He basically was tossed like a frisbee into the trees and the tarmac and concrete bulkhead there. That was not pretty in the Basque Country. So good to see you, Mr. Vingegaard, back. And, of course, Poggi was just too much to handle. We also have 2 other Americans that were finishing in Nice. Sean Quinn, age 24 from L.A., He's a winner of U.S. Pro Championships. Won the road race. There was I believe it was a 3-up sprint with Brandon McNulty ended up second. He was double teamed with Nielsen Paulus. Paulus and Quinn being on the same team with EF Education. They essentially did a do-si-do on Brandon McNulty. Sean Quinn taking the win at U.S. Pro, so he is sporting the Stars and Stripes with EF Education. Quinn also was part of that Lux development program. So many riders coming from that Lux program directed by Roy Nickman. Back in the day, Roy Nickman was also a stellar rider. Also on that program, Nielsen Paulus with EF Education. He's the first tribally recognized Native American to compete in the Tour de France. As David Wells is stirring up the enthusiasm full tilt as our Cat 4s reboot. I spent some time in the Green Bay area, raced my bike there, and at Super Week. I remember going by Lambeau Field, seeing the Oneida Nation tribe signage. That's where Nielsen Paulus, his tribe, his tribal blood comes from the Oneida Nation. Paulus having hung on to the polka dot jersey last year, a remarkable 12 days as the KOM competition leader for 12 solid days last year. EF Education, certainly their stage win by Carapaz was a big deal. The Ecuadorian had a great ride taking that stage at the Tour de France. And certainly one of the big highlights today, looking back at the tape, Corey Lockwood riding for the Miami Blazers. I do remember being there at the Redlands Classic. We saw the David slay the Goliath in the final chapter. Corey Lockwood, a U.S. National Time Trial champion. I believe that was 2019, if I'm not mistaken. I was carrying water and delivering coffee for Brad Soner and the great Dave Toll at that event. But Corey Lockwood, my goodness. A one-man wrecking ball from Tehachapi. Tehachapi located up in the mountains at the Cajon Pass, kind of on the northern flank of the mountains, looking down on Bakersfield. You don't know me, but you don't like me until you've walked the streets of Bakersfield. That's a Buck Owens song with his buddy Dwight Yoakam. Dwight Yoakam coming to the OC Fairgrounds. If you get a chance, come on down to the OC Fairgrounds here in Costa Mesa, California. It kicked off yesterday. They will get millions at the fairground. And here's a pro tip. Don't drive your car to the fair. Park a mile away. We got this. Bring a bike with lights. Lock it up at the front. Check out the fairgrounds. Maybe have an adult beverage or not, whatever. Have a good time. Get back on your bike and laugh at all the idiots in cars queued up trying to get out. I highly encourage riding bikes to venues, whether it be concerts, the fairgrounds, what have you. And also remember, for every 1 mile of road, there are 2 miles of sharp curb face. but that's okay. Together we'll get up the road. Together we'll share the load because we stand on the shoulders of giants. I'm talking about you all here today that have shown proof positivo that there's most certainly unity in the cycling community. I'm Dave Worthington. That's Dave Wells, big dog out there at start finish with Ray and Marie Mars with LACrits.com. It's been an absolute blast, and we will most certainly see you on the Flippy Dippy. We are still around about 30 minutes remaining. They may have shortened it a fraction in the Category 4s. Still have a bunch of people out there partying. The grill is going. The beers are being poured. The confetti is flowing. Funfetti at the Podium Plaza. If we're going to talk about the Tour de France, we also have to talk about the sensation. I assume he won the points competition holding the green jersey. I'm speaking of Biniam Girmay from a country called Eritrea on the east coast of Africa. Eritrea is located, like I said, east coast. It's bound by Ethiopia to the south, by Sudan to the west, and by the Red Sea to the north and to the east. To me, you heard it here first, but I feel like Biniam Girmay, I think he could be a contender in the overall Grand Tour, mostly because of the sticks on his body. He's not a Cavendish. He's pretty much got some pretty good leverage. A longer cyclist for a sprinter. Of course, sprinters come in all form and fashion, but I do feel like Biniam Girmay has a shot at, like I said, in contention. It may take a campaign of a few years or 5. Maybe it's never on his radar, but I'm certain that I think he can perhaps transform his body and his skill set to compete in the overall. He's certainly already surviving those mid-range climbs at the Tour de France. Biniam Girmay, absolute sensation. He's going to be offered up. So he's going to get some serious contract offers in the off season. Trust me, folks. I hear Dave Wells out there talking about a road trip. Let's go to Bend, Oregon, August 10th. Worthy Brewing Company putting on a show, trust me, in Bend, Oregon. You don't want to miss that one. They're going to roll out the red carpet, perhaps the green carpet. It is, after all, Bend, Oregon. Very, very beautiful part of the world. I look forward to having a family reunion there in August. The Worthington family will be representing at headquarters, Worthy Brewing Company on the east side. Also, another pub location in downtown Bend. Tacos and Taps overlooking the Deschutes River. A bucolic view of the Deschutes River, which courses through Bend, Oregon. Have a good time in Bend, but be a good steward of the land. And I'm not hectoring you because I feel the same way about my hometown, Costa Mesa, California. Don't be a quitter. Don't litter. Do not leave a trace, just like what we used to say at the Burning Man Festival. You got some trash, put it in your pocket. Find a receptacle on the Flippy Dippy. Because, you know, sometimes the path is littered by spare parts and broken hearts. That's okay. Together we'll persevere and we'll find some heroes on that path. Because the journey is the juice. The podium presentation has gone off without a hitch for our women pro. 1, 2, 3. In sixth place was Marlena Bemis, riding for a Faster Me team. And taking fifth was Dr. Feline Endres, riding for InCycle Mommies. In fourth place, Eliza Loau with a Faster Me, a beautiful team getting a couple in the top 10. In third place today, taking the bronze step, Tyler Mize. Tyler Mize winning the Redlands Criterium a few years back. She took a hiatus. Now she's back in action. Tyler Mize, no stranger to the podium. And a hometown favorite. This young lady has been a tremendous supporter of the races, I should say, not only Southern California, but all of the U.S. and beyond. She reps the cycling industry so very well, and she's been off the race circuit for a number of months as the director of InCycle Mommies, her and Shelby Reynolds combined, sharing the pearls of wisdom for that team, InCycle Mommies. Priscilla Savord taking second place today. A brilliant ride by Priscilla Popcorn Savord. And she was a contender. I think she was called by Elise Worthington and others as certainly a favorite coming in today in the pro women 1, 2, 3. She is a highly decorated bike racer representing Team USA on the velodrome. She's selected as U.S. national team for the Olympics in Paris. She hails from Maryland. She is a Terp. She is also a back in the day at D1 at the University of Maryland. She was a field hockey champion, a two-time national champion in field hockey. She was on the All-American field hockey D1 team for 2 years there at the University of Maryland. She won Manhattan Beach last year, podiumed this year at Manhattan Beach. We saw her win also recently at the Upland Go Fast Criterium. She was in the splashy Team Skyline kit today, wearing the green. Your winner today, Colleen Gullick. Colleen Gullick striking gold in what was a scintillating sprint won by Gullick, edging out Priscilla Savord. And checking the screen right now, once again, that is the stretch of road between 1 and 2. You can see that trough as the red lights blinking on Sunflower Avenue, but it is shut down. No road furniture today, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, presented by Majestic Cycling and by Worthy Brewing Company out of Bend, Oregon. You talk about Colleen Gullick. All her efforts were very measured. Did not waste a lot of bullets. Kind of avoided the erosions and the potential bluff landslides that occur sometimes in Southern California and northern and beyond. Sometimes you've got to be a savvy rider and you've got to practice patience. Wait for the younger, less experienced boys and girls. Wait for them to fade. Find the weakness and you squeeze. Separation, gaps, winning field sprints, drag races, crossing swords, all a function of watts and timing and experience. However, a cheeky, perfectly timed move by Kilo Man has a fighter's chance. Talked about one of my favorite riders, Alexander Vinokurov. He was a specialist at taking long shots. He won a gold medal in Sydney, remember? It's actually London 2012 games. So often we do root for the long shot. The Seabiscuits amongst the Broncos. Don't forget to support Downtown Bend Criterium August 10th. Because we bend, we do not break. Namaste. To all you checking in on lacrits.com. We applaud you. You look simply marvelous. That goes out to the sponsors, the promoters, the volunteers, and the race officials for making it happen at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, presented by Majestic Cycling and by Worthy Brewing Company. The return of the Downtown Bend Criterium, that promises to be an emotional, bombastic, emphatic day. It will be action-packed as they line the streets of Bend in downtown. Don't forget to say hey to Roger Worthington and the entire team over there at Worthy Brewing with 2 locations. You got the East Side location, a beautiful facility that is solar-powered. You've got the lush organic garden, the Worthy Garden. You've got the entire farm to table to brewery to beer experience. You've got the observatory, the giant tower for stargazing, and the ticket is free. You've got live music there at Worthy Brewing headquarters. Extremely talented musicians coming through, and a really great night to dance and enjoy live music under the stars, and then head up to the tower at the Observatory Tower to check out the celestial happenings, the stars above, the planets. Soak it all in and enjoy the dream that is being alive these days on the planet Earth. And if you so desire, you drink up and you dream on with a crisp, fresh, noble, citrusy finish that's brought to you, well, this beer here in my hand, a Pilsner, 4.8 alcohol, which is that's an everyday beer, right? For you, all you fit guys trying to watch the belly bombs, get yourself a Worthy Pilsner. My favorite is the Strata, which is kind of a Goldilocks 6.5 or 6.8 on the ALC content. And if you really feel dangerous, you'll go for the Double Delusional. It is a layered Citra hop complex beverage, 8.5 on the ALC content. But again, my go-to is the Strata, Worthy Strata IPA premium selection with that Goldilocks 6.5% alcohol. Speaking of, for all the Worthingtons, the entire Worthington family, including my dear sweet mother in Laguna Woods, memo to all the fine people here at the coastal city on the Mesa. Costa Mesa, you are absolutely worthy. We're also handing out the NW IPAs brought to you by our fine brewmeisters, craftsmen in Bend, Oregon at Worthy Brewing Company, NW IPA. The Strata IPA is balanced with hints of mango and tucked passion fruit. All Worthy hops are Oregon grown. And if you reside here in California, Worthy beer is available at a grocery outlet store near you. A grocery outlet store near you. Shout out to my girlfriend Athena, who found the beer at the grocery outlet, took some pictures, brought home a few cases. Really cool to see the cans available at the grocery outlet here in California. And Worthy donates a percentage of all sales to earth-friendly nonprofit charities. Earth First, Bike Racing, Love Life, Second. Well, at least beer second. That's paramount. Earth First. That's a beautiful expression. You can see it festoon on the podium and the backdrops and the banners on the trusses. Earth First, beer second. Worthy Brewing Company, producing award-winning craft beers since 2012. Worthy brews a full portfolio. A full portfolio indeed of craft beers, operating 2 full-time pubs, the original location on the east side of Bend, and taps and tacos downtown with a bucolic view of the Deschutes River. Beautiful green park. What a beautiful setting in downtown Bend, Oregon. Another sponsor today, Fitter. Live your fitness. Don't be a quitter. Support Fitter. Appreciate you. Espen Kateris owns and operates Fitter. Very stylish and fit Norwegian. Espen Kateris. We call him Norwegian Wood. He is a pacifist off the bicycle. You throw a leg over that bike, and he is a monster. Espen Kateris. And by eXp Realty, thank you, Kathy Sanchez, for all you do supporting bike racing in Southern California. With the foundation, Alfie Sanchez, the founder of Majestic Cycling. Alfie will be in Bend as well. He's traveling, bringing up some of these banners that you see on display right here on screen, those beautiful green banners with the Majestic and Worthy Brewing logos. So he is contributing his sweat equity and time. He'll be at Bend, Oregon, August 10th. Mark your calendars. I am enjoying a Pilsner right now. We're getting towards the end of day. An innovative beverage with the best of aromatic Oregon hops. Has only 4.8 on the alcohol content. Drink up, hammer down, dream on. See, my friend Russ Ames has ventured. Good to see you. Russ, a.k.a. Geronimo, Gmo, saying hello. He brought up Ryan Cady, one of his old pals and teammates. Russ Ames, one of my, current pals for life, and a teammate back in the hay with Labor Power. There was a time in Buellton or Solvang, I think it was a state championship. I believe it was at Vandenberg Road Race where Elon Musk shoots his rockets. I got into a tough the night before there at Solvang at the local pub. True story. It was a climber's day coming up on the next day on the 4. So this guy, this local, got up on my grill a little bit. my buddy Russ Ames, out of nowhere, left field, he goes, "Hawk, I got this." And he ends up just quietly, like Steven Seagal, just kind of picking him up, scooping him, and then putting him in a planter. It was one of the most beautiful things I ever saw. Russ Ames, with very little fanfare, didn't get bowed up. He wasn't snarling. He did this gesture with, I don't know, like a forearm. He comes from the football world, so do I, back in high school. He just kind of shook this guy, and he went ass over tea kettle into a planter. I look at him, and I go, "Hey, Gmo, thanks for the lead out. Appreciate your backup. Let's get the hell out of here." So we went back at the hotel. And day 2 it worked out pretty good, if I recall. I think I got that coveted jersey. Could have ended horribly without my buddy Russ Ames. Good to see him, and always good times back in the day.
Thanks, Dave, for having me on your show. Appreciate it. This is Pro. I love it. It's really good to see that the people coming out in Costa Mesa. A great event. The mayor was here, and some really good racing. I think this is an event that can grow bigger, better, and as well as cycling, in the future. But going back to your story about Vandenberg.
Was I making any of that up?
No, you were not. I mean, no embellishment, and that was it. But I think it was a situation where the person that went down couldn't catch us. We were a little bit too fast for him anyway, And I think there was some beer involved in that.
Oh, we had good wheels, no doubt about it. And
Yeah.
we did that Berlin exit. You should always know where the exits are when you when you enter any sort of facility, And we got the hell out of town, and it was a good time indeed. And I liked how you kind of revisited having the mayor, John Stevens. That is a really big deal, guys. I mean, the mayor of any city, any town, there's something called the Orange County Fair going on right now, which gets over duration millions of visitors. That opened. They kicked off yesterday. He's a busy man, and not only did the mayor John Stevens come out, we had a city council, we had Parks and Rec, we had a ribbon cutting ceremony that was well attended. That goes such a long way, right? When you talk at Dana Point Grand Prix, once you got in with the city, you had something called longevity and support.
And I think with that, Alfie should get some accolades as well. Because he knew how to rein in everybody and make this thing a community event. And that's what's going to help this grow in the future.
Yeah, Alfie Sanchez is all about engagement and outreach. He was attending these public hearings. He was emailing and texting. He got in to the Chamber of Commerce. He put in the sweat equity. He came down to these meetings, and over time, he pressing the flesh. Got support from the city, and once you get the city backing, that's half the battle with traffic control. These guys were setting up yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. And forgot about this morning. This started yesterday. You know what it's like. You got to get a jump on the day. If you start same day, you're coming in a little late. Right?
Well, yeah. Alfie probably hasn't slept in a week, and he's probably got another 48 hours to go.
I think sleep deprivation is a real thing for the Sanchez family. I even wonder, if he even gets good sleep tonight. I doubt it. It probably takes about a couple days to decompress after one of these events. You should know.
Well, that was so long ago, but I'm living vicariously through Alfie right now, and you, and Ray here in the booth. And so, yes, I don't miss it, but I love the vibe.
Right? Because you're not working overtime. You're showing up. You're passing through.
Yep.
It's bringing up good vibes, positive vibes, without the headache.
Oh.
It was 24/7. I know you shut down that week for sure. We weren't going to go for a bike ride and go down to the Glide the day before Dana Point Grand Prix. You're just
the Magic
not
Glide. Yeah, we're not going to be doing that, or the Magic Bench, or anything of that nature.
The Magic Bench. For our fans out, the Magic Bench was a bench on Balboa Island, a.k.a. Cougar Island. Anyway, after Food Park, we would meet down there, and we would do some serious bench time. I remember Ryan Cades and the Thurlow Rogers doing our ride once. This is really fast. It's only 38 miles. It's like crit speed. Mm-hmm. But why are you guys hanging out at the island for an hour? That's the best part of the ride, man.
It's the stories. It's the history and the lineage of cycling in Orange County. I mean, who wouldn't want to be doing that?
Yeah, we polished that bench. Every time I go, if I have a job down there, our Arc Restaurant is opening a new restaurant on the island right by the Magic Bench.
Outstanding.
Outstanding indeed. We're gonna go. You and I are gonna go have dinner there tonight. Noah Blum is the former mayor of Newport Beach. John Stevens talks very favorably. It's Newport, Costa Mesa, no rivalry. That's just much love. He's opening a restaurant by the Magic Bench there at Balboa Island. It's going to be stellar. His fourth restaurant in Orange County. He's done 17 over his life. Here's a man, Noah Blum, former mayor of Newport Beach. He wears a man bun, and he wears flip-flops. You think he'd be all right in Hawaii?
I love him. I love him all right. Haven't met him. He's the guy. He's going to be the guy.
He is the guy indeed. I mean, I don't know. He was the guy that had one of the public areas. I don't know if I should repeat this. It's already known, but he was sipping from a red cup.
A red cup.
Right?
Plastic red cup.
And he's a restaurateur, so he's multitasking. He has to taste a sip of Pinot Noir.
He has to.
Who cares? It's California.
Yeah. It could be non-alcoholic
Right.
Pinot Noir. Who
Let's
knows?
just say it was.
Hey, yeah, let's go there. You know?
He's such a great guy, Noah Blum, and that's so cool to have two rival. Nah, it's not a rival at all. They're two different cities. 17th Street in Costa Mesa, as you know, Russ Ames, is lighted. It's transformed. It's Restaurant Row now.
Yes.
You can park there and go pub hopping. We have a beer scene in Costa Mesa. Roger
Yes.
Worthington's well aware. He told me, he goes, Dave, you don't understand. Costa Mesa is really that in San Diego.
On the map.
It's on the map, absolutely.
It's real. It's live. Hence the reason why the wife and I, since I've been here 10 days now, and I think most of the money I spent has been in Costa Mesa.
That's so awesome. Yeah, Lauren, much love. XOXO to Lauren. And I think, you saw some fireworks too on the 4th of July. Costa Mesa's pretty famous. It's like Beirut over here.
Lebanon and it was really interesting.
And they keep lighting them up, man. As you well know, it's the 4th through X.
It's the 4th of July. I live in Maui, and there isn't anything like that. Well, rightly so, since August 8th. But, and it's good to come back to Southern California and see people into it for July 4th. It's really cool.
It is cool. It's great to have you back. 4 to go in the fours, the Ferocious Fours out on course. We're having a good time because we know with 4 to go, so it's bittersweet. We really want to thank you all for tuning in to lacrits.com. Every tight squeeze, every furious fast finish captured in Technicolor by 8 cameras out on course. And we got an eye in the sky. We have cameras on the back of e-bikes. Did you check out that footage of in motion trying to match the speed of the peloton?
Outstanding. It was really cool. I mean, that is another element that adds a dynamic to live feed that I think is the next level for the sport.
And there's a lot of logistics trying to pull off that one camera shot. We've seen at Champs-Élysées where it's a $1 billion budget, but what is a memorable when they have the speed matching the sprint? That's when you get an idea of the actual speed. It's amazing to have that angle right. So you're trying to match like a horse race, right, where they have a camera robotic matching the speed. It's critical. If we can pull that off. Knock on wood, knock on linoleum. It'd be amazing if we could keep introducing that into the lacrit.com experience.
And I truly think that, especially for amateur racing, it's good to do things like this to get people engaged. Okay?
Absolutely. And why not? I mean, if you can pull it off, you take a few risks, and there will be failures. That's where success comes from.
That's how you get up, not how you fall.
Exactly.
Which, by the way, this is bike racing, so if you're a bike racer, you will fall.
I think you call it coming of age, right?
Yeah,
the clavicle.
coming of age and loss of clavicle or whatever it is.
Hey, it's detachable, man. I mean, Mr. Who's the evolutionary guy? The evolutionist, Charles
Darwin.
Thank you. Darwin had a good sprint, but he says like I'm Chucky Darwin. You don't really need that clavy. It's like detached. It's the end of the road.
No, you don't need it. It's not pumping blood. Your heart is where it's at. Come on, man.
Earl Rogers has a clavicle that's attached by Velcro, right? Over time. We were once wings. We could fly.
Yes.
So now we're still pretending. This is the closest you can come to the sensation of flying is riding a bicycle. Period. And I don't care if you're going 10 miles an hour. It is all about that experience of the wind in your face. And because, like Bill Walton said, I think the bicycle is the greatest invention of humankind, if you think about it.
Well said.
Yep.
Which a hero of ours, Bill Walton, as well.
Yes. From San Diego. Your buddy. You met Bill. I know that he's a huge cycling advocate, and you've had a few encounters with the deadhead from Portland.
Bill used to ride his bike in and around Del Mar, and Ryan Cady, who was just here, he and I ridden with Bill Walton many times.
That's so awesome. Yeah, what a great guy. A huge personality. And here's a quote from famous futurist H.G. Wells, Russ Ames. He once opined, "When I see an adult on a bicycle, I no longer despair for the human race."
And that's a quote. I think it's etched in our minds that when we first started out, and it's good to see that today here in Costa Mesa.
It's just carried on. It really is, because the bike really is simple. We talk about modern cyclist. You know, it's really about, it hasn't changed that much. The geometry is pretty similar to what it used to be. The tires, sure, there's incremental changes, marginal changes, but the sensation, even if it's on a cruiser bike, the whole idea that it's a human-powered machine is awesome. And they say that resilience is required to survive the slings and arrows. That's true in sports, true on the bike, true on life.
Love that quote. Can you write that down for me? My goodness, man, I'm going to take
Believe
that.
it or not, that's a word. That's a Hawkstar. That's a Worthington
That is a
phrase.
Hawkstar quote, man.
Resilience is required to survive the slings and arrows. True in sports and in life.
The true philosopher that you are. Going back in the hay, I remember one time the old school Eddie B. Borshevitz walking up to me saying, "It's not the bike, it's the motor."
Absolutely. It's the motor. And the motor is connected to the skeleton, to the muscles, but it's also connected to the gray matter in between the ears. I mean, it's so important to try to distill and dissect with this highly tactical sport of cycling.
Highly tactical.
Highly tactical. You can be the third less in strength and watts and win a race by using your brain. It's about dosing the effort. It's about measured efforts. You can get cagey. Unlike a marathon race, unlike a boat race, you are who you are, and that determines the order.
Yes, absolutely. And also, too, in bike racing, as in most other racing, wheeled sport, it's better to be assertive than aggressive. Assertive racing really is what you should be striving for.
That's what
Not
labor power
aggressive
did. Yeah, that's what labor power did. Yeah, we would just be aggressive, and people go, "What are you doing?" We're being aggressive. We don't know how it's going to play, but we feel like we can benefit from putting the field on the back foot.
Which, by the way, Chris Hahn was here today. How did he do?
Chris Hahn did tremendous, podiumed.
One to go.
With one lap to go, our final race of the day and the final lap, our Category 4s out on course. That's a Teddelay course right there, the head of the spear, with one lap remaining. How cool to have Russ Ames in the box. He's going to go out and try to score the top three and feed me the information as the fours come coursing through that corner right there, clean, unscathed, and immaculate as we boil it down to what has been a tremendous day. Thank you for joining us, everybody, on LACrits.com. This is the Costa Mesa Grand Prix presented by Majestic Cycling and by Worthy Brewing Company. And a memo to Costa Mesa. Since 1990, I've been a resident and business owner here in Costa Mesa, and I can attest, Costa Mesa has become a haven of coolness for entrepreneurs, retail, restaurants. We talked about Arc Restaurant owner Noah Blom. He epitomizes the infusion of world-class culinary talent, and he has landed here in Costa Mesa, California. Epicurean town now, rich in diversity. Shop and dine at the OC Mix, part of the SoCo Design Center. As our Cat 4s negotiate that soft chicane between turns number 2 and 3. Head over to SoCo. You can go to a juice bar, a coffee bar, oyster bar, vintage wares, libations. Check out the alcoves of Costa Mesa, because I declare Costa Mesa worthy. This is turn number 4 right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final corner. Coming in red hot as our riders coming through the throat of the boulevard, battling for time and space. This is going to be a dramatic sprint to the finish. And in his exaltation with panache, that looked like John Phillips taking the win. Striking gold, Phillips showing you a fresh set of wheels. Time to perfection. Dancing on his pedals like a pro. He was on it like a Shakespeare sonnet. Thank you, Ronnie Toth. Yeah, all results are provisional, but it does look indeed like Jonathan Phillips, Mr. Jonathan Phillips, with a ferocious sprint with ferocity and tenacity in the Category 4s. That's what's up, Costa Mesa, California. And, well, of all the dramatic things, an emphatic win by Phillips. And it looks like taking silver. Of course, all results are provisional. Andres Villalobos with Padiak. Padiak doing another tremendous job getting results all up in here. Padiak Racing, presented by Richard Duquette, 911 Law. Right. My super qualified spotter, Russ Ames, handed me what appears to be his top 3 in third place. Third place, Julian Peraza with Padiak. So it looks like Padiak Racing Team taking second and third behind Jonathan Phillips. Job well done. It's been a absolute gas, bringing you the action all day long here at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, presented by Majestic Cycling and by Worthy Brewing Company. And I'm David Worthington. David Wells is heading back to the ATL. And once again, remember, folks, for every 1 mile of road, there are 2 miles of sharp curb face. But that's okay. Together, we'll get up the road. Together, we'll share the load because we stand on the shoulders of giants. Talking about you all today that have shown proof positive that there's most certainly unity in the cycling community. I'm David Worthington. He's Ray Mars and Marie. It's been an absolute blast working for you guys all day long at the Costa Mesa Grand Prix, presented by Majestic Cycling and by Worthy Brewing Company. We will most certainly catch you all on the Flippy Dippy.